me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you eat black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Oh, what's up, fools? Oh, wrong one. There we go. Today is 1/16/2025. It is 10:03 p.m. Eastern Time. I am still setting up some of this stuff, so I haven't gotten the chat set up just yet. For the screen chat, nor for my OBS, so I gotta take a second to set this up. I was on a bunch of calls before I got on. I had a bunch of people I had to talk to about a bunch of different things, and then just got way behind. So yeah, normally I a lot of times I'm late because I'm trying to like schedule ahead of time so that people know that I'm getting ready to go live, and I try to get like the best guess time that I'm gonna start as the scheduled time. But as you guys know, lots of times I'm like 30-45 minutes late compared to what time I say I'm going to go live. So today I was about 30 minutes late. And so yeah, I'm trying to give like the best guess as to when I'm going to be live, but I don't always know. And so yes, it's kind of hard to tell a lot of times when I'm actually going to be live. Let's see. Okay, so we got that chat up. And we got this chat up. Okay. Member only content cannot play while phone is closed. Oh, damn. Okay. Well, this won't, I mean, it's not going to take very long. I mean, I just wanted to the last time that I was live, I had planned on doing members only content, and we didn't get to it. And so, yeah, I wanted to kind of take a minute to say that, like, I do plan on trying to do some members only content a couple of times a month, where we do kind of what I was talking about yesterday, where the plan is that, yes, I'll probably just do like games where we'll play like, you know, paper.io or something like that in the Discord through VC. People can hop in, and then I'll probably also have like the stream going for anybody who's a member and doesn't want to jump in the VC, but they want to listen to us play and like watch a video. And normally that's what I'll be doing, is I'll have like, you know, I'll pull up a Tim Pool video that I'll be like reviewing, and then I'll let people jump into the VC and hang out, and I'll screen share it in the VC with them so that they can watch it in the VC, or you can watch it on stream and then kind of just be part of the stream and have conversations about whatever it is that we're going over. On top of that, I have been trying to figure out a way to integrate Shorts chat with the stream. And as of right now, I don't know if there is a way. I'm getting more and more frustrated with Shorts chat even existing, but it's become like kind of an essential aspect of the stream, where in order for me to do call-ins, it has to be there. People who watch me consistently normally either agree with most of the stuff that I'm saying, or they don't want to disagree because it's yeah, it doesn't feel nice a lot of times when like people who are regular viewers, if they jump on to have like a debate with you or disagree with you, lots of times they don't come back. Like, it's normal for streamers to have like thick skin where they're happy to just jump on and debate and have conversations. But if you're not a debater, you're not a streamer, yeah, that can be kind of rough. And lots of times it's very common that people who are common viewers and people who are, you know, longtime members, if they have a disagreement with you and they hop on and you guys have that out, they don't want to come back a lot of times. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Sometimes it's that they were like proven wrong in a way that's kind of embarrassing, and now they feel like you think they're stupid, and so they don't want to come back because now they think you think they're retarded, and so they're just kind of embarrassed. Sometimes there's you know, feelings where they feel like you were rude or like too aggro towards them, or you know, whatever else. And so, yeah, lots of times they're just not willing to come back because of that. And so when I do content to the people who are just in base chat, like, I lose interest because, yeah, they're not going to call in. They're not going to come disagree. And then we go long periods of time where there's just like almost no call-ins whatsoever. So adding the Shorts chat was really beneficial because we were able to get a lot of different types of debates pretty consistently where people are going to call in and disagree, and we're able to have it out and have conversations. But a problem is that by far the majority of the people who are in Shorts chat are magatards, and now my content is like almost exclusively being recommended to right-wingers. And you can even see this like in my shorts, in my YouTube videos, the like edited videos, like everywhere. You can see that all of the comments are just right-wingers, and it'll have like sometimes 1,000 to 2,000 views and like 14 thumbs up. Which is not beneficial for me as a content creator. That makes it to where, yes, it does not look like my content is actually being enjoyed. And from the people who are watching it, it just kind of becomes rage bait for right-wingers to just come and soy out in my comment section or thumbs down it or whatever. And yeah, it's not helping me like actually build an audience of people who agree with me. So over the last week, I have tried to be like a lot more hardcore on just banning people. and just being pretty quick on like having a short conversation with them and then saying, are you going to answer the question? Are you going to answer the question? All right, cool, later. And then just banning them and just kind of, I think that we've banned, I personally have probably banned like 20 to 30 people just over the last week where, yeah, if they're not engaging and they just seem like they're just there to troll, I'm getting rid of them pretty quick. Obviously, there's other people who have been around for a while. Obviously, like, you know, there's Catmere, there's all sorts of other people who have been around a long time that I'm not trying to get rid of. They don't seem like trolls. They seem like they're here in good faith to engage, and we might disagree with them a lot of times, but they're not being like malicious or bad faith in any way. But the people who are obviously not here to engage, I'm trying to get rid of those people pretty quickly. And on top of that, there are a lot of people who come into the shorts chat who do agree with me and who do seem to like enjoy the content, but they get scared off by all of the fucking maggots in shorts chat. And so it makes it to where this is getting fairly difficult. And I don't know where to go from there because it is like impossible. Personal reasons, and then there's also the main things you think of when you think of a Democrat, and that's probably things like being pro-choice. Well, I'm not pro-choice. Being in favor of like Medicare for all. Well, I'm not in favor of Medicare for all. Being pretty stringent on wanting more gun regulations. I don't want more gun regulations. Probably all of the things that people think of when they first think of, you know, reparations. I don't want reparations. Like the,
I don't either.
A woman is anyone who identifies as a woman. Like, I think that's bullshit. Like, it's just, yes, like a lot of the more like dumb narratives that come from Democrats are the things that I probably disagree with the most and that I can't stand. And so yeah, I think that those are things that make it to where I don't want to be put in a box where those are the first assumptions that people will make about my politics when I don't fall into any of those categories.
I want to bring up another thing because me and M&W were talking about the minimum wage. What's your thoughts on it? Do you think we should raise it, or do you think we should keep it in line with the inflation, or do you think we should keep it how it is?
It depends. I would say $9-10 an hour probably isn't too egregious. I know that even like in 2015, 2016, there was a movement called Fight for 15 that just was outrageous to think that like everybody across the United States could just up their wages to $15 an hour. And I even ran a bunch of panels on Fight for 15, and so many lefties came on and they said, well, it's pretty simple. You just up your prices. And I'm like, okay, so if everybody ups their prices to pay for the 15, but now you're making $15, like, did you really gain anything? Like, if it all gets taken again through inflation, like, what did you get out of this? And so I think that there's like unrealistic expectations for a lot of people when it comes to pay rates and what's actually plausible. And I think that it's always going to be better to just let these things play out locally and have local minimum wages. That like the national minimum wage should be like, find a city or a state or something and find like what their lowest possible like wages are that would make sense for their economy and their community. And then that now becomes the national minimum wage, right? Because it's the minimum. So it's got to be the one that like that all counties and cities could abide by. the problem with that is that the majority of businesses then default to that, even though they're in places like Atlanta, Chicago, like they're in Miami. Like now there's like places like McDonald's and Burger King that are paying people minimum wage based on what you would get in bumfuck nowhere, Indiana, but they're paying that now in these major cities. And so my thought process has just always been that there should be some sort of algorithm that takes like your city and then is able to kind of like decide what a like minimum wage should be, and that this should be like mandated like federally. Is that yes, every city has like an algorithmic minimum wage that tells you what their standard minimum wage has to be.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like
Yeah.
something that's going to take like like cost of living and like rental prices and like utilities and all of these different standards into consideration. I remember I had a panel a while ago. I think it was like Destiny and Irrelevant, Dylan Burns, Denims, and I asked them, I was like, why don't we do like an algorithm that like literally tells everybody what their minimum wage should be based on like their city and like their GDP and everything there? Like, why don't we have something that does that? And I think Destiny said that's too difficult to run on. That's not something that like the population can get behind. Like if you say something like fight for 15, well, that just sounds like a lot of money. So that sounds good to people. Whereas we're going to, build this algorithm that's going to take all of your different costs and needs and put it into have an input that'll now give us an output that is what your local minimum wage should be. Like he's like, that's just something that's like really hard to actually get people on board with. It's not a good slogan. It's not a good like narrative. It's very hard to get people to understand that. And so does this not already exist, at least in major cities? Well, some major cities do have their own minimum wages. But not all. So like Seattle has a high minimum wage. Say what?
I say what state I'm from?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, I live in Alabama, and we still use the federal minimum wage, which is 7.25.
7.25. Yeah.
So,
same here.
Yeah. Which is very interesting to see companies have like very differing wages, because like obviously they aren't going to do a 7.25 minimum wage. Obviously they're going to try to compete for workers. So it's very interesting to see the job market like fluctuate a little bit through like either the fast food business or like other stuff like that. So I guess that's the Republicans' way of saying like let the free market decide the wages, but I just feel like that's not a appropriate way of dealing with the situation of poverty and other stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that it's like Republicans that are necessarily driving down minimum wages. It's
Oh no, that's not what I meant. I just said that they've tried to push for more of a free market type of way of doing wages.
Yeah, I mean, dude, there's tons of libertarians who literally believe that like the reason that it's hard for people to live today is because there are minimum wages. They literally believe that like minimum wages are the thing that's causing so many problems within society. So
that's interesting.
There's like ANCAPs and people like that believe some crazy shit about minimum wage. But yeah, it is a difficult issue. It's not clear. what the solution is, but to me, that yes, to have an algorithm that can kind of just be, you know, federally mandated and city by city, everybody, because even state minimum wages are hard as well. Like if you're in a state and you're in Georgia, yet you have, or Illinois, you have like, you know, big cities at the center, but then you have like
Yeah.
tons of like farmland everywhere else that doesn't have like a big economy. You don't have a ton of people there. You don't have like you don't have big businesses operating out of there. You don't have interstates. You don't have highways. You don't have high taxes. You don't have like, it's just, it's very different. It's you don't have like a, yeah, you don't have like tons of like yeah, just big like corporations moving in and out and operating all in there. And so for those two things to exist in one state, and then that state mandates a higher minimum wage, that minimum wage isn't going to make sense for one of those two. It's either going to not make
Yeah.
sense for the farmland, you know, the more urban areas, or it's not going to make sense. Yeah, so it just, to me, yeah, it only makes sense to have something that is going to decide what it ought to be based on these standards.
Yeah. I would say what we would try to do is maybe get like maybe a 12 or 13 minimum wage, and then adjust it to inflation after the inflation occurs. But obviously I haven't looked too much into this, but I mean that's what sounds logical to me. But
damn, yeah, last I checked, I could have sworn Seattle's minimum wage was like $15, but it's apparently in 1997 now.
19?
Yeah, when they initially put the $15 minimum wage in, I remember it was like very, very insecure. Like nobody was sure if this was better or worse, because it had like very mixed results across the board, where at first there was a lot more spending money. So a lot more money was being spent all over the place, but it wasn't being spent everywhere evenly, to where some businesses are now spending a lot more on labor, but they're not getting that return. Yeah. And so they are so yeah, now they're hurting. And then yes, people were going out of business because they didn't have the money for labor and for payroll. And but then I believe that there was like something about like, yeah, more efficient businesses were replacing them. And so yes, it was back and forth, like different studies every couple months on whether or not this quarter was better than the last. And it just, yeah, it wasn't it was definitely insecure. But now it looks like the fact that they're continuing to raise it means that, yeah, it actually worked out really well for them. So
I guess so. For $20 or $21 an hour, that's pretty good.
Well, I know. So the Tukwila, Washington, which I never even heard of this, but Tukwila, Washington is $21.10. And then Seattle, Washington is $19.97. And then SeaTac, which again, never heard of it, but again in Washington, $19.71. Hollywood, California, $19.08. How do you not have a picture for West Hollywood, California? That's weird. That's strange. They got pictures for fucking SeaTac, Washington, but they don't have a picture for West Hollywood, California. But yeah, there's a 1908. Mountain View, California, 1875. Emeryville, California, 1867. Denver, Colorado, 1881. And then Petaluma, California, is 1706. I would have expected like New York City to be like the top one.
Yeah.
So that's kind of insane. I don't know if you've ever been to New York City before, but the cost of living there is out of this world. Like,
yeah.
it is insane. It is absolutely insane. Now they also have smaller places to where, like, here in Atlanta, you can't buy something that's like super small. You can't just go get like a studio apartment that's like the size of a closet. But you can get that in New York. You can get that in New York where you just have like a bed, and at the edge of your bed is a sink and a toilet. And that's your,
Insane.
you know, you have like your kitchen is kind of like over your bed, like with like counters and shit. Like that sort of stuff's all over New York. Whereas
So
in
sad.
Georgia, you can't find that. That does not exist. That is not anywhere around
Yeah, in
here.
Alabama, there's none over here like that.
Yeah. So like, yeah,
It's
you're
all just like
like,
suburbs. And,
yeah, but there, like, when you get the place that's the size of a closet, you're still paying like $1,300 a month for it. Whereas
a
here,
lot. Yeah.
you're paying, when I'm talking about the smallest we have, it's still like $1,300 a month. That's like the cheapest shit you can find is about $1,300 a month for an apartment, and it's still gonna be, it's still gonna be like, you know, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and then a living room and a kitchen with a dining room and probably a back porch with like storage room and crap. Like that's just like the smallest you can get. Or sometimes you'll be able to get like when I was like 16, 17, I moved into a studio apartment that was a loft. It was like they took a old yarn mill and like renovated it into apartments, and it was kind of cute, kind of chic, cool looking, but yeah, it was a lot bigger, but there just wasn't much you could do with it because it was very like just concrete and brick walls everywhere. So it very simplistic. And but
Yeah.
back then that was like you could pay like, I think it was, damn, I want to say like $600-700 or something like that. But today those are like triple that. So
Yeah. I do have a question about inflation also. Do you know how like the Senate or House, I don't know which one it was, can do like they can talk to like business owners, or like when they talk to the Pornhub type things where they'll like talk over to people and like question them.
What do you
Do
say?
you know kind of what I'm talking about?
No, I don't even understand.
you know,
Where they'll talk over each other? What does that mean?
no, they'll like
Like a filibuster?
do you know what they were talking about like over the porn, like I think you were just looking over that today, I think, or yesterday, where they were talking to either the people representing the Pornhub things, and then they were like talking hearings, I guess.
Yeah, like a committee hearing, sure. I didn't see that.
Yeah,
No, I didn't see anything about
I might have
Pornhub.
thought.
I watched
Oh, I think I
the
was watching Destiny.
maybe
My
I
bad.
was watching the Pam Bondi. We're pretty much the same exact person, you know. There's absolutely no difference there. So, yeah, I think I was watching Pam Bondi yesterday.
Yeah, something like
so,
that is what I meant.
Yeah, we did watch Pam Bondi yesterday, and then we watched the other guy. Shit, I forget his name, but we watched 2 like Senate confirmation hearings for the nominations for the Trump cabinets. So we did watch those. What about them?
Yeah, I was watching one of them about inflation, and it said corporate greed is causing 50-something% of inflation, and I was like, that's a pretty big claim. And I was wondering like where they got that information from, because 52 or 3% they said was the cause for inflation. Do you know if that's
that's a
an
very
accurate?
that's a very like subjective sort of measure. It's so shit. When it comes to your like cost versus your revenue, a lot of times when they say, "Oh, your revenue is way higher than your cost, and your CEOs are making this much money, and your, like, corporate executives are making this much money, and when you could just charge like way less for your products, and then your CEOs wouldn't make that much money, and your executives wouldn't make that much money. If you're It's kind of hard because, yeah, most of the time we'll look at something and say, okay, well, if people are willing to pay this price for this product or this service, then it is worth that much. That's just what it is worth, right? But
Yeah.
at this point, we have like a lot of duopoly type of systems that give you a lack of options, a lack of choice, and makes it to where you don't really have anyone else to go to except for these people, to where you're not really choosing them. They're just
Yeah,
they're just the
you kind of have
go-to.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at that point, it's not about the market. It's not about what is beneficial for you. It's not about what they're worth. And so in those sorts of cases, I would understand. But yeah, it's a very subjective measure, because when we talk about like what a CEO makes, well, is the CEO worth that much money? Like, are they worth that much? Are they that beneficial? Normally, the CEO is not going to be making a lot of money, and they're not going to be doing really well unless all of the board members are doing really well and their stock prices are going up, and they're making a lot of money for the company. If they're making a lot of money for the company, then sure, they are the one who should be making all of that profit. They're the ones who should be getting all of those bonuses. And so, yeah, it's just a very subjective measure, to where, like, most of the time it is going to come down to the fact that people are going to look at the CEO and say, I don't think that he deserves to be making that much money. I don't think that he's worth that much money. I don't think that anybody should make that much money. And then they'll say, so because he's making that much money, your prices are too high to afford him. And if you would just lower your prices and not pay him as much money, we wouldn't have as much inflation. That's generally what I hear. I would have to go listen to the exact hearings to know what it is that what their arguments are, but that's what I would assume.
Okay. Yeah, most of the time it's a lot of clippets, so I can't. Yeah, it's hard to get the full quote from them. But I feel like I've nothing really else to. What do you think about the Roe v. Wade getting overturned?
You mean from like 3 years ago?
Yeah.
I thought that it should have been overturned long before that. I thought that Roe versus Wade was just a ridiculous decision. It was insane. It was and it seemed like, from what I've read, it seemed like everybody kind of knew it was a ridiculous decision, but they got the desired outcome that they were looking for. The problem is that we have a constitution that we are supposed to abide by in order to get our outcomes. We're not supposed to look for a desired outcome. We are supposed to use our guidelines within the Constitution to then come to a conclusion, and they didn't do that. It seems like they found a conclusion and then worked backwards to try to find a way to justify it constitutionally. And the argument that they came up with was, the Constitution seems to imply that you have a right to privacy. And so if you have a right to privacy, that means that you have a right to bodily autonomy. And if you have a right to bodily autonomy, that means that we cannot tell you whether or not you can or cannot have an abortion. That is kind of ridiculous. That is a ridiculous way of coming to that conclusion. And there's a lot of subjectivity and wiggle room in there, where we can start coming up with hypotheticals of well, is this bodily autonomy? Is that bodily autonomy? Would this count? Does that count? Yeah, I just thought that it was a ridiculous argument from the very beginning. I always felt like the I always felt like the best argument, and again, this, like, from what I've read, it seemed like most everybody felt like it was a ridiculous decision. I even read stuff from Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who's supposed to be, like, you know, the feminist Supreme Court judge that was very, you know, pro-woman and everything, and even she was, like, very blunt about how retarded that decision was. My feeling is that it should have been based on equality. That because they cannot tell a man whether or not he's going to have a baby, and whether or not they're not going to have, like, some forced, you know, procedure for him, that this would turn out to be like unequal treatment, and that based on the fact that that they can't write laws that are going to, like, be super discriminatory towards one sex over the other, that they would not be able to tell someone to have a baby. I felt like a civil rights decision would have been the best one, and I feel like they will probably eventually go back to that and come to that conclusion, or I think Congress will end up passing a law that will use that argument. But that's always been my thought process on it. I don't see many people arguing that. So I could be wrong. Obviously, there's a lot of intricacies in law where it's not just about what the Constitution says, but you also have a bunch of precedents that have been set before that you also have to abide by. And so there's a lot in there that I just could know, that I could just be unaware of. And so, yeah, it's possible that I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. I just know that, yeah, from just based on intuition, I feel like that would be the best argument, but I'm no legal expert, so I don't know.
Okay. So I think you probably said it, but I'm not gonna lie, I zoned out a little bit. I'm sorry. But so would you rather have it to the states or federal, or like some like different way to like somehow, like, I don't know, get like a what is your perfect way of dealing with this? Do, like, I don't know, a legal process, or would you just give it to the states?
I think that it makes sense to say that there is a cutoff at the first trimester, at the end of the first trimester, to where they have to be able to have an abortion up to the end of the first trimester. And then I think that we should have another cutoff that says they cannot have an abortion after the second trimester. And that they should give states the ability to have some wiggle room within the second trimester to decide where in there they think the right place to draw a line is. But that end of first trimester, you can have an abortion up to that point. But at that point, like, they have a brain, they have a heart, they have a, you know, cardiovascular system. That's, yeah. So I would say, yeah, yeah, but like,
So
allowing abortions
personally,
up to that point.
So personally, you would allow everybody in like a federal type of thing to allow people to get an abortion up to the first trimester, and then you would see if like each state would depend on the second trimester.
Yeah, whether or not they allow, where they want to allow it within the second trimester. So, because like right now, an argument that's commonly brought up, and that was brought up a bunch of times against like Kamala Harris during the Trump debates, is like, why do you allow abortions into the third trimester? Yeah. And it doesn't make sense. There isn't a good argument for that. There's not one. Everybody always like brings up some like insane cope on like, well, what if they have medical issues? There's already exceptions for the medical issues. So that doesn't change anything. That doesn't,
yeah, I don't know if we
literally
can make an
nothing.
Argument for that.
Yeah, so it's like the medical issues already have an exception. There's no reason to have third trimester abortions legal, but they do allow them, and so yeah, I don't get it. It seems ridiculous, and so yeah, I think that they should have those cut off and make it to where they're not capable of doing that. I'm actually I feel like I was saying that to lead into a different thing, but I don't even remember what your question was now. Did I answer it?
Oh, Roe v. Wade. My basic question was like, would you give it back to the states? Would you make a federal type of ban, or would you
Well,
do
no,
like
no, no,
something
no.
in between?
I already answered that part. I'm asking.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You had a last follow up question or something like that, but yeah.
I think you answered all my questions for right now.
Okay.
I think I'm good.
Well, yeah, it's like Downtown
thanks for
Brody just said, like, my body, my choice, right? This is what I'm talking about, where I'm talking about Democrats and their slogans and the shit that they say. I'm not on board with that shit. To say, like, my body, my choice, that leads to, like, until birth. Like, until that thing's birthed, it's still my body. So it's still my choice. Like that's what I'm talking about. We're like, yeah, a lot of these like slogans from Democrats are kind of bullshit, and I'm just not on board with the stuff that they use for their slogans and the things that seem to be super popular with them. I have been very like critical of Donald Trump and the way that he's been using tragedies like the hurricanes or the fires to start some sort of like political agenda of hammering Democrats all of a sudden and finding someone to blame that's a Democrat and finding some way to like make up a new conspiracy theory. And I hate that shit. I think it's disgusting. I think it's so gross. But I also know that, and nobody's brought this up. Nobody like used this against me. I've been very consistent to say, I also think it's gross that Democrats, after a school shooting, will very quickly point their fingers at Republicans and be like, if you had harsher restrictions on the guns, this is your fault. You did this. The blood is on your hands. And it's like, that's fucking gross,
I think the main
dude.
problem that like we have this thing is like every time we have a school shooting, right? I see them on like either the news saying that like, well, we need to pray for them. Like these people are lost. Like we need to pray for their families and the people that were lost in the school shootings. But then what do they do after? That they don't try to fix anything. They don't. At least personally, I don't see anything. Maybe like I just don't watch the right stuff, or
I don't know that
maybe
there
you have
is a
a thing.
fix that is like I don't know that there is a fix that can actually be done that would change anything. I don't know that like more gun regulations is the answer, or that I don't know that because I think that everybody understands that it's more about like the culture than it is about like the ownership or the laws. That like the gun culture of how it's portrayed in media with like gangs and like in hip hop, or how it's portrayed with like, you know, the rednecks and their shotguns, or how it's portrayed with, you know, the cool Republican who's out shooting guns in their, you know, in their campaign commercials or whatever else. You know, I think that it is more about the culture that like drives a lot of toxicity. And then on top of that, I think that it's like we have a mental health crisis in this country, and we don't have good healthcare solutions for these people. We don't have we have a culture that often stigmatizes people who are willing to get therapy, who are willing to go to counseling. It's considered like you know, a feminine thing to do, to be willing to go and help yourself so that you can better help the people around you. That is now a feminine thing to do somehow, where like normally that should be a masculine thing to do, is to be willing to go do the things that will be beneficial for everybody else around you. And so now we end up with like a larger problem where it is it's glamorized to own a gun. Then once you have the gun and now you have some sort of like mental health crisis going on, now you're in a state where you probably shouldn't have a gun, and you're not likely to make great decisions in that moment. And there's not a whole lot of ways to to help that person. And so yeah, it's I don't think it's about like whether or not you own an AR-15 or a fucking Glock. Like I don't think that's the difference maker.
I do have a
here.
quick question.
Yeah.
Do you think like places that sell guns, like at gun stores and stuff like that, should somewhat be liable for how people use them, or are you fully against that reasoning?
I'm okay with like red flag sort of stuff where like somebody comes in and they're sweating and they're like, oh, I gotta get a gun quick. They're coming, dude. Where is it? Where you have like you got like something big that'll get like a lot of people, like or animals or what, just a lot of things, a lot of cans. I'm gonna shoot a lot of cans. Like that person, yeah, I think that person, somebody should be like, you know what? We got to put you on a 2-week waiting list, and we'll get back to you on that. Like, I think that yes, there's I think that there's like some wiggle room that you should give for people who are selling the guns, for them to be able to put up some red flags for people if they're actually a bit more disturbing, and have some like guidelines and training for people to recognize those red flags. But I don't know. Again, I think that the focus most of the time is on like what type of gun. And I think that that's the wrong issue to focus on, is like what type of gun
red
they're
flag
allowed
laws?
to. I suppose in some ways, yeah. Like I think that like if somebody is having like a mental health breakdown and they know that they have a gun, and that they're possibly unsafe, I think that it's a good idea to go talk to their family and talk to their friends and do an investigation and see what they are what they're possibly capable of. And then if the investigation comes to the conclusion that this person is a danger to themselves or other people around them, that means that they should probably have to have like some sort of like judge come to a conclusion here. But I think that most of the time when people hear about red flag laws, they're making an assumption that an investigation's done, and then whoever does the investigation just decides that they're taking the gun, or somebody calls and makes a report and says, hey, I'd like to report a red flag, and then they say, okay, well then we're going into their house and taking their gun right now. Like, and I think that is like the thing that most people think of when they hear of red flag laws. And so yes, the idea of like, a judge being able to make a decision on whether or not they should have the gun, and that they should be put on some sort of time limit to where they say, hey, yeah, we don't think that it's a good idea for this amount of time, but we're going to send you through an evaluation process, and pretty quickly we'll be able to decide how quickly you get it back, or decide if there's a new time limit or if it's extended or whatever. Like, yeah, I'm okay with that, with there being like processes that exist.
Okay. I guess my last question would be, do you think parents should be liable for like underage kids that like get firearms from them and they do illegal things with them? Or
To an extent, of course. I think that anybody should be liable if they're keeping a gun, but they're not like storing it responsibly. Of course, I think that everybody should. If a kid gets into like a drawer in the kitchen that's just sitting there, and they're easily able to get into the drawer, and then they shoot somebody or themselves, or they just happen to have a gun in their hand for some reason and don't even hurt anybody. Yeah, I would say that like it makes sense to hold somebody accountable for the fact that a kid had a gun in their hand. Yeah, for sure.
yeah. Okay. Well, I guess that sums up all my questions. Well, thank you for inviting me and answering my questions. So
Is there?
I'll see you later.
Appreciate it. All right, later, homie.
Later.
Yeah, so the shorts chat, I don't know what the deal is with it, but it's just not working. I don't know what it is, but don't move over to the other chat. Stay there, because the more people that are actually there, the more it starts to recommend it to more people. But for the last 3 days, it's had like nobody watching on there, and I don't know what I did. I don't know what, like, I think it's hold on, I think it's literally a specific video. I remember the one this one. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. You see this? Do you see this? Okay. So right here, we had, well, that's just the views. It doesn't say, does it have concurrent on here? Concurrent viewers. Here we go. Okay. So here we're at 162 viewers. Okay. This is at 6:46 p.m. And then here, we're at 79 viewers at 7:06. So this is 30 minutes later. And then we're at 4 viewers right here and 9:38. And it just stayed between like 0 and 12 for the rest of stream. Like that was it. And ever since this moment right here, you can see it. It drops off a cliff right there and then just continues dropping off a cliff. Ever since that happened, that's it. Just done. Silly me, I thought this was members only. Yeah, I said earlier that, I said at the beginning of stream that I was just starting off stream as members only just to talk about a couple of things. And then I said earlier that I was opening up the stream to the public and that I was taking it off members only. Z King.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was just about to pretend that I was hearing everything you said again.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to chime in on the gun thing because it made me think about a situation that happened a while ago. I don't remember if it was like this chat or if it was somewhere on Discord, but I remember like just having the idea of like having like a mandatory training for first time gun purchasers. And like if you already own a gun, I don't think you obviously have to go through it. But I remember bringing that up to someone, and this person fought me tooth and nail over something that I feel is like very practical just to employ safety for like first time firearm purchasers.
Yeah, in order
I
to
just
just get
find
like
it
a
so-
firearms license, you should have to go through a test just like you do to get a driver's license.
Yeah, like something like that, but that's not mandatory everywhere. So that's why I was talking about like saying that should be mandatory everywhere where you would need to purchase a firearm.
Yeah.
And this person, they fought me tooth and nail over that. They're like, Second Amendment. And I'm like, well, the Second Amendment does specify like a well-regulated militia. And if we're the militia, we're not well-regulated, then
Bro, they literally
understand.
totally ignore the well-regulated militia part. They think that that is an add-on. They think that that's just an extra part to it. They think that that is
Yeah, it
just
doesn't
like,
make sense
that is,
either.
they think it's,
because
they're
they'll
saying
even
everybody gets guns. This is how they interpret it. Literally everybody gets guns for any reason whatsoever. There's no reason not to have a gun. You can have it for whatever reason you want. Also, militias can also have guns if they're well regulated. It's like, wait, why would they specify
Yeah.
that? If everybody can already have guns for any reason whatsoever, then why specify militias? They're already included
Exactly.
in everybody for any reason. That's already there. But they don't yes, they don't include the militia part whatsoever. They do not include that. They don't think it's relevant. They totally ignore it. The part about the militia, it is completely gone from their brains. And so I actually very recently, went looking for how people even try to justify this. And they don't. They just say things like, the Supreme Court decided. And so I don't even have to make an argument. Like, literally, that's what I heard every single person say. The Supreme Court decided that it doesn't only apply to militias, so I don't even have to make an argument for it. That's what all of them said. So it's like, wait, am I not allowed to disagree with the Supreme Court? Like, I understand that they said that, and like 95% of the time, Supreme Court makes a decision, I'm going to agree with it. But to those same people, if I went to them and said, oh, okay, so if I just said that like the Supreme Court decided that Roe v. Wade is part of the law now, like you would have agreed with that? They're like, no, of course not. Roe v. Wade is bullshit. Like, exactly. Okay, so yeah, we're not going to just say the Supreme Court decided, therefore it's right. Like, we can disagree with the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I just really, what baffles me is the fact they acknowledge like us as the militia, but they don't acknowledge the regulation that would be needed. But it's just really weird to me how they do that.
Well,
like,
I mean, honestly, dude, I don't even think that citizens really were supposed to own guns like this. I don't think that they were.
Yeah, from what I understand, wasn't it like just supposed to be so we could like defend ourselves from the government or something like that?
Yes, yeah. So everybody says that it's about like tyranny, but it is tyranny is like one of the things that's mentioned, I believe, in the Federalist Papers, but
yeah,
it is not mentioned in the Constitution. And in the Constitution, they are like they are pretty, like, it seems pretty clear, like it is saying that, that it is meant for well-regulated militias to have, just in case somebody like invades the country. They don't want it to just be militaries that are going out and fighting these people, because it might take a while to get a military from one place to another, especially back then when we didn't have like airplanes and helicopters and all of this shit. So we needed well-regulated militias all over the place. So what is a militia? It's literally dependent on the well-regulated. Like, that's what a militia is. It is a group of people who are trained to engage in combat together, which means that you are trained. Like, that is the point, is that you are trained in it, which means that you are well-regulated. And so when people say well-regulated, a lot of lefties will take that to mean like, oh, no, this means the government is supposed to regulate them. No, that's not. It's obviously not what it means. It's blatantly obvious that it's not what it means. It does mean that the militia is regulating itself, that they are training together, that they are working together, that they are like, that they are working as a group and everything. Like, that is what it's about. But it is very blatantly clear that they are talking about like well-regulated militias being the ones who, like anybody who's in a militia, those are the people who are able to own guns. It's blatantly clear. Let's see. Militia meant the state army according to the Federalist Papers, and the government is the federal government. That's not true. That is not true. No, it did not mean the military in the Federalist Papers.
It's also extra weird as someone like myself who's very pro Second Amendment, and I'm like, guys, I like guns too. I know we need guns. I support people owning guns. I'm not a super, like, I guess compared to the right, I am more open to regulation, but I'm not actively like thinking about what type of regulation to implement or push for. Because, like you mentioned a little bit earlier, like specifically with like the school shooting stuff, I don't know like what specific policy recommendations would be very helpful for something like that. But I feel like in other areas it may be helpful, but like that specifically with the school shootings, I think that's just an unfortunate tragedy that we need to definitely look more into, as far as like the individuals committing these crimes, to understand what gets them to that point.
To an extent, I mean, I don't know that there's like you're gonna be able to figure out like what a person is doing or saying or thinking in order to get to that point. There is no like this is the way to do it. It is just gonna be more about like being unstable and having like a lack of like support around you, having a lack, or at least feeling like you have a lack of support. There's lots of kids who probably have like a family structure that exists, but they just don't like their family and don't feel like they can lean on them or talk to them or anything. And so yeah, it's more about, I think like the stigma on getting help for mental health is a problem. And I think that I think that when we talk about these things, kind of like this is the way to talk about it, is that like, yes, we've already shown that like scientifically people are better off with therapy. People do better with therapy. They're able to go back to work faster and go back to friendly gatherings faster and go to parties again and engage in healthy, intimate relationships again when they are going to therapy and just kind of working these things out with somebody who's a trained professional. And that doing this makes it better for you to be helpful to those around you. And so if we want to put some sort of like masculinity on this, like, how are you going to be a help to somebody if you're constantly sitting around thinking about blowing your brains out and like depressed all the time? And like, this isn't a like a strong manly thing or womanly thing. This is about like our brains are a tool within our body. It's like the motor. You got to make sure it's oiled. You got to make sure that it's running right. And if it's not, you need a fucking mechanic to come work on it. Like, you just do. And if you're not gonna treat your car right, it's not gonna last very long. I think that like a lot of these people put a lot of weight on being, the man of the house, being the one who's able to help others, being the one who's able to, carry everybody on their shoulders. And it's that doesn't mean that you don't ever lean on anybody at all. That seems to be one of the problems for men today, is that nobody ever feels like they need help. Nobody ever feels like men need anything. It's more so everybody else needs things, and men are like required to provide those things. But then when it comes time for men to need something, they're not supposed to ask for it, and nobody's really like worried about whether or not they need something. And so yeah, I think it's got to be like normalized for men to have their own problems, have their own issues, be able to ask for help, be able to look for solutions to do these things. Because yes, you're not going to be able to carry others on your shoulders if you're dead, like, or if you're depressed, or if you're struggling yourself, you're not going to do a very good job.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I wish I could remember exactly how Destiny phrased this, but I think he nailed this
Fuck Destiny,
point very
nobody
well.
cares what he says.
But I'm bringing this up because he made a really good point. He was talking about like how there are people on the left who will take like the historical structures behind different groups in the hierarchy of like what they consider like privilege and like advantages and things like that, and they'll take those characteristics, and because someone may be of that group, they like attack them for it versus just being like bringing it to their attention and then like working around it, but they like demonize their whole character. And that person that may be of that group may not even like be getting any advantages from that, or at least not like super aware of it.
So when we're
I forgot
talking
exactly
about
how it was
like
phrased, but it was
that
something
group,
along
what
those
do you
lines.
mean? Like a group like a Nazi, or
Like
group
with
the
men specifically,
patriarchy,
like
or
historically, yeah, like patriarchy, like yeah, specifically like different systems, things like patriarchy, like historically have benefited men, things like that, being more respected, like general stuff like that. They'll take those characteristics or facts and they'll place they'll take that that aspect and basically like demonize them for it. Kind of like I guess the more radical feminists who say things like I hate all men, things like that. I don't think that's a common thing anymore, but it's just an example.
I don't think it's as common as it was before, but it was only like maybe 2 years ago that this sticks out in my brain based on what I was covering at the time, is that I had been pretty heavily like talking about men's issues for a while because of like the rise with incels and
The red
I
pill.
sorry?
The red pill. I just added the red pill.
Yeah, and red pill, and even I had said at the time, like I would call myself like a volcel, but I wasn't like part of some sort of community of volcels. I didn't want to go talk to people about not the fact that I wasn't having sex, like that I didn't want to or anything. I wasn't like, it wasn't an identity for me or anything. It's just like a way to categorize like my pattern of behavior, I suppose, and like what it was that I was looking for at the time. And so I was more so like, having more and more conversations about like men's issues on my stream and kind of getting into them more and more. And it was always a problem where we would talk about the fact that the left would demonize just talking about the issues, like across the board. Like every time we would talk about it, we would have some lefties in chat who were going off about like, oh, men are such pansies. What about women? Women have it so much harder. You don't even know what it is that's causing your issues. If you just knew it was the patriarchy, then everything would be fixed. But you won't say the word patriarchy. Just say it already. You know that's what you're talking about. Just say the word patriarchy. Say the word toxic masculinity. Just say it. You know that's what you're talking about. And it was like, shut the fuck up. Like, nobody needs to use your fucking buzzwords, okay? If we're talking about it, that's what matters. Like, if that's what we're talking about, that's what we're looking to fix. We don't need to use the word toxic masculinity to give you your fucking high because you're super happy that you heard the word. Like, we don't have to say it, okay? Like, we can just talk about the thing, and if it happens to fall into that category in your world, that's great. But yes, they would all just freak out that you weren't using the right coded language to appease their biases and get super pissed off. And I had a mod here who was constantly saying that shit, constantly going off about the fact that we wouldn't say the word patriarchy, we wouldn't say the word toxic masculinity, and so over time, eventually, Vosh like started talking about these things, and Destiny was engaging in the red pill, and when Vosh first started like talking about it, it was in response to a bunch of lefties saying, there's no reason to talk about men's issues. They are the privileged ones. If you're actually trying to talk about men's issues when women's issues haven't even been fixed yet, and women are not even on par with men yet you're already like jumping the gun to men and trying to fix their issues now, and their issues are nothing in comparison to women's issues and trans women's issues and gay people's issues and black people's issues, and like they are the last among the hierarchy of oppressed people that we need to worry about. And it was a constant fight, like, that he was engaging in, where it was Vosh out by himself, the lone lefty out there, just being like, no, fuck you guys. Like, we should care about everybody. We should, like, if there's a problem, we should want to fix it, regardless of whether or not they're at the top or the bottom of our fucking totem pole. We should, if there's something bad, we should want it to be good. Like, that's pretty standard, like, leftist ideology, is like, let's just look for the best outcomes, and, a rising tide raises all ships. And that's it was just insane watching all of these leftists fight him. And then I had leftists and feminists in my own community fighting me. So yeah, it was obnoxious.
You said something there that I want to interject on. Like, it's kind of ironic taking that approach when you're a leftist, because in a way, number one, you're isolating those people, and the more they get isolated, the more likely they're going to be susceptible, the more radical or more harmful ideas, kind of like how a lot of men gravitated towards Andrew Tate and all of these other figures in that whole red pill space. And then you're just going to help them perpetuate the structure that you're trying to fight against. So it's like, it's weird how they don't notice that.
Well, I don't think so. I do think that for a lot of people on both sides, their politics come from a despise that they have for a group of people. Like, they start to see a pattern, and once they've seen the pattern, they can't, like, get away from it, right? So we were talking to somebody about this last night, about the identity politics, right? They've seen the pattern, and once they've seen it, they can't unsee it. That's it. They know what it is, and it's impossible for them to ignore it and pretend like it's not there. And I think that a lot of people who are, like, in MAGA, you'll notice that you'll point out problems with Trump. And instead of them responding to the problems and either justifying the problem or saying, oh, you're right, I didn't realize that, or no, you're wrong, here's why you're wrong, or, oh, that's interesting, I was unaware of that, I'm going to have to look into this, or I'm going to have to research that, blah, blah, blah. By far the majority of the time, the answer is, well, suck it, lib, we won, you lose, haha, Trump's your daddy now, he's president. Like, it's very clearly like, we just want to win because we don't like you guys. We don't like you guys, and it doesn't matter if we have to vote for fucking Hitler to stop you. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna own the libs one way or the other. And you made us do it. You made us do it. You made us vote for Hitler. So it's your fault. Like, that's kind of the mentality. And I think that it's the same for leftists, is I think they start to build their ideology not based on some sort of utility, not some sort of like a grand narrative, but instead based on this hatred that they have for the other side, where they're able to use these very stigmatizing labels over and over and over of, like, toxic masculinity, the patriarchy, the elites, CEOs, the fascists, the liberals, like, all of these labels that they're using to constantly stigmatize all of the people that are the bad guys. And so over time, things like raising taxes isn't about, like, getting more social programs for people. It's about taking as much money from those fucking CEOs as possible. Those rich pieces of shit. We need to eat the rich. Like, fuck those pigs. Like, it's about that. It's not about, like, yeah, let's get more taxes so that we can help, have better programs for people and get more homeless people off the streets. No, we want to take money from the rich people. We hate those people. We want the fucking guillotines in their front yards. Like, that's what it's about. And so I think for a lot of feminists, their like ideologies are built on their disdain for men and their, like, issues with men having it better, having some sort of privilege, having something that they want, that starts to build a lot of resentment. And now everything builds off of that resentment. We have to get them. We have to stop them. We can't let them walk around acting like they don't even acknowledge how bad things are for us. We're getting raped out here. We're getting molested all the time. We're treated like property. And it just builds and builds and builds. And I think that that's like where everything comes from. So at the point where somebody says, we need to worry about men's issues, they're like, what the fuck? Men's issues?
Yeah.
Fuck men. Let's kill them. That's how we solve their issues.
Yeah, when you put it like that, that actually makes a lot of sense. Because they're seeing it's like I was trying to mention earlier. Maybe I phrased it poorly, but they're seeing like the caricature of that identity group, which are men. They're seeing like the toxic aspects or the things that men may do that harm women. Like they're putting all of that energy onto that group, and that is going to be the basis for a lot of their thinking, and it could mislead them in their thinking as well, like you pointed out.
Yeah. So yeah, if I were to ask you, okay, so when I talk like what I just said about like hating men, right? I'm not asking what you think. I'm asking what percentage do you think I think that is of feminists?
I think you would say you were talking like all feminists, right? Not just far left.
But of all feminists, yeah.
Okay. You would say 5%.
Okay. Just wanted to check. Abaddon was in the chat saying, he's like, that's an overgeneralization. Not all feminists are like that. And I was like, wait, did I imply all feminists? If I did, I didn't mean to. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that's not what I was implying, because I didn't mean all feminists. And so yeah, it was I would say yeah, maybe like 5, 10, 15%, somewhere in there. Because like even here, we've only had like 2 of those that have been like common community members, and that would have been like Tuesday, who was on like the far end of that spectrum, and then Sass was somebody who was like, in and out of there, where she was more of like she called herself like a Tumblr and TikTok feminist, and so yeah, Freddie's making sure to do the sass for us. So Tom, say patriarchy, say it, say toxic masculinity. That's what it is. So yeah, that's yeah, I just wanted to.
Oh, there was one more thing that I wanted to talk to you about. So it's about your favorite topic, populism. I was thinking, what if, with how things are now, like what if this is the perfect opportunity for the left to sort of reclaim patriotism? Because like for a long time, I feel like the right has done a good job of co-opting that aesthetic, and obviously some sects of the leftist movement basically like hate America, so it's just not a good look. But I think this is a good opportunity to co-opt it back to the left, because once people see where this populist billionaire has led them, then I feel like it'll sort of be like square one for them again. And if we can implement a similar style of messaging instead of populism but with patriotism, maybe that could also be really effective for the left. What do you think of that?
I mean, for me, from my perspective, I feel like I've seen more and more like people on the left say, like, I'm really like disappointed that the left has kind of like moved away from patriotism, because I grew up in like, the era after like 9/11, and like we were all like chanting, USA all over the place, and We were all about like our patriotism, and it was something that really made us feel like we were part of something, and we were all together, and we were united. And you could go to a football game, and you see that like a good portion of the crowd is rooting for the opposite team, yet all of you together chant USA. And while 1 second ago you guys hated each other, right now you guys love each other because you're all USA. You're all friends now. And it didn't matter if you were on the left or the right. Like, everybody fucking loved USA. We were all patriotic. We all said our Pledge of Allegiance. We all cried when the fucking, jets flew over, or they sang the national anthem. And it was just something that made us all feel part of something. And then the left really just kind of didn't continue with that, and the right overdid it. And now it's become this like cringe version of patriotism where like it doesn't have much meaning behind it, and it's not even about like American values or freedom anymore, and it's instead about like populism and bullshit. And I think that I started off saying, I've seen people say this. They just say that they're sad that we've gotten away from patriotism within the Democratic Party. The rest of that is like my opinion. So I might have made that sound like it was other people saying these things. It's just, that's the way that I see it. And it's kind of been frustrating for me as well, because everybody does look at Democrats as the people who hate America. And
that's why I think this is a good opportunity to like, maybe the answer is not specifically patriotism, but just something similar to populism, just because of how effective.
I'm okay with patriotism, but I think that a lot of people conflate patriotism and nationalism, and they are different things. And this is something that after, did you see my debate with Adam from Adam and Sitch? Did you see that?
Which one?
It was like right before you came back. It just happened like right before you came back.
Oh, I may have. Was it like a few months ago?
Yeah, like I said, it was right before you came back, like a week before you came back. Like you popped up. I may
have seen it. I think so. I can't say I remember it, but I think I may have seen like a thumbnail or something.
Okay. Well, one of the things that we got into is like we were talking about what makes somebody a fascist, and I was bringing up the fact that they would be ultra nationalists. So they're like, okay, well, what does it mean to be nationalist? And when I described it, they said, well, that just sounds like being a patriot. Or Adam did, not Sage. And so I was like, no, this is the difference between being a patriot and being a nationalist. And the difference is generally that like if you're a patriot, it just means that you love your country, you're in favor of your country, you would choose your country over other countries, you're proud of it, you take pride in your culture and the people and all these different things, right? Whereas nationalism is more about the like putting your country over others and saying that like, it kind of makes it to where you're always putting it in a us versus them sort of thing, and that it is necessarily to the detriment of others. So it's not just you're like,
hold on. I think I remember now. Isn't this the one debate where it was like Adam couldn't understand that
the one debate where Adam couldn't understand. Huh. I wonder which one that could be. The one debate where he couldn't understand Adam.
No, just listen. It was the one where like he couldn't understand that a president could like have narcissistic tendencies or something like that. Or it was something like that.
Yeah,
I remember
it was that he couldn't have authoritarian tendencies and think that he was doing the right thing. Yeah, he couldn't do both. Yeah, that was the debate. You might have seen like just the clip of it, because it was a clip that was like going all over the place. I have it in my shorts. It was on Reddit. It was like Destiny played it, like Hutch played it, Loner Box, Counterpoints, like everybody. It was all over the place. Afterwards, where people were reviewing the debate because of it, but most of them didn't review the debate. They just watched the clip. But anyways, one of the parts is that they just like Adam didn't understand the difference between patriotism and nationalism. And every time I would describe nationalism, he'd be like, well, that sounds good to me. I don't think that's bad. And I'd be like, I don't care if you think it's bad. I'm just telling you what the word means. If you're a nationalist, that's fine. Like, if I describe what fascism is and you don't think that's bad, okay, cool. You're a fascist. That I don't care. Like, I'm not here to talk about whether or not you're a fascist or whether or not you think fascism is good or bad. I'm here to describe what it is and how it's defined and the fact that Trump fits that. Not you. I don't care about you. But he got so defensive and ended up like rage quitting because he thought I was trying to say he's a fascist. That's what he felt the whole time, is I was trying to say he's a fascist, he's a Nazi. And he said this later. We found the Arian sent me the clip and we went over it. And yes, later him and Sitch talked about it. And Sitch said, he was like, so me and Adam talked about it. And I disagree with his perspective, but he left because he felt like when Tom was posing this hypothetical about Hitler, saying that Hitler thought he was doing a good thing by killing the Jews, so was that not authoritarian anymore? He felt like he was trying to force him to agree with Hitler killing the Jews, that he was trying to force him to agree with Hitler so that he could call him a Nazi, and that he was trying to be slimy. And he's like, again, I don't agree with this, but that is what Adam thought and how he felt. And that's why he was saying that Tom was being bad faith, is because he thought Tom was trying to paint him as a Nazi, which is just so fucking insane. But like, that was the perspective that they came with from the very beginning. And I wish I know we're a little off track here, but I initially going in, I had like a whole thing, and I'm pretty sure it's still on my document. I'm not even going to lie. I'm pretty sure it's on the document that I went in with my notes, where I planned on starting off by talking about the fact that I don't care to like say whether this is good or bad. I don't care to say like, whether or not I'm not here to say that like all of Trump's movement is a bunch of fascists, or I'm not here to say like I'm not here to say anything else. It's literally just like objective definitions, good or bad, who cares? Like, that's not what we're talking about. Just, this is the definition. Does he fit it? Like, is it the right definition? Like, that's it. That's all I want to talk about. But I didn't do that at the beginning, and I ended up doing it later. But by the time I did it, and I said, I was like, I've never called somebody a fascist before. I'm not a leftist. I'm, this is the first person I've ever called a fascist, and this is only recently that I've been willing to call him a fascist, that I'm like convinced of this position, and that I'm willing to debate it. And so, like, never done this before, so I'm not the leftist that runs around calling everybody Nazis and fascists. I hate those people. I can't stand them. I did that way later, to where it was obvious like Adam had already made up his mind about me, and that was that. So yeah, I wish I had done it at the very beginning like I planned on, and I didn't, and I think I fucked it up. So yeah.
See, this is why you have to qualify every single statement all the time, ever.
Yeah, I don't though. And it's a common thing where people come and say, they're like, you realize that there's a problem where people think you're saying something that you're not saying, and it confuses everybody because you're not qualifying it in a way that like that most people would. And I'm like, I get it. I understand. But I don't want to. Like, I don't want to have to qualify every little thing. I can't stand that shit.
Yes.
Like, I understand that they're going to get a perception of me if I just stand here saying anybody who says I'm this gender because I identify as this gender, that's fucking bullshit, and they sound like a crazy person. They sound deranged and delusional, that now they're going to run around saying that I think trans people are delusional. That's not what I said. I didn't say anything like that. It's kind of bullshit that I have to qualify this statement, but I don't want to. I just don't want to. I'm sorry. I think it's fine for me to just say anybody who says this is delusional without me saying all trans people are delusional, or that gender dysphoria is a delusion, or like, yeah, I don't want to do it. And yeah, it's frustrating to be there. But anyways, yes, I do think that Democrats should use patriotism in a more beneficial way. It's hard to figure out what that is today because it's been rebranded.
Yeah, I agree. So, like, the specific way we would implement that's something I haven't really thought about. But I think like the energy of it would be a perfect sort of counter to the populism that the MAGA movement has been running on for so long. That's why I think it could be very effective. I just don't know exactly what that would look like. But it's a start.
Yeah, it's just I don't think that the problem is that you can't do patriotism as something else. But it's also really hard to do patriotism without it being branded as the way that they have rebranded it. And so I feel like when you're in like a transitionary phase of like coming back to reality, to where saying something like anybody who identifies as X, that does not make them X. And if they think that's true, they're delusional. To say such like a normal, obvious statement, for that to be considered a bad thing to say, means that you're in a scenario where if you do continue to qualify it, you're kind of still adding to this this like scared way of reacting to any sort of topics around gender or trans people or anything like that. But then if you don't, then all of those people immediately cut off to listening to you whatsoever. And I think that that's going to be a problem with patriotism, is if you are projecting any sort of patriotism, lots of people will immediately cut off to you, assuming that you are now MAGA, that you're pushing that brand. You're not pushing like just pride in your country or your people or your culture. You are pushing like, this crazy, cult-like mentality that will immediately turn them off to you. And so, yeah, it's kind of hard that like during that transitionary phase, you're kind of fucked one way or the other. Like, I guess is the point. Yeah, it's like, it's kind of,
No, yeah, I get
it's
what
hard
you
to
mean.
do.
If we make it too similar, people are going to associate it with what they've already seen. I get that. I think, okay, here's an idea.
Well, you can't say make it too similar.
Neo-patriotism.
There is nothing that would be non-similar. There's nothing that we would do that would be patriotism that wouldn't be similar. It's just that the things that we would do, right? Flying the flag, chanting USA, like the things that are like emblematic of patriotism. These things are still the same things. It's just that what you're virtue signaling with them is different. And that's the problem, is that because we let it go for too long, now it means something different. It means something totally separate, to where lefties will say things like, it's wrong to pledge allegiance to the flag because that means you're pledging allegiance to your government. And it's like, the flag isn't the government, though. The flag is like, the flag is the nation. That's not the government. That's the country. Like, that's us. Like, we're the fucking flag. The government's just like, they're just representatives of the flag, but they are not the flag. Like, we are the flag. But yes, like, pledging allegiance to the flag is pledging allegiance to your people, to your country, to your culture, to your nation. Like, that is what you're pledging allegiance to. But people look at it as you're pledging allegiance to the government. You're pledging allegiance to your captain, your daddy who's, in the Oval Office, and that's not what it is. And so, yeah, we've kind of let it get too far away at this point where it's hard to figure out how to bring it back, because now just pledging allegiance sounds like you're like, yes, my president, my daddy president, the Elon sugar baby is one president under Elon, indivisible. Like, it's It's not. Yeah, it's just like that's what everybody hears now, and it's kind of bullshit. And so it's kind of hard to
You
do
know
these
what?
things without that being
You
the virtue signal.
you're probably right, and I'm just trying to be optimistic. I feel like though it's one of those things where like
I think we should do it. Again, I think we should do it. I love it. I love the fact that people like what's his name? Pondering Politics, I think, puts like a flag in his background, and Wick has a
Josiah,
flag in
yeah.
his background, and no, I like that. I like that people have flags in their background. I would do it if my setup wasn't so fucking awesome already. I would totally do that shit.
Sure. Keep the bisexual.
I've thought
lighting.
about,
but
yeah, I've thought about putting a flag with the same lighting on top of it. Also, it's not bisexual lighting. It's called tomfoolery lighting. I invented this lighting. So
we could debate that another time. But
that's
what I
not a
wanted to
debate.
add really quick to the patriotism topic is MAGA is essentially, I see it as like a derivative of what true patriotism is, because it's like mixed in with like the conspiracy theories and the nationalism and the identity politics, specifically like white nationalism, things like that. It's like a derivative of what patriotism is, but it's like mixed in with other stuff. And I feel like the messaging could sort of carry the theme of they ruined patriotism, or like this is real patriotism. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm like overthinking it, but that's the energy I feel when we analyze patriotism and then the MAGA movement and what it is.
Yeah, I think again it's about what it virtue signals. That's my issue. Is I think that it is a virtue signal for other things, and that is just what people hear. That like we talk about all the time. That like communication is whatever people hear. That it is no longer, it is not this objective thing that means this one objective thing. It is what people think it means. That's what it always will be. And so if we're saying, hey, yes, if we all just patriotically loving our country chant USA, like everybody hears like, Alex Jones and the January Sixers all in front of the Capitol chanting USA. Like that's that's what they hear. That's what they see. And so, yeah, it's kind of hard to take back. Honestly, even just saying this, it reminds me that there was a day where Sass and what was his name? Shit. It started with a G. He was one of the mods here for a long time. One of the top Coomer. Shit. I keep wanting to call him like Giggle or fuck, what was his name? Nobody knows. The chat, everything died.
feel like-
Everything. Are we doing a moment of silence here? It's a patriotic moment of silence, and I just didn't
Yes.
realize. Glitchin, yes, okay, thank you, Twisted. So yeah, so Glitchin,
Yeah.
Sass and Glitchin were like going hard at shit. I always want to call him Junior, but I always fuck, I can't remember his name either. But anyways, not Glitchin.
Okay.
This the kid, he was a young black kid. He was like part of the community for a while. And he was but he was like really funny to debate. But he was like definitely an authoritarian. Like for sure an authoritarian. And he hated like trans people and was very like transphobic, but also was a furry. And like hardcore into anime, and like very defensive of Donald Trump, and was like and like hardcore thinks like everything is like pedophilia and shit like that, and thinks that like everything is pedophilic and trans people are all pedophilic.
Wait, why is
but
this my
also
first time hearing
but
about this
also
person?
he was in favor of lolly porn. So he was yes, he was a whole other animal. The one that Mantis allegedly called a monkey. Yes. What was his name? I'm blanking on his name. Shit. Anyways, so he was a younger guy, but he was like 18, 19. Maybe he was like 20, but I always Smith. Yes. Okay, his name was Smith. And I always memed on him and like acted like he was like 15. And I would always tell him like, "Bro, you're not allowed to be in the Discord. It's 18 and up, dude."
Oh, that person.
Yes.
I remember the name, but I didn't know all of that about him. That's weird.
Yeah, there was one day where he came on and like him and me and Glitchin were all like fighting for a while, and then like at the end of the call, I was like, all right, let's all like together just like round this out and just let's say the Pledge of Allegiance real quick, and we all just I was totally fucking around. The two of them immediately just stopped and started saying the Pledge of Allegiance, and we just sat here and just did the Pledge of Allegiance on stream real quick, and it was a base.
Do you want to know what's funny about that? I haven't done the pledge in a long time since school, and in Texas we have a pledge to the Texas flag too, so I might mix them up. That's what's funny.
Yeah, we didn't do a Georgia pledge ever. We only did the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America. I have a tomfoolery flag as well. That is the
Elon hit me up. He was like,
that is the what do you call it? It's exactly like the United States flag.
Oh.
Yeah. I have it up on the
I thought
stream.
it was like your logo as a flag.
Kind of. It has the logo on it. But yeah, we I like the aesthetics that people are bringing back, the flag and, you know, some patriotic symbolism and crap like that. Now I say I like that stuff while I'm not doing it at all, but it is like mostly just because of my branding. Like in order for me to do it, I would have to like change the colors and shit and just make it look very different. But yeah, it's I like it. I like that people are doing it.
Well, that is everything that I want to talk about. It's actually very late for me. I have to go to bed. But thanks for the conversation.
Also, one more
what?
thing. That little bitch Destiny that you mentioned. He also, I like that he has like gotten better at like doing the same thing. Like when I first saw him, I remember him talking about the fact that like, you know, like the Constitution is cringe. Like it doesn't mean anything. Like you know, the like patriotism is cringe. You know, people acting like, you know, the rights matter. Like they don't matter, whatever the government says is the end, you know, like shit like that. But he's totally 180'd on that, like completely 180'd on that shit. And I love that he did that. I love that he has like become very pro Constitution, very pro institutions, very pro Bill of Rights, and yes, has just completely flipped and is now like, yes, love this country, love America, love the United States, like very patriotic. I love that shit. I'm glad that he did that over the last like year and a half, because yeah, I always thought it was really cringe before.
Yeah, he's a true red-blooded American.
Yeah, sir. Well, I mean, it's from Omaha, so he should be.
True. Nebraska Steve.
That's, yep. Farmer Tom, Nebraska Steve.
Wow. I mean, it sounds a lot less racist when you think about it, because Destiny is a girl's name.
True. Well, hit me up sometime. I've wanted to, since you came back, I've really wanted to, I know that you got like small summaries of shit, but I've wanted to go over the fucking shit with you, dude. It is,
that's a whole thing, yeah.
There's a whole thing. You have no idea. You have absolutely no idea.
It feels like a spider web, and I'm like, I'm
It
stuck
is.
on a certain section either way.
It is. Yes. Have you been going back through it?
Not recently, no, but I definitely planned on doing it, so I guess I'll do it
Yeah.
sometime soon.
Yeah, it is. It is something else. Like the worst part of it is that like the majority of like the most important information is stuff that I could only like ever vague post about for the most part, and over time, just slowly like more and more of it just kept coming out here and there, and it was yeah, it was kind of some bullshit, but
Sounds
even
like
today,
you could write
like,
a book about it.
oh, easy. I like it. There was gonna be like a fucking like 5-hour video essay at one point, dude. It was some shit. But yeah, I think we'll even probably have all of it in a playlist pretty soon as well. So it'll kind of simplify things for people for an entire for a whole arc. Yeah, I mean, it's literally it's like an entire like maybe month of streams at one point, then like 3 months with just like nothing going on at all, and then after like 3-4 months, then we have like another 3-4 months of nothing but that, like every stream, all stream, like just nonstop fights and like leaking shit, and it was just it was nonstop bullshit.
I just thought of something. I have one more question before I go to bed. Are you doing anything for Inauguration Day on the channel?
I haven't even thought about it, but Mantis said no, it's horrible, don't watch. Oh yeah, there's also streams that are even taken down now. They're not even there. Like you can't even watch them. They're completely gone. That have some of the most important shit on them. But yeah, I haven't even thought about it. I guess I'll plan on doing something. That's today, isn't it? It's today, right?
No, that's
Oh no, it's
like
the
in
19th.
3 days.
Yeah,
4
it's
days,
the 19th,
sorry.
not the
No,
17th.
3 days now. Wait, no, stop. Today's the 16th.
Well, no, for
It's
me,
in 3 days.
it's 12:45. For me, it's 12:45, so it's the 17th.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I forgot. You're from the future. I forgot.
Oh wait, everybody kept saying it was the 19th. It's on the 20th. I thought it was the 20th
that's what
because it
I
was
said.
the 20th
It's
for
4
Joe
days.
Biden, and then everybody, I heard like 3 different people say it was going to be on the 19th. What the fuck?
Who thought it was on the 19th?
I've heard numerous people say the 19th. Even like the other day, somebody said like 4 days, and I was like, really? I guess it is the 19th. I thought it was the 20th. Damn.
Do you think we're gonna get like a little MLK reference on his inauguration speech too? Because it is also going to be MLK Day, which is funny.
I hope not. Fuck black people, dude.
They freaking love referencing MLK. It's so funny. The right.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. There was do you remember B. Heller at all? He was here like when you first came in, like just barely for a little bit.
Not off the top of my head, no. I don't remember.
Okay. He was a farther right guy, but there's a stream that I have that's a debate called like race realism, where it's not really about race realism, but it's kind of like him dog whistling race realism the whole time. And at some point, like we were getting into like whether or not systemic racism is a thing and crap like that, and whether or not like reparations ought to be paid or some shit. And I was kind of like talking about the fact that like in some scenarios it makes sense for there to be like small benefits for black people that are like at least targeted generally towards them because so much has been taken from them by the government. And he's like, yeah, but that's discrimination. Like you can't do that. And I'm like, right, but you understand that like you understand that like if I take $5 from like, let's see, if I have a room of 100 people and I take $100 from you, it doesn't make sense afterwards to be like, no, you can't just give the $5 back to him, dude. You got to give $1 to everybody. That's only fair. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, you can't do that. And he's like, wow, what happened to Martin Luther King? Like, he said that he wanted everything to be like fair, and that like nobody would be treated differently based on their race. Like, you're just going like exactly on the opposite direction of Martin Luther King. And I was like, yeah, he fucked up. Yeah, Martin Luther King completely fucked up, dude. He didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. That guy was an idiot. He's like, what? What did you just, Martin Luther King? And I was like, yeah, I was like, he like, he wants everything to be equal, but he also like, he talked about like liberal colorblindness and the fact that like being overly colorblind makes it to where you're not capable of seeing the injustices that are actually happening in front of you that are based on race. That like, yes, if you're unwilling to see color, then you don't see where racism is happening. And so obviously, yes, if something's happening that is like unjust towards that group of people, you can only fix it by like fixing it with just that group of people. If you fix it with everybody, you didn't fix anything. So it just doesn't actually work. Like the whole like, colorblind thing across the board, like it just does not work. And that he was just wrong. Like just it is his dream to eventually get there, and that's a cool dream, but that doesn't mean that that's like where we're at now, and that's we're just not ready for that. And so yeah, it was kind of wild to like hear somebody who seemed fairly racist like over and over like holding on to Martin Luther King super hard.
Yeah, that person definitely says to themselves, I'm a good person, I have black friends. That's the type of thoughts they have.
Based. Well, before you go, all right, we gotta play the legendary. I mean, you can go and I'll play it once you get off. But the reason when you jumped on and I said when you were still muted and I thought you were talking to me, and I said I was like, I'm about to pretend as though I still hear you. Is that I was saying that this is an old clip that happened a long time ago with Z King.
Oh, I know what clip you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good, dude. So that's why I was saying that when you first came on. That's why I was saying like, I was gonna pretend like I was talking to you and just keep talking as though you heard or as though I heard you, but yeah, it might take a second for me to find because I think it actually might be in the members only section. Yeah, I used to post pictures of hot chicks and said, "This is a smoking hot babe. This smoking hot babe is not me and has nothing to do with my channel. But you can enjoy and then subscribe to me anyways. Thanks." This is a great fucking idea, dude. I need to do that more often. It's genius.
Yeah, sometimes you should just put a girl on.
Yep. That's a thing. That's a thing that I do. Yeah, used to oh wait, here it is. Membership. Okay. Maybe here. It should be here. This is where it probably is. Nope, not here either. Okay, great. Well, never mind. I hate my life. All right. Well, thanks, buddy. Love you.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Bye. Let's see. Videos say. I thought there should have been like a funny clips one. But yeah, it's not there, so I will. Should be right here. I know that I have the neon. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is Z King right here.
Education. And it just
I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. 1 second, I gotta run. Hold on. I'm really sorry. Hold on. 1 second.
And now that I get a picture sort of like what the age demographic is, it kind of makes sense. Because to me, I'm thinking we'll usually just be chasing.
Hello? Zeke? What was that?
It's just a thought that I had. It's not like it's not something I've solidified, but it is something I thought about, if that makes sense. I know I kind of rambled.
Yeah, no. My thought is that if you don't, think your way through it, then nothing's going to happen.
Wait, what? Education. And it just made me think,
It's so good, dude. It's so fucking good, bro. Oh, it's so good. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Fucking classic, dude. I love that clip, bro. I love that clip. It's so good, dude. Let me see if I can find the full thing, because it goes on for so much longer than that. What did I say at the end? If you're not gonna...
My thought is that if you don't, think your way through it, then...
If you don't, think your way through it. Okay, let me see if I can find this real quick.
Another...
No. Shit, I hate this, dude. I hate this fucking shit.
feelings through the building.
I hate the way this does stuff. It doesn't make sense. Sort by old to new. Okay, yeah, never mind. All right. So yesterday I did have a video that I wanted to play. We've been talking a good bit about Asmongold lately. And wait, I don't have anybody else in the waiting room, do I? Any more members that wanted to jump on? No. Okay, nobody else. All right. So yeah, we've been talking a lot about Asmongold lately because he has been simping a bit for MAGA. And it's been fairly surprising to see, especially like when we watched his conversations with Hassan. He seemed like a fairly liberal, like centrist sort of guy, honestly. He seemed like somebody who is pretty close to me and my politics. And it's surprising to see him take such a hard turn. I said to a guy last night, so a guy came on last night and he was saying that the only reason that Asmongold is getting into politics now is because he thinks that there's some sort of shift and he wants to kind of placate the MAGA group because he thinks that this is going to be beneficial to him. And he's hoping that he could probably get in with groups like Elon Musk and crap like that. And I told him when he said this, I said, back when Asmongold was having these debates with Hassan about like the protesters on the campuses, or when he was talking about, whether or not Palestine was I forget what he said, but he was pretty much saying that they were like a lesser culture or some shit, which wasn't good. But his thought process afterwards, his explanation afterwards, his apology afterwards, like all of these things seemed very like rational and very liberal. But Hassan always described him as this right-wing, red pill gamergator. That's what he described Asmongold as being all the time. Every time we talked about him, he was the right-wing, red pill gamergator. And I just never saw him that way. I didn't think that that was who he was. At least not recently. Maybe back in the day, but not recently. I didn't feel like that's who he was today. And it felt weird that Hassan would kind of strawman him or categorize him in that way. But ever since his videos on, like, you know, what was the last one? I forget what it was, but I forget exactly what he was talking about. But he had some videos where we went over them and they were just pure shit. Like, they were actually retarded. Like, it was some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen. He just had literally no idea what he was talking about on any of these topics, and it was embarrassing. Like, it hurt to watch him like kind of struggle through the topics, because it was just, yes, it was embarrassing to watch. It freaking hurt to see him like just struggle with it so much. And so, yeah, it was very clear that he just didn't know what he was talking about, and he was kind of stupid, and he was just missing a lot of information or insanely biased. And this video here is called "Trump Just Ended the War in Israel," which I have not read about this yet. But from everything I was told, Biden ended the war in Israel. But I haven't read on it, so maybe you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. But is this a thing? Is this a thing that's happened where Biden just negotiated some like peace treaty and they're all taking credit for it and saying that, I guess because Trump did keep saying, like, if they don't have a deal done by the time I get in office, they're gonna be sorry. Like, maybe that's the thing that he was saying. No, it was Daddy Trump. They were so scared for when he comes into office. Look up Majority Report. Even they called it Trump steal. Have you seen the news this week, man? No, that's what I just said. I haven't seen anything on this. I think I'm fairly positive. I literally just said that I haven't seen anything on this. So I'm pretty sure I said that.
Happened an hour ago. Bro said the ceasefire is epic.
Whoa. Whoa.
Ceasefire is epic.
Okay. This epic ceasefire, this is from Donald Trump's Truth Social. This epic ceasefire agreement could have only happened as a result of our historic victory in November, as it signaled to the entire world that my administration would seek peace and negotiate deals to ensure the safety of all Americans and our allies. I am thrilled American and Israeli hostages will be returning home to be reunited with their families and loved ones. Biden is taking credit for it. So literally, I haven't. So just to be clear, nobody has said that Biden did it. So I just want to make sure, chat, you guys are not gonna. If anybody here disagrees with this, like, speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, like it's Biden is senile. Yes, Biden is senile again. Yes, but he's senile whenever it's convenient. He's very aware and cognizant whenever it's convenient. You'll flip back and forth. He knows what he's doing when it comes to Hunter Biden. He has no idea what he's doing when it comes to Israel. I got it. I've just dealt with this for the last 4 years. I know. Trust me, I know. Let's see. Just to be clear, I think Majority Report's fucking retarded, but I wouldn't take their word for it if they said it, but I'm interested.
It appears that the ceasefire is about to be signed. People should keep in mind what kind of failure this has been for the Biden administration. We have heard now from Jacob Lew, the ambassador to Israel, and from the United States. Before people start sending me emails like, why aren't you crediting Biden? He's been working all night.
People are saying that?
Well,
people need to.
You'd be surprised who I hear from. But If you read this Jacob Blue interview, where he was questioned about targeting, there are many questions about many incidents after every war. There's been a process of internally looking.
Bro, he's gone. I don't know what that reaction you just had was. You don't know what that reaction is. You said he's senile. So, as I said, when Biden does something, you guys act like he knows what he's doing. He's very malicious. He's fucking with you. He's purposefully trying to do this. He's purposefully trying to do that. But then, as soon as like something good happens, you say, he's senile. He doesn't even know what's going on. He's totally unaware. He's totally unaware and has no idea where he is. He's on a beach somewhere. He's not even in the White House. Somebody else is doing this shit for him because he's totally clueless, has no idea what's going on. He's just lost. But yes, every time something bad happens, he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's doing this on purpose to try to hurt us and he's trying to make things bad. Like, that's always the reaction from MAGA. You disagree? Yes, I disagree. I think that he has his issues, obviously. He's obviously very foggy a lot of times. But there's other times where he's perfectly aware, perfectly cognizant, capable of speaking in full sentences, capable of engaging. So yeah, I disagree that for you to just do this broad brush, like blanket statement, he's senile. No. I do not believe he's senile unless you can show me some sort of like diagnosis where somebody's announced that there's a diagnosis that he's been senile. Nothing that I've seen from him would say that he is senile, but I would say that yes, he is an old man who is starting to lose his faculties 100%. Tom, I don't know how to tell you this. He's not the one in charge. He's fucking senile. Okay, I don't know how to tell you this. You're a conspiracy theorist, and you have no idea what the fuck is going on in our world. But you keep making shit up and live in that world where everything's made up. I will live here in the real world where I have evidence for things.
Yes, he did. Okay, let's watch it.
This is a massive deal, weeks in the making, Alex.
It certainly is.
They didn't charge him criminally because they said he was incompetent. Slick Billy Clinton, if you would like to hop on, I will go over that report with you right now. I guarantee you, you are wrong. I don't know if you're lying or if you're just repeating things from other people who lied. You did not read the report, or you're lying about the report. It's one of those two. That is not what the report said, and I will go over it with you right here, right now. If I'm dumb as hell, you hop on. Hop your ass on, and let's go over this report. If you know what it said, and you think that's what it said, I guarantee you that you are wrong. I guarantee it. We'll find out who's dumb.
If not longer, Pam, we have been waiting for more than 13 months since the last ceasefire deal, and since the last time there was an exchange of hostages and prisoners for this moment. It appears that this deal is imminent, if not done already. We're reporting that Hamas has agreed to the deal. There was certainly an expectation from the Israeli side that they would agree to a deal. All of this, of course, brokered after.
He was found incompetent to stand trial and working. Can't talk. That's incorrect. You're wrong. I'm telling you again, you are wrong. That's not what it said. That is not what it said. They were never even trying to press charges. You're just incorrect. You're just totally incorrect. I'm sorry, but you have been lied to, or you're lying. I don't know which one it is. I don't know which one it is. Show me then? Yeah, sure. Okay. Ah, shit. I don't know what page this was on. This is a fucking, like... Yeah, it's like a 500-page report. But yeah, they were never planning on pressing charges. So even the idea that you think that they were saying they're not going to press charges because he's incompetent. There was no point that they ever said that they were going to press charges. They had no reason to press charges. There was nothing to press charges on. This isn't okay. There we go. This isn't working. It won't do anything. Move. This is totally lagged out. All right, we're getting off this. Okay. Biden will not face charges over classified papers, says memory is fine. So yes, it literally says the opposite in this thing. Washington Reuters, an elderly president, Joe Biden, will not face charges for knowingly taking classified documents. So what it did say, so this is the part that people are taking out of context, is there's one part where it says he had trouble remembering where he got these documents from. You're not going to prove me wrong. I am going to prove you wrong. Just chill. So why are you already soying out? I haven't even gotten there yet. Hold your horses. Damn, dude. Don't soy out too quickly, okay? You gotta, your girlfriend will appreciate it if you have some patience and just don't finish too quickly, okay? We're just starting. We're just getting rolling. There's a reason why I say you guys jump on here, and why normally I will not go over it unless you guys jump on here, is because 90% of the time, as soon as I start reading this shit, you guys disappear. Now I'm having fun watching. Okay, just don't disappear. And if I show you you're wrong, you're going to admit that you were wrong, right? An elderly president, Joe Biden, will not face charges for knowingly taking classified documents when he left vice presidency in 2017, a prosecutor said on Thursday, drawing a swift rebuke from the president as he seeks re-election. Special counsel Robert Hur said in a report that he opted against bringing criminal charges for the following a 15-month investigation because Biden cooperated and would be difficult to convict, describing him as a well-meaning elderly man with poor memory. That's what they said. That was the reasoning. That is not he's senile. It's, yeah, he cooperated. He did everything we asked. And he just seemed to have some poor memory at points. And so the reason that they charge people with these sorts of things, I didn't say I proved anything. Again, slick Billy Clinton. Chill, okay? Calm down, okay? I maybe it's good that you didn't come on here because you'd probably be like fucking bouncing off the walls. The reason we charge people for these sorts of things is normally because they refuse to cooperate, like they're hiding something. And normally when they're hiding something, we're afraid that they're like actually exchanging this information, giving it to people, like it's getting into the wrong hands, shit like that. Whereas yes, Donald Trump and his lawyers lied about whether or not they had the documents. He's the first person to get charged with this sort of thing, right? Everybody else has always cooperated, whether it was Clinton, whether it was Obama, whether it was Biden, there's tons of people who have gotten in trouble for having classified documents outside of their designated areas, and all they did is just ask for them back because they know everybody does this. Senators do this, like White House staffers do this. Everybody does this where they have to leave sometimes and take the stuff to their houses, to their home offices, to, on vacation with them because they're working still, even when they're on vacation. They still have to work. They still have to answer calls. They still have to answer for things. So they take things and then they forget to bring them back. And so then the National Archives calls them and says, hey, we need those back. We're supposed to have those. You can't keep those. And they're like, oh, my bad. Yeah, I'll get those. And then they give them back. That's it. Very simple. No big deal. For Trump, he kept lying about whether or not he had them. Then eventually they serve a warrant. They go, they collect the documents. They say, is this everything? He says, yes, that's everything. We don't have anything else. Then it turns out a reporter says, no, he told me he had those. I have a recording where he says he has them. And so it turns out he knew he had them and he was bragging to people about having them while saying he didn't know he had them. Then They get another report from somebody saying, no, he still has hundreds more. He didn't give you all of them. He's got hundreds more. So they go back and serve another warrant and find hundreds more. So it was not this this thing where he just cooperated. It was a year of the FBI and the National Archives over and over and over and over and over and over and over, trying to get him to cooperate, trying to get him to give him back, trying to get him to even just admit that he had him, and he wouldn't do it, and they had to make a huge fuss about the whole thing. Whereas with Biden, he cooperated, he did what they asked. They didn't have a big problem, so it was not a huge issue. But all right. So we'll see. There we go. We have also considered at trial, Mr. Biden would likely present himself to a jury, as he did during our interview of him, as a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. Based on our direct interactions with and observations of him, he is someone whom many jurors will want to identify as reasonable doubt. Will want to identify reasonable doubt. It would be difficult to convince a jury that they should convict him, by then a former president well into his 80s, of a serious felony that requires a mental state of willfulness. A mental state of willfulness, not a mental state of understanding. It's a mental state of willfulness, meaning they need some sort of intent behind this. We conclude the evidence is not sufficient to convict. Oh, whoa! So So the evidence is not sufficient to convict? What the fuck? And we decline to recommend prosecution of Mr. Biden for his retention of classified Afghanistan documents. All right. Is he going to come back and say, you didn't prove that I'm wrong? You didn't show that it doesn't say that. Is that, or is he going to be good faith and say, okay, fair enough? Because yeah, if he doesn't say that, then we're going to have to conclude that he was lying, that he wasn't just misled. Where's Slick Rick? Clearly, the deep state would say that, Tom. Yes, of course. That's my statement. Yeah, is not whether or not that's the truth. My statement is that they did not say that he was senile and that he was too out of it to face prosecution. That is my statement. That they never said this. But yeah, this again is why I tell people to jump on, because yeah, he gone. He disappeared. That's what they always do. Every time. He has BDS, Tom. Give him a break, yeah. You're
looking into things that might have gone wrong in different places that hasn't been resolved. When the secretary says there are still questions to be answered, there are still questions to be answered. In the IDF, there are still questions to be answered. But fundamentally, nothing that we ever said was just stop the war. You never heard criticism from the United States for Israel carrying out strikes for almost a year in southern Lebanon, attacking Hezbollah and diminishing Hezbollah.
Yeah, fuck Joe Biden. Like, you can hate Joe Biden. I don't really care if people like him or hate him. I'm not, like, my entire, like, identity as a human is not wrapped around some politician like MAGA. I don't really care if people like him or not. It's just don't lie. That's it. It's just stop lying. Just stop lying. Quit lying. That's it. That's all. I just care about the truth. Let's just agree on the truth. That's it. That should be easy. We can have, like, there can be true things, and we have different values that apply to those true things. So we come to different conclusions anyways. We come to different prescriptions anyways. We can have differing opinions and different ideals. But when people just lie nonstop about the facts, it is obnoxious. And the problem is that even, people like Slick Rick, they'll find out that either he's lying and he's just a piece of shit like everybody else, or he was lied to. But now that he knows he was lied to, and there's like probably 10 content creators that he heard say this over and over, he will go back to those content creators and listen to them anyways, knowing that they are going to continuously lie to him. Sorry, I was working a real job. Did you try to say Biden isn't senile? Hold on. I just went over the fucking report from the guy who said they were not pressing charges because he was not guilty, and also said that they weren't pressing charges because he cooperated and that he just happened to have a poor memory of things. Meaning that some of the things that would look like you're funny. Wait, so you're not going to admit that you were wrong? Slick Billy Clinton. You're saying you're not going to admit that you were wrong, right? Just real quick. We'll just because everybody here saw it. So just say yes or no. Either say I'm wrong or I'm right. Give me one of those two real quick.
After intensive negotiations with the mediators, the United States, Qatar, and Egypt. So this is obviously extremely welcome news after...
This is great. I mean, this is actually such a good thing. I think people have wanted... I mean, like, really, this is amazing. I mean, whether it was Biden or Trump or whoever, this is a great thing.
Some 14 months of fighting. And what we expect to happen, if indeed this deal goes into effect, is that over the course of some 6 weeks...
That's fair. I don't disagree. Or sorry, I don't agree with most of the stuff you say, but you have made solid arguments on some things. You've at least challenged the way I think of certain things. Nice. Based. Well, thank you. Yeah, I had a lady, I think it was yesterday or the day before, came in to chat and... Wait, Tom is bald? No, I'm not bald. No. Who came in and was like, okay, fine. Hey, you were right, Tom. My bad. I was wrong. And I was like, what? And I vaguely remember her. But yeah, she just came and she's like, you were right. I fucked up. You were right. I was like, right about what specifically? She's like, Trump, just all of it. I fucked up. You were right. I was like, I would like more specificity, but thank you. I will never admit that I'm wrong, especially when I'm wrong. I am wise. Nice.
We would see more than...
That's rare. Yeah, those are nice. Those are rare and happen only like a couple of times a year. And so it's always nice to see those. Okay. So a whole thing has happened with Asmongold and Elon Musk. So I'll just read to you my post on Twitter that kind of summarizes my thoughts on it, and then we'll get into the hard facts. But This says, Elon is such a hypocrite, and tons of people in MAGA are very quick to drop their principles to bow down to him just because he's beneficial to them. Don't let them get away with this BS. MAGA would lose their minds if Jack Dorsey ever did anything like what Elon has done tons of times now. After the H-1B visa controversy, tons of people who had been anti-H-1B in the past immediately switched positions just because Elon liked it. And they clearly stated that they don't want Elon to turn on MAGA, so they weren't going to fight him on it. But they all also championed Elon as the new freedom of speech warrior for the right. So yeah, like you guys remember when he first bought Twitter, he was saying, I'm bringing freedom of speech back to social media. And everyone's like, yeah, he's finally going to make it to where we're just not getting banned for no reason. We're not getting banned just because people don't like us. And he's finally going to allow freedom of speech again. This was the big narrative, and that is obviously not what has happened. I said, yeah, Elon started banning/demonetizing Groypers, Myron Gaines, Laura Loomer, and just about anyone who challenged him on the issue. All the same people who didn't want to challenge Elon on the H-1B issue is refusing to speak out about how he's banning people over personal disagreements. I don't feel bad for racists who get banned, but I think it's gross that people like Charlie Kirk, Alex Jones, and Ian Miles Chong have become completely cucked over the fact that Elon is willing to spend a lot of money on his sugar baby, Donald Trump. Elon said he was going to bring his principles of free speech back to social media, and all of MAGA cheered him on. It's not my taste, but when you spend as much money as he did on the platform, you can do whatever you want. Yet there was never a time that Jack Dorsey, the old CEO, was banning people over personal beefs. Jack even refused to ban people for governments like India, just because their citizens were being critical of the officials. The platform got banned in those countries, and Jack took them to court in their own countries and won. Elon, on the other hand, immediately banned those people for the government officials and kept his tail between his legs. Jack Dorsey was more pro-free speech than Elon is. If Elon's going to pretend to be this free speech warrior, act as though speech on platforms is the same as constitutional free speech, and people are going to praise him as the person leading the charge, then he should be held to that standard by those people who lifted him up. And the people who sang his praises should all come out and take the L for being wrong. He's an insecure baby, He's an insecure baby, not a warrior of any kind. He can't even pretend to be a warrior in a video game. Now Elon has demonetized Asmongold and leaked his DMs. Is Asmongold not the press in this circumstance? He demonetized the omniliberal just because he didn't care that someone got shot. If free speech on Twitter is comparable to speech in the First Amendment, then Elon Musk is an authoritarian dictator and has already done way worse than anything that we ever saw in the Twitter files. So this is kind of where we're going. Elon demonetized Asmongold, leaked his DMs, and posted a bunch of other shit. The other day when we were on, yesterday when we were on, we saw a video that went over the fact that Elon had been pretending to be one of the top players in the world on some video game. I don't know what it is. I don't really know. But there was some video game that he was pretending to be one of the best players in the world on, and it came out that he was lying and that there was other people who were controlling that account, and that even while he was in the middle of doing things, the account was playing. And while he was in the middle of doing things where it's obvious he wasn't playing the game, the character died. Permanent death. So somebody played this game to build him up to be one of the best characters in the game. They built it up to be one of the top characters to where he was fucking the best. And then he died. A permanent death. Ruining the entire thing. The whole character completely gone. That's it. Just gone. And it died while he was in the middle of doing like an interview. So it obviously wasn't him. And it was, it was kind of messed up. It's kind of weird that this is like the third game that he's said he was one of the best at. And now it's very clear that it was not him on that one game. Which means that now the other 2 games that he claimed to be one of the best at, they're now questioning those as well and think that those are very, very unlikely. So yeah, we watched that last night, and now this is, this was Asmongold reacting to
Everybody was wondering, why is it that Elon Musk cares so much about H-1B visas? This explains it. He wants to get the people that are playing his accounts into America so he doesn't have IP address conflicts and get his account flagged. Now everything makes sense.
I have a lifetime of playing video games. At one point I was, maybe one of the best Quake players in the world.
You're actually like a world-class, incredible video game player.
Yeah.
Paragon board and the build, you're also an innovator there.
Yeah, I've played a lot of video games.
You think about like StarCraft.
One of the funniest things that I've thought about
played
this
so many video games
is the fact that Diablo 4 was so piss easy and people didn't give a fuck about it at all, that the odds are that Elon probably also had somebody play his Diablo 4 character, but the game is such a joke and it's so easy.
That's one of the other
tell the difference.
games, yeah, that he's supposedly
Nobody
one
noticed.
Of the best at.
Here we go.
Any game where
it's
a lot of people are playing, to rise to the top, you have to be exceptional, period, as a human being. There has to be something exceptional about you. Are you in the top 20 in the world or the top 20? Wow, in Diablo.
Shooting rockets into space, making e-vehicles, starting a new department of the government. I actually let myself think maybe he actually is an alien, because there's just no way, unless he's paying people to do it for him, which obviously he's not.
Well...
So let's start off with some context.
Okay.
So we're not going to watch
Elon
this entire
Musk's
thing,
character
but
is...
I think one of the funniest
context
fucking
here.
memes now is people were doing this in PoE, is that every time somebody died on the ladder, everybody would be spamming Rip Elon.
Currently level 97, aka rank 12 on hardcore, that's permanent death
Invoker.
mode, Trade League. Let me try to give you a quick understanding as to how hard it is to get to that level. 2 weeks into the league, when people are playing the game, literally, they're staying up 40 to 50 hours without sleeping, only playing Path of Exile.
This guy, Karn, got the world first Diablo 4 level 100 character in hardcore, and then he disconnected, and ghouls in Act 1 killed his character while he was offline.
They are the most try-hard guys in the world. The highest ranked player on the Hardcore Trade League was level 93.
Yes.
Okay, and you're thinking about yourself, that's kind of close to 97. Every time you level up, it becomes exponentially harder to gain experience. A lot harder, a lot harder.
Okay. So let's... So yeah, they show a bunch of evidence that it's not him.
Bring up is that
in playing that character for hundreds of hours, he's going to be pretty damn good at playing the character.
Quinn is completely right.
The boss, he's fighting the boss, and I want to say for about 10 seconds, he sits there and he's out of mana. Mana is a resource in this game where you need it in order to use your abilities. He just sits there, default attacking the boss without...
So here's one thing that's kind of interesting to me about this, and it's like one of the other points that I feel like a lot of people bring up, is that usually like I do this sometimes, right? It's the same thing as like I said that like sometimes I'll click the, I'll click like a map that I haven't done before. And like I think
I literally just finished just talking to the guy who was in your chat, Uru. I don't think I've said anything to Short Bus chat in the last like hour.
Everybody here has done this once or twice, right? So it's not really about one of these things happening.
Oh, I only see occasional Asmongold clips that come up on my YouTube. What MAGA stuff were you talking about? He also doesn't seem MAGA to me. He's just been praising like Elon a lot, Trump a lot. He's been he's just like just kind of riding the wave recently.
It's about everything happening. It's like everything. That's the difference. Am I top 10 hardcore? That's a good point.
Later, Testicle Johnson.
Trump leveled it for him? You think so?
Activating his mana flask. Anyone who's played the game and understands the character would understand, like, oh, I'm not doing any damage because I'm out of mana. Elon Musk takes 10 seconds. He then goes on to loot items off the ground. He starts dragging them into his bag. Like, I don't even know how to describe to you how painful that is to anyone who actually plays.
Thank you for the 99-cent California dollars. Let's freaking go.
Is the game, and his bags are full, and he just keeps clicking it over and over and over again. Nobody, not even people who are kind of noobs at the game, do this. I don't even think Elon Musk has done the campaign, honestly, like just based on what I'm seeing into the game.
And you know what's so sad about that is that's the best part of the game. I think everybody would have totally respected it. It's the same as like Phil Spencer. So Phil Spencer is a good example of doing this, I would say, kind of like the right way, is that Phil Spencer is a real gamer. So he actually plays video games off stream. He gets into it. It's like a legitimate fucking thing. And so I don't think anybody is like, oh, Phil Spencer is like bad. Like, I don't think you don't need to be the best player in the world in order for people to relate to you to play games.
Arian found the clip that I was looking for of the Z King thing and sent it to me about 30 minutes ago. So we'll play this in a little bit.
You just need to play the games. And I think it would have been so much more authentic and funny if he had turned this on and he had been dying over and over to the Act 1 last boss, or the Act 2 last boss, or that weird fucking guy on the portal with like the broken sword. It would have been 1,000 times better. You don't need to always be, it's fucking relatable, right? You don't need to be the best at every single game. And I don't think that people even expect you to be. Like, that's what's, I think, so weird about this, right? I relate more to Quinn dying in Tier 1 map mobs than Elon's mob. Yeah, exactly, right? And so people roasted Elon's Elden Ring build. See, that's the thing, is Elon had an Elden Ring build, and his build was, well, you know, like people say, like, there's a jack of all trades? Well, this is like a two of clubs of all spades, okay?
What?
And there's only one of them. You've only got one card in your hand. Actually, you have two cards in your hand. Do you know what the other card is? It's an expired coupon for KFC. That was Elon Musk's Elden Ring build. But I respect it. I do. I respect that shit.
What the fuck?
Because that's him playing the game.
He's
He's figuring it out.
Dude.
That's real.
This is rough, dude. Because it's like, he is like hardcore dunking on him, while also being like, but I respect it, dude. That's fucking, you know, that's just OG. It's definitely not him, but when it is him, he sucks. And that's what I like about him, is how pure garbage he is. He is obviously lying. He is obviously telling everybody that he's one of the best, and he is just a piece of shit for doing that. And you have to respect somebody who's willing to go that far with a lie. And I can't help but really appreciate how far he was willing to go with this one. It's something special. It really is. Like that's kind of what he's doing right now.
Respect the fact he played the game. Exactly.
Like his settings on the map transparency, I turn on by default. His life values are turned on.
Yeah.
All these basic settings that anyone in the top 100 would do, he is not doing. Maps can effectively have different content on them, and that content will be signified by icons on the map. So it could be.
I think we need an explanation from Elon about what the hell is going on with this.
Oh,
this is outrageous.
Oh,
this is outrageous.
Whoa.
I don't care about the diamond mines, and it's like, oh, there was like slave. Nobody cares about that. The H-1B visa, like fucking, you know, compelled work, whatever, right? Like the pictures with like Epstein or like Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, sure, right? But like, if you're gonna fucking fake playing a video game, come on, you really gonna fake? Like, this is come on. Listen, I don't know how to say her fucking name.
An expedition in it, a breach in it, or it could be corrupted. Elon starts looking through the atlas, and he finds a map with, I kid you not, 4 things on it.
There are 4 things there. So this one has a real risk of dying.
See people watching a stream and
he explained. I mean, okay, so to be fair, like I watched this part live.
So just to be clear, I'm skipping around, so you're not going to hear the commentary. We went over this whole video yesterday, and so we don't need to watch it again. But I'm skipping to just hear Asmongold's commentary, Zach's commentary, just to hear what he had to say about this before we move on to the big king shit.
He did get fucked here. He got absolutely fucked because the boss channeled the beam at the same time the explosion happened. Like, this was that was bullshit, okay? Everything else, yeah.
Thinking that he's
it's
doing
unfair.
some
It's
insanely hard
bullshit.
thing whenever he's literally doing something you do to effectively grind or farm it. And
Yeah,
if you thought
maps
this
are
was
easy.
bad, I did not even get to the worst part.
This is our
In
president?
Path of Exile, gear has requirements to equip it. But that has nothing to do necessarily with how good it is. For example, one of the most powerful and best items in the game is a level 1 required to equip staff, which is maybe, I think, even the most meta build.
Oh, so this is the way it works. Okay, yeah, I haven't really... So I guess, okay. So this is why stat stacking is so good.
In the game right now, it's super, super broken, insane damage. And Elon Musk starts going over his gear.
This is a great staff, but it's only a level, 62 staff.
His weapon is, I kid you not, one of the best, if not the best staffs on the entire
staves
hardcore trade league. You cannot
Yeah,
even...
you've got attack speed and also 177% increased physical with added physical. That's crazy. Crazy staff. That's a really long staff.
Buy it. Insane weapon.
These affixes are, I'd hate to say perfect, but they might be perfect.
They're basically
just the PVPS criteria on trade. We can see there's literally one staff in existence on the entire market. Not only does Elon have a...
And it's worse. It's worse because 20% reduced attribute.
So basically, that guy hacked the game to make Elon look bad. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Yep, that's, yeah. The guy hacked the game to make Elon look bad. Yep.
Requirements is garbage.
Staff that you can't even buy, but it's so good that the second best one, which is missing 2 of what makes
by a big margin,
the staff so powerful for an invoker.
I don't care. This is how I'm going to do the rest of the stream. This is how I'm going to do the rest of all of my shows. I'm doing it just like this. This is how I'm going to sound like this forever. Yes. Yeah.
Which is a crit and crit bonus, is still 20 divines.
Base crit.
That's obviously very expensive.
Here I am, level 95. My staff is only level 62. my helmet is level 56.
Int, lightning, and chaos resist. Okay.
That's a really good one.
Amulet level 61.
And like, look at that energy shield. Bro, I need, like, whoever, like...
But yeah, so when Elon is sitting here saying, it's only level 62, he's saying this like 62 is like a percentage out of 100, right? Which is like a lot of old games. That's what they were. Like a lot of older games, if you were going to get like something to the best, you had it at level 100. But with these sorts of games, it's not, there is no level 100. It's just like the numbers go up based on the other stats that you get on there. So if you get like more, more shield damage on it, your level goes up a bit. If you get more like energy, energy shield damage, your level goes up a bit. If you get more, like, yeah, it says fire resistant, cold resistant, like the more things you get on there, the more you can level it up a bit, the better it gets and the higher your number gets. But when you get around like in the 60s, especially for a weapon like this, that's like as good as it could possibly get. Like, it cannot get better than that. They have like everything maxed out, like just as good as it could possibly get. And then Elon is sitting there going, yeah, this level's only level 62. I kind of like to use shittier weapons sometimes so I can challenge myself. I don't want to make it too easy on myself. So I've got to use kind of lower grade weapons, some of the noob stuff, just kind of making sure that I keep myself humble, sort of thing. And it's like the best possible thing you could ever get. Like, everybody else is sitting there drooling like, how the fuck did he get that, dude? How is this even possible? Like, that's the gist of what they're talking about right here.
If he sees this, can you DM me who you had play? I need to get them to play my account. Like, I need to get caught up. Yeah, like, we got to figure this out. What if it's Ben? You think it's Ben? Look at that dude.
I'm coming out tomorrow. I'm going to create a channel. And I'm going to put on a wig and a beard. Like a fake beard. And I'll take my bald cap off. And maybe even get like a fake nose or something. And I'm going to do an accent. I'm going to do a British accent. And I'm going to say, I'm the one that Elon paid to play this video game. It was me. I'm going to come out with, I'm going to create a whole new channel and just come out with one video. British, isn't it, Gov? Right, isn't it? Yeah, right, yeah, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yes, it is. You know it is, yeah. Right, yeah. You'll get more views. Bro, we literally banned like half the people who come into this chat. Like, we're trying our best to not get views.
That energy shield is disgusting. Oh my god.
Amulet level 61. Ring is only level 48, 49. At least a level 75 jacket.
It's a jacket with 6 things. Yeah, tell us how bad the item that only drops from the highest difficulty of the hardest boss. Just tell us that it's only level 52. Did you find this at level 52? That's impressive.
Level 52 here.
2 charm slots. Well, I've never seen that.
That can only ever be level 52. Bro, Elon Musk is a fucking fraud, bro.
Pretty low level compared to my character level, but it seems to work pretty well. In softcore, you can get much better equipment.
In order for him to have insane gear, he has to understand how the economy works. He has to be basically trading.
Yeah, he said pretty low compared to my level. So like he's acting like the best possible things you could possibly get are low compared to his level. That's what he's saying. So yes, that is the idea of this entire thing, is him just really playing up this whole thing as though it's shit. And then it turns out that it is all the best you could possibly have. Now, I said it would be fucking great if it turned out that he comes out and he's like, yeah, I was trolling you guys. Which is things that people have done to me. People have taken like clips of me where I'm like, obviously trolling, but I'm like, I'm doing it deadpan. My whole audience knows I'm trolling. Everybody knows I'm fucking around. You can watch the chat and see that everybody's laughing and that everybody like knows what it is that I'm saying. And then somebody will go and clip it and they'll like cut the chat out or blur the chat out. And then they'll go like play it on their streams. Oh my goodness, look what Tom said. Whoa. I can't believe he said that. Wow. So I could totally see that being a thing where he just, yeah, he comes out and he's like, yeah, I was fucking with them. Like he shows clips of him at other points where he's like saying like, yeah, this is literally the best weapon you could possibly get. Like it cannot be better than this. And it's just like this is as good as it gets. But then yeah, they're just cutting it because this is all they saw. Later, Uru. Have a good night, buddy. So yeah, so that would be funny, but I can't see anything. My screen's broken. Okay, so I'm trying to get to like a certain point. Okay, here we go. So I think this is where the character dies.
In the game today, inside of maps blasting, while simultaneously on a X space talking to like some far right wing part of some German government.
I could easily assume that happening. That's the part. Yeah, because I do like I've been in really important calls while I was playing video games too. But
I don't know, some like, political bullshit. Like I guess he's just that much of a god gamer.
And it died at level 7. Rip Elon. Back to the beach, bozo. What the fuck, Elon? Get fucked, Elon slave. That's Elon, LMAO. Rip Elon. Wow.
So is this is the game chat? Does anybody here play this game? Once in chat if you play this game, like you know anything about this, because I don't understand what this chat is. I assume it's like a server chat, but I have no idea. And that's what I'm confused about. Nobody explains it. Nobody explains it. Every time I've seen this pulled up, nobody says anything. And so, but yes, his character died. It didn't just die. It perma died. Like, when it died here, that was it. It was dead forever. It does not come back. And so them like doing a lot to level this up and get it to the point that it was at, that's all gone. Completely gone. So yeah. It's I don't play D4, but play WoW. It may be similar. So is that what it is? Is that like this is like a server chat? Is that I don't understand what it is we're looking at here. Like it kind of looks like a stream chat, but yeah, I don't know what it is. What game is that? I don't even remember. I don't even remember the name of the game. Path of Exile. Yeah, thank you, Freddie.
So, the question, did Elon Musk play this account to level 97?
And he was in the middle of an interview. When this died, he was in the middle of doing an interview. And so yeah, they're not sure if it was him or not. It would be hard to believe that the guys who were actually good enough to get this ranked up this high would have died. But it's very believable that Elon would have died. And so they're not sure if he just was somehow playing during the interview, but there was no like reaction or anything, no sound that made them think that he had done this. And so yeah, it was they're just not sure if he was the one who died or not, or if somebody else did it. But yeah.
The answer is very simple. No. Unequivocally, without a doubt, if Elon Musk can prove that he played this account to 97, I will stream on X starting the day that he proves it for an entire year straight, every single stream that I do. I will. I'll multi-stream, also stream on Twitch too, right? Of course. Rip Twitch? No, not Rip Twitch. I would just multi-stream, same as I'd multi-stream on anywhere else. But yeah, of course. Fucking
this game
epic,
is so crowded.
And so,
it's so crowded.
About to stream, I played for 300 hours. I'm level 94. Yeah, I'm his Steam number is probably just fake as gaming. I have no idea. I think that I don't know why Elon Musk did this. Well, I do know why. It's an ego thing, right? But I don't think that it's the right decision to make, and I think it was stupid for him to have done this. The fact is that people respect authenticity more than they respect success. I don't think there's anybody that really gives a shit that much about like being really good at video games. Like, for example, I feel like Tim Walz is a good example of this. Tim Walz being a big fan of Crazy Taxi was really endearing to a lot of people, and being a big fan of Dreamcast and all of that. I think a lot of people thought that was really cool. So
I didn't know that. I didn't know that about Tim Walz. That's kind of funny. Because, yeah, that's not like some super cool, like super skilled video game. That's like a video game that we all played when we were kids. Like, it was on Dreamcast. Like, I never even had a Dreamcast. I had a poor Mexican friend in the hood who had a Dreamcast, and I went and played it at his house. Like, it was, it's just like it, but it was a fun game. It was a really fun game. to play where you're just kind of like racing around, hitting check marks and picking people up and like driving over like big humps and going way up in the air. And yeah, I was talking about yesterday that a lot of people like take credit away from Elon on a lot of his accomplishments, because when I hear leftists talk about Elon, they hate him so much just because he's like a CEO, he's a rich billionaire, and so they're very like anti that no matter what. They're going to talk shit about him no matter what he does. But they say that he has like no part in the success of his companies and that he didn't do any of the things that made those companies successful. And I would say like, no, I've like watched like documentaries and stuff on him, and tons of people who worked with him, who got fired, who hated him, were like very clear about the fact that he was very hands-on and that he was always like taking part in all of the projects, and always like, you know, had a lot to do with what was going on at the time. Like he was always like learning the skills, learning the engineering, learning the coding, learning the stuff, and then getting involved. And that, yes, he wasn't somebody who was just going to like manage and just stand there and tell people what to do, that he was always going to be part of the project. And so because I've heard people who worked with him, who didn't like him, say these things, I believe it. I believe that he really was. But now, after seeing this, I question all of that now. And now I'm wondering, I wonder how much of like his success shit is fake. Like, he's always known as like the you know, the guy who's able to like make everything more efficient and faster and better, and, you know, really get rid of all of the things that are holding you down and weighing you down and everything. And he's amazing at it and crap. But I after hearing him talk about taxes, and I've talked about, I said yesterday, like, I know Destiny always brought up the fact that like he didn't know anything about coding. And he kept talking about coding and had absolutely no idea what he was saying. The things that he said made no sense. It's like listening to that one guy talk about, you know, talk about like, what was it like, you know, we're making the shit on the blockchain. Like, it's just, yeah, I forget all the shit that guy said. But yes, it makes me think that like a lot of stuff that Elon does and says is just completely fake. And so yes, he was supposedly the best in the world at this video game, and it turns out he didn't know anything about the video game and was totally faking it and had other people seemingly playing for him. And yeah, I question everything that I know about the guy now and wonder what's real at this point. So yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's such a odd thing to lie about, because yes, this is not something that's like gonna get you like hot babes. This is not something that's like gonna get you like real respect. But people like Joe Rogan and all of those guys being so amazed by it, I assume that's what like drove this, was, yes, the fact that like the podcast bros were like dumbfounded by this entire thing. They thought it was so amazing that he was really good at video games. I assume that is what drove this to where, yeah, he had to just keep playing it up. Sounds like he may be a compulsive liar. Maybe it could be. I have no idea, but it definitely sounds like it is a thing where he just like, yeah, he has trouble. He has like an ego problem, or not an ego problem. He has I am blanking on words right now. I don't know what the deal is, but it's like an issue with self-perception. He doesn't He doesn't have he has self-esteem issues. That's what it is. He has self-esteem issues, and he's not, he's probably like a nerd growing up. He probably, you know, wasn't getting the babes. If you look at him like 10 years ago, he had less hair 10 years ago than he does now. And it was not pretty like mine. Okay. It was not pretty like mine. It's insecurity and seeking of validation. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it seems like. He probably looked at some video game players growing up when he was younger or at some point as like the cool kids. And he probably was working in different places and heard, you know, all of the coders talking about how good they were at the video games. And the other guys were all like, dude, that's awesome. He's so good. You gotta see this, bro. And it probably, yeah, like stuck in his head as something to like aspire to. And that, yeah, like that's probably where this came from. And but yeah, it seems like an odd thing to talk about, but yeah, I don't know. It seems strange. It's funny because people who are my age, when we grew up, if you played video games, you were considered a nerd. It was a nerdy thing to do, to play video games. Obviously, it's very different now. But when I played video games, most of the video games that I played, especially early on, were sports video games. That's what I liked. I liked sports video games. The first video game I ever played was Madden. Like, I loved Madden. And then after that, I got into, you know, more mainstream games like, you know, 007 and, you know, Mario Kart and Gears of War, Modern Warfare, stuff like that. Yeah, Blitz. Yep. And so, yeah, it was considered a very different kind of thing than people who were playing Legends of Zelda or, you know, World of Warcraft or crap like that. Did you have consoles growing up? Not until way later. I say way later. I was probably like 10 to 12 when my friend gave me my first console. And it was a Super Nintendo. And he gave it to me because he just got a Nintendo 64 and he didn't need it anymore. And then later he got a PlayStation 2. And so he gave me his PlayStation. And so, yeah, I was getting like hand-me-downs from him. And then eventually me and my brother saved up and bought ourselves an N64. We got the green one and we got green controllers for it and everything. And we were so excited, dude. This is the first time like we ever had our own console, and we had it while it was still cool. It was still a cool thing to have. And we spent, yes, we went and got 007. We went and got Mario Kart. We went and got NFL Blitz. We went and got Madden. We went and got like all of these cool games for it. And it was just a lot of fun. Finally having like a console that wasn't like way outdated, way after everybody else stopped playing them. But yeah, it was a totally different thing. And then even like as I got older, and I was playing things on like, you know, PlayStation 2, or Xbox, it was again mostly like mainstream games or sports games like, you know, NBA 2K or Madden or, you know, it was still, you know, Gears of War, Modern Warfare, crap like that. It was never, yes, the more like nerdy, like role-playing types of games that people play on computers and shit. So that before or after the Genesis? Sega Genesis? This is N64 was well after Sega Genesis. Sega Genesis was around like Super Nintendo time. Yeah, that was like Super Nintendo era. Or maybe even Nintendo. It might not even be Super Nintendo. It might have been Nintendo. I think it was Super Nintendo, but I could be wrong. Again, I didn't have video games back then. So, yeah, I grew up in like a very fundamentalist Christian household where we didn't have video games, and that sort of it was kind of frowned upon in our family and in our groups, our bubbles, and so we did not get that sort of stuff when it was cool. And then the only ways that I got it was, yes, from either my friends giving me consoles or me and my brother saving up our money and going out and buying our own console. And the main way that we saved up money, the main thing that we did was we took every day my dad would come home from work and he would sit down in his recliner and change would fall out of his pockets into the, like, in between the cushions on the recliner. And so me and my brother would go and get the change and put it into a bucket. And we saved that change up over time until we had, I think it was about $70 or $80 to where we then walked to the Walmart and got our first console. And we were so stoked because, yeah, our parents were not going to get us a fucking console back then. So, yeah. I had friends with NES and Mario Bros. Was cool, man. Yeah, I bet that shit was fun. Early keyboard and floppy disk. Yeah, there's a video game that I was talking to somebody about recently, but I can't remember the name of it. And I feel like it was like Floppy Nappers or some shit, where it was like a green or purple alien who was kind of like skinny and like walked hunched over and crap like that. I had friends in New York who had video games that they played on the computer, and I enjoyed it when I would play it, but yeah, I never had that sort of stuff on my computer. My parents were not going to allow me to have that sort of crap. So, Frogger? No. It's like a guy who was like walking through a world. Like, it kind of had like levels to it, and it was like pretty good animation for back then. Like, but you're a guy. You're like a guy like who's like an alien zombie looking monster thing. Like, yeah, I don't know how to say it, but yeah.
You don't need to pretend to be this, like, you know, elite top #1 gamer in order to have people that like video games respect you. You don't. And also, I've even noticed that if you are really good at games, people will find reasons to downplay it as well. He didn't need to justify, yeah. And so the people shit on Vance for liking Magic the Gathering. I don't know. I didn't see that, right? I have no idea. Is this worse than the Blindfold Girl? Is this worse?
Yes, again, nerdy shit like Magic the Gathering, dude. Like today, I still look at like people who play what's it called? I still look at people who watch like anime as fucking nerds, dude. Like I see that as like the nerdiest stuff possible. I cannot imagine watching that crap. Like I just can't bring myself to do it. Can't do it. I've tried, just because like even when I got into this space, I saw so many people like watch this sort of crap, and I'm like, really? Like the only person I knew was like my little brother, who was like obsessed with playing Pokemon, the Game Boy version of like, you know, Pokemon Silver or some shit like that. He played it nonstop. He watched a ton of different anime. He read comic books. He you know, he collected like cards that were like cards of things I had never heard of. He watched Digimon. Like, this was just pure nerd shit, dude. Like, I thought that, I didn't even know that it was nerd shit. I thought that this was some like weird thing that he was on by himself. I didn't know that this was even a thing, dude. I had no idea that this was becoming a thing. I thought this was just my little brother, and I thought that he was like autistic or something. Truly, I'm not even kidding. Like, I told my parents numerous times, I'm like, you got to get this kid tested. Like, this is just weird shit, dude. I don't know. And they did. They got him tested numerous times because they were like, yeah, okay, like, yeah, that's I don't know. But yeah, no, not autistic. Just a nerd. That's it. Like, that's all it is. Just a fucking nerd. But yeah, like, back in the day, it's just funny to see that, like, yeah, nerd stuff from back then has become very mainstream in some ways. But even, like, in this space, nerd shit can look mainstream. Like, when we talk about, like, differences in bubbles, like, this is a bubble unto its own here in this place. Because this is, like, I remember when I was first scripting the Destiny documentary, like, yeah, one of the things that, like, I was pointing out is that he was, like, king of the fucking nerds. Like, he was very nerdy and sounded like your, like, Steve Urkel type of nerd. His voice, he sounded like this, and he talked like this all the time, right, guys? And, like, it was just a like a strange thing to see somebody who was like the cool fucking nerd and was like, you know, sleeping with a bunch of hot babes and shit, and he's just like this you know, video game fucking nerd. Like, it was just, yeah, it was strange, like, coming into this space and seeing this shit when I grew up like a fucking, you know, football jock and played basketball and, like, was just I was in a very different world until getting online and seeing all of this stuff. So yeah, it's odd to see the things that can be, like, considered cool in some spaces that you'd, like, put up on a pedestal and think, yeah, that's what the cool kids do. That's what I want to be. I can't bring myself to that level, so I'm gonna pretend that I'm on that level. And it's, I don't know. It's just like to other people, it's like being the best at eating shit. Like, I could eat more shit than anybody. And then all of the hot babes come running over. They're like, what? You're the best at eating shit? It's like, I eat steaming piles of shit all the time, baby girl. Oh my gosh. And everybody else is standing there like, what? What is happening? They like that? They want you to eat shit? What is happening? Yeah, I don't know. It's strange.
Let me think. I mean, like, it's really hard to say that it's not because of how popular he is. But in terms of the actions themselves, I feel like the blindfold was kind of worse. But because it's Elon Musk, it has to be kind of worse because he's like fucking, you know, the richest guy in the world. So that's the difference, right? Yeah, it's way worse. Yeah, I would say it's fucking worse. And so anyway, what's really funny about this with Quinn is that this, like, I remember watching Elon playing, and I was kind of sus about this too. I was like, yeah, I'm not really going to think about this or be like super like, oh yeah, this is what's happening or not. But like, whenever I saw him fighting Abattoir, no, Abattoir is fucking, that is Diablo, fighting the Arbiter of Ash, and then he stood in front of the beam and died. I was like, that's interesting. You know, maybe it's Starlink lag, but like, it doesn't seem like that a whole lot. But yeah, Elon's a psycho. So many stories like this. Well, I think that we deserve, if he wants an apology, we deserve, if you really played the game, play through the campaign again.
So supposedly, from what I heard, I don't know if this is true, but this is just what I've heard, is that Asmongold's community was getting pissed off that he wouldn't talk about this because Elon was getting a ton of shit. And I think my assumption is that his community wanted him to talk about it because they like Elon. And so I think they wanted him to like defend Elon or some shit. But yeah, supposedly they were getting upset that he hadn't covered this yet while it was like big news. And so the fact that like he was covering this finally was like a big deal in his community, that he was finally talking about it, and that he was critical of Elon when he did it. And even this isn't like the critical of Elon that everybody else is. Everybody else is just laughing at Elon. They're like, what the fuck, dude? You're so gay, bro. What is wrong with you, dude? Whereas he's like, I don't think it's him. If he wants to prove this, he could do this. He could, he could do that. Whereas, like, yeah, all of these other people are just straight up like, there's no way that's Elon. It's so funny. He's so gay. Like, and I'll be honest. I don't know enough to like say one way or the other. I have no idea. They all seem to be pretty confident, but I don't know who these people are. They could be just pieces of shit who are all lying. We watched it through Charlie yesterday. And so, yeah, it could be that these guys are all just yeah, like very, very badly, like taking stuff out of context and straw manning this and making it look worse than it actually is. But I would say at this point, there's too many people who think that this is like horrific for that to be the case. It is kind of that like correct by consensus. Like I think that the consensus on this from the amount of people who think that it's just definitely not him, it just feels like they're probably right. All of these people would know way better than I would, and so I'm just going to take their word for it as so far that they are probably correct that this is not him, or that it couldn't have been him, and that he doesn't know anything about the game. So
Carousel Horse, Naomi, Carousel Horse, tip $10. Tom eats all the shit, baby girl. #Tug Life.
True. I eat the fucking hottest piles of shit, dude. True.
Through the campaign again, explain the systems in the game, and do it live. And you've got to have a face cam. You got to do it. You did it before. You did it before with Diablo. Diablo's not. It's not so hard, right? But stream it. Yep, you got to stream the whole thing. Yep, not on X. Yeah, and tell me ahead of time so I can react to it. You should start it all over and play like a normal dude. Nobody will care if he plays bad. Exactly, yeah. I don't think, like, I feel like it's a universal negative for him to do this, and it just makes him look like a insecure asshole by doing it, and it makes him look worse entirely. And I think that also, like, him misjudging the complexity of the game and thinking that he could get away with it and, like, have people not notice indicates just a level of bad decision-making. I'm a huge fan of Elon Musk. I really like Elon Musk a lot, but this is embarrassing and very silly. It is, and it makes him look bad, and it's for absolutely no reason. It's of no consequence, and it achieves no goal. That's what I think.
I mean, that whether or not it achieves a goal is very subjective. I mean, again, like if in his head this is like, this is what the fucking shit eaters are doing, then he wants to be the fucking best shit eater of all time. He'll eat the biggest piles of shit. And then he'll get all the babes, and everybody will want to be his friend, and they'll all carry him on their shoulders as the champion. He wins, and everybody's chanting his name now. Elon, Elon, Elon. Yeah! Oh my goodness. I can't believe he did it. Ho ho ho. He's the best, dude. That Elon guy, he's the greatest at that one video game that no one's ever heard of, bro. Yeah. It's so cool. It's pretty much what Joe Rogan did. It's pretty much what Joe Rogan did. It's is my chat frozen? Oh, it's on top chat? Well, that's gay.
Sad day for gamers.
Oh, never mind.
It is a truly sad day for gamers. I would think these habits carry over to every other thing he does in his companies. I don't know. Like, guys, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm just, like, I'm saying that he didn't play this fucking, hey, guys, he played Elden Ring.
Oh.
Maybe that's, yeah, he played Elden Ring. Sad day for Elon, gamers won.
So yeah, it sounds like his chat's starting to get mad that he's saying he didn't play it. So.
Well, I don't know. Like, I thought it was really cool that Elon Musk was like a serious player of Diablo and everything. I thought I did. I thought it was awesome. And I bet he probably did play PoE 2 on day one. I do. I bet he probably played it. He probably played it a little bit and then he stopped. If he came back and he said, guys, I'm still in Act 1 after 3 months because I've been working, I would be like, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, probably. I get it, right? Makes sense. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I saw. And I respect that more. Everybody would have. Everybody would have. Look at Phil Spencer. Look at Tim Walz, etc. So, yeah.
So, yeah, like, I don't know. Like, look, he's just doing a Thomas Fair, okay? This isn't crazy. But, like, just compared to the way that, like, literally everybody else ripped into Elon over this and just completely just roasted him over this shit. It's this is like a massive difference compared to him. And so yeah, a lot of people are looking at, you know, him kind of doing this here towards the end as him kind of just backtracking a little bit to kind of soften the blow and doing the whole, you know, I like Elon. I like him. This isn't you know, I wouldn't think it's that crazy. Like if he actually just, you know, was just busy at work, you know, and like I think that's the way a lot of people see this.
That's what my opinion is of it. That's how I feel. The only reason people care is because they already dislike him. No one in either direction cares about this for any legitimate reason. I don't think that this is a reason that Elon Musk is a terrible person, but I think it's cringe. Like, is it okay to have both opinions? To think that, yes, obviously, cheating in a video game is not a big deal, but it's also cringe. It doesn't make him a terrible person, but it's definitely cringe. Yes, exactly. Yes, definitely. 100%. And look at Yoshi P playing Black Mage. Exactly. Yes, like Yoshi P is another... Well, I mean, not really, because he's like the director of the fucking game. So, of course, he's going to play. I don't know. I'd have to think about other people that have, you know, are like really like kind of noteworthy gamers. It's Stolen Valor. Absolutely it is. It's not even close. Henry Cavill. Yes, like Henry Cavill is a great example. So Henry Cavill made a post about Space Marine 2, which, by the way, if Elon Musk wants to rebuild his rep with gamers, play Space Marine 2. It's a great game. That being said, Henry Cavill said, he says, yeah, so like the Angel of Death...
Okay, so I'm building a bridge out here right now. And if I can get this out without this motherfucker, like, going across... Oh, thank God. Okay. If I can get this out here, I just need to go across, and there's this other guy here in the middle. I think, unless he killed himself. I should be able to take this. There's a huge chance. Huge chance. Let's go. No, motherfucker. No, 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 no. No! 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 Fuck! Okay. So, that's pretty much the gist of this. So. Oh. This person named Screamheart tweeted out earlier today. They said, I felt the need to add my unique perspective to the Elon Musk drama around Path of Exile 2. Full video on YouTube. So this is a 2-minute and 20-second video. And it says 1 year ago.
Yeah, but it's like if a game is really like super hard, it kind of forces you to concentrate. I have a recording in DMs with Elon Musk that might shed some light in the situation.
There's no way he played that account. Like, I'm sorry. I think he bought the account or somebody played it for him. 100%.
I just want you guys to understand, this is one of the highest level hardcore characters in the game. He would have played thousands of maps at this point.
Just running past Chaos Orbs. He just ran past the Chaos Orb.
Now, what I think is even funnier about this is that it obviously calls into question him playing Diablo 4. D4 was so fucking easy.
Yeah, when they're yelling, he ran past the thing. There's apparently like a thing that is very, very rare in the game. Super, super rare. And that, like, even the greatest players of all time would not walk past this thing. Like, it is so rare that, like, you know, tons of people were saying, I've literally never seen one. I've never seen one before. And I've played thousands of hours, and I've never seen one before. Chaos orbs are insanely rare. Yeah, so like, yeah, everybody was freaking out about the fact that he just like walked right past it and then went and like picked up little common shit right afterwards. Like, just walked right past this like massive thing. And they're like, "What did you do? What are you doing? No, go back. Like, they're all just kind of like freaking out. Their heads are exploding, watching him just walk past something that is just so fucking rare. And then he goes and picks up shit right after. So that's what they were just yelling about right there.
Is even funnier about this is that it obviously calls into question him playing Diablo 4. D4 was so fucking easy, people couldn't even tell. They're like, yeah, is this like a random noob or is this the best player in the world? Like, I don't know. I mean,
In some strange turn of events in the weirdest timeline imaginable, a poor trailer park boy, that's me by the way, ended up playing Diablo 4 with the richest man alive, Elon Musk. As fate would have it, I made a terrible video about a terrible build, and it was an instant hit. I was a part of an elite squad who exclusively played Druid. Not just because we hated ourselves, but also because Rack showed us that if we worked hard enough, we could deal 17 damage someday. And one of those Chads was the man himself, Elon Keanu Reeves Musk. Okay, Google actually says that his middle name is Reeve, but they're both beyond reproach, so it's basically the same thing, right? Right? I don't know how to break this to you guys, but Elon Musk is a fucking nerd. Yes, I know it's hard to believe that a guy who builds rockets and jumps like this might be a sweaty gamer, but I'll let you listen to our conversation and decide for yourself.
The fucking jumps are so bad, dude. The jumps and seeing a grown man jump around on stage like that was so, like, it hurt. It hurt me. It hurt me in my soul, okay? It hurt me in my soul because it was, like, serious and unironic and just, like, a child who was just, like, super excited. And this does speak to, like, the issues with like, wanting to be accepted, probably. It probably speaks to why he would spend an insane amount of money on a social media platform where everybody felt like he was spending more than what it could possibly be worth, to where then once he gets the social media platform, he gets mad that Joe Biden was able to get more likes on his tweet than him, so he tells them to rebuild the fucking algorithm to make it to where he's able to get way more visibility and everybody has to see his tweets regardless of whether or not they follow him. It speaks to the fact that the first time he ever did an interview with Donald Trump, he had hated on Donald Trump for a very long time, but went and did an interview with him on X just to kind of like promote the platforms to, like, you know, do calls and you know, stages like they were doing on X. And he does a nice cordial interview with Donald Trump and gets so much love from MAGA for being willing to talk to him and have just a real conversation. Thank you so much. It was literally the most nothingness interview you have ever heard in your life. And that is like the majority of Donald Trump interviews. And this one was to that level times 1,000. Yet he got an insane amount of love from MAGA over the fact that he was being nice during the interview and that there were no gotchas and that he was just, you know, a really, really good, deep conversation, according to them. And then somehow his entire, like, worldview changes overnight. All of a sudden, he is now a MAGA-tard and now is fully on board with Donald Trump and backing his entire campaign and putting billions of dollars into it. And it just, you can just kind of watch all of these things take turns, and there's obviously a financial benefit to these things, but I don't know if he saw those. I don't know if he saw those or not. A lot of these things have turned out to be financially beneficial and given him an insane amount of power. Like this guy has become one of the most powerful people in the entire world over the course of like 6 months. Went from somebody that nobody would consider to be one of the most powerful. He would not even come up within the subject, even though he was one of the richest already. Nobody would have considered him one of the most powerful until the last 6 months. And now they would say he's like top 5 easy. Top five easy. He sends out a tweet talking shit about a government, and their entire fucking government is running around. Like, he's like getting high and playing video games at 3 a.m. and just like tweets out something about, like, this fucking president doesn't know what they're doing. They suck at their job. And like the next day, like, they're all, oh shit, what the fuck? Like, they're all in full, chaos mode. So it's insane the way, one, how he wields this power, and two, the fact that he has it at all. And that if you follow where the acceptance is coming from, that is the direction that he goes in. It could be that the acceptance leads to more money, or it could be that he's going in a direction that's going to make more money, which would obviously come with some acceptance. I don't know which one that is, or if he's saying, hey, more acceptance means more money. That's what I want to do. I don't know. I have no idea. But it's just kind of interesting where instead of saying follow the money, you just say follow the acceptance, and you're able to kind of predict a bunch of different directions for Elon.
It's not a super
and then when he gets the acceptance, he jumps up and down on stage like a little kid like that. And then we see things like this come out. We see the Adrian account where it looks more and more like it could be him, though. Ali sent me something last night saying that there's proof that it's not him, so we'll see. But other journalists have come out saying that they proved that it was him. We see just over and over him banning a bunch of people just for disagreeing with him. We just keep seeing a bunch of things that show like a massive hole within his ego. That just makes a lot of this start to like fit a pattern of behavior.
Career being a pro gamer. I was semi-pro back in ancient times with Quake. So I actually made money, I had the first paid tournament in the US.
Nice.
And we came second. We would come first, except I was the second best guy on the team. Best guy on the team's computer crashed halfway through the game, so we came second in the end. But I put ridiculous amounts of time into Quake, and then my company was going bankrupt, so I had to stop playing. But I play games just to kind of like if it's a hard game, I'm forced to concentrate.
Yeah.
And then it quiets the demons in my mind, killing the demons in the game.
Okay, so this video has 152,000 impressions. 152,000 impressions. This guy will be above 1 million. We're not even at 24 hours yet. This guy will be above 1 million. Oh no, sorry, it was posted on January 15th, but it's getting all those impressions because Elon commented on it. So it'll be above 1 million impressions within the next 24 hours, but it doesn't even have 2,000 likes on it. Like, it doesn't even have 2,000 likes on the shit. It's that is a wide ratio there. But Elon commented on it. So this guy has 652 followers on Twitter. Okay? 652 followers on Twitter. I don't ever use Twitter. I never use Twitter. Never really get on it, especially compared to like content creators, especially compared to political content creators, compared to anybody in politics, even just like people who just generally engage in politics. People are all over Twitter, and I have 1,200 followers. So I have double this guy's following on Twitter as somebody who like does not engage whatsoever. But he made this little video about him and Elon playing a game one day. Elon posted, Asmon behaves like a maverick independent, but in reality has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He is not his own man. He has to ask his boss to do anything. Readers added context. So apparently, I think everybody's kind of trolling Elon right now by adding context to literally everything that he puts up. But readers added context. Asmongold does not have bosses. He employs content editors to package and redistribute his content from his live Twitch streams on other platforms such as YouTube. The editor mentioned in the DMs leaked in Elon's follow-up comment are his employees. So, Elon leaked the fucking DMs between him and Asmongold right here. He fucking leaked the DMs between him and Asmongold. This fucking weirdo. He is so strange. So, Asmongold, aka Zach, wrong Zach. He said, I'm going to see if my editors might want to make a second account for it even. Elon said, sure. Who are these mysterious editors? Asmongold said, two guys, D. Asmongold and Cat Danny RU. They basically run the entire YouTube account, LOL. So basically, any content I post is edited or uploaded by them, and they just get a cut of the ad revenue. It's a super good system, to be honest. Almost everyone on YouTube does it. So again, readers added context. Elon Musk seems to think Asmongold is an employee with editors overseeing him. That's incorrect. Asmongold's editors are actually his employees. They edit/upload his content for a revenue share. They don't control what he does. It is kind of dumb that he's like, this is his evidence. This is Elon's evidence. He says he behaves like a maverick, like he's independent, but in reality has to ask his bosses for permission before he can do anything. And his evidence is, I'm going to see if my editors might want to make a second account for it even. That's it. He's saying he's going to see if his editors want to do it. He didn't say, I'm going to ask my editors if I can do it. He said, I'm going to see if my editors want to do this. How you take this and say that this is their bosses? Like, how do you take this and say that that's his fucking boss now when he's just saying, yeah, I'm going to see if they want to do this thing? Like, that's your boss? That's your boss if you go and see if they want to do something? That's your boss? Like, that sounds like an employee. I don't know. That's what I would do with my employees. I would say, yeah, hey, do you want to go like do this extra work that might make you extra money? Like, that's normally something that bosses would do, not employees. That's really weird that Elon thinks that that's what an employee would do. Especially when we consider the fact that Elon's supposedly the boss of tons of people, dude. Like like millions and millions of people. This guy is supposedly employing millions and millions of people and doesn't know what it looks like to be a boss. Doesn't know what it looks like to be an employee. Has no fucking idea. I'm starting to see the same analysis from the video games. We can just apply the same analysis here and be like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. This guy doesn't know what's going on. He has no idea what a boss is or what an employee is. This is insane. We can just apply the same analysis here again and just be like, yeah, I don't think he's actually in charge of Tesla. Like, so Elon then also tagged this. Here's me doing a world record Diablo AOZ clear with Ace of Spades HQ. This guy has 52,000 followers. Then Ian Miles Chong, straight up Elon Musk, dick in the booty, cucked ass motherfucker. Looks like he is nonstop squinting from the dick in his butthole. Ian Miles Chong. Like, if you go over my MAGA War video, this guy is nonstop just choking on Elon's dick. Just the whole time. Everything that Elon said, this guy was straight choking on his dick. And it turns out that it's like, it was Elon saying, hey, I'm in favor of H-1Bs. And then Ian Miles Chong coming out being like, yeah, isn't everybody in favor of H-1Bs, guys? Come on. Everybody knows H-1Bs are the best, right? They're the best. Come on, guys. Everybody loves H-1Bs. Look at all of these benefits. I got stats here. I got stats here. I got stats here. I just got them sitting on my computer because I'm always doing research on how great H-1B visas are. I'm always just talking about how much I love H-1B visas. They're just the greatest things of all time, and I'm surprised that there's people who don't agree that they're the greatest things of all time, especially when somebody as brilliant and as smart and as handsome and as beautiful and as big of a dick as Elon, like when somebody like that says that H-1B visas are good, you listen, guys. You shut up and you listen because he said it. And of course, I'm a smart guy too. So of course, I also agree with Elon. Of course I do. Which, that's what Ian Miles Chong did. And then it was very quick that tons of other older tweets from him talking about how shit H-1B visas were just like a year earlier, where he's talking about the fact that they're taking all the jobs away from all the Americans and that they make it to where the Americans are losing all of their positions and that they're all incapable of keeping any positions because H-1B visas are just flooding in and the Indians are all taking their positions. And this is fucking wild, dude, how this guy just came out and just hardcore. Of course H-1B visas, guys. Everybody knows H-1B. Like, come on, it's math. Everybody knows. And then, yeah, it turns out he's been shitting on H-1B visas for a very long time. But Ian Miles Strong commented, he said, you shouldn't have to justify yourself to these people, but it's nice that you've got the receipts to prove your gaming credentials. Elon said, I'm on hundreds of streams on YouTube/Twitch playing live with the world's best players. No other way to say this, but while Asmon is good at caustic commentary and making fun of people, he is not good at video games. Readers added context to this post, and it says, Asmongold has achievements in World of Warcraft, such as Rank 12 Arms Warrior in Emerald Nightmare, Rank 47 Arms Warrior in Blackrock Foundry, and many more. Meanwhile, the accuser here is proven to fake his achievements in PoE2. Then Elon, let's see. Then Ian Miles Chong said, he's a slave to his audience, many such cases. We need to get a reader's added context here. Actually, slavery was outlawed in, this year under Abraham Lincoln. You're not allowed to have slavery in the United States. Therefore, Asmongold is not a slave to his audience and has never done any sort of chattel slavery work, or anyone for that matter. Like, we need another reader's added context here. Then Ian Miles Strong says here, he showed a lot of his weakness when he backed down from his criticism of terrorist sympathizers on Twitch after the after the community tried to cancel him. A real Chad would have doubled down. Now he's fallen into the trap. And now he's fallen into the trap of pandering to whatever narratives they put out to curry favor with the crowd. Readers out of context. Asmongold did not back down, but apologized. He was canceled. He was canceled. He was banned on Twitch. He does not pander to narratives, but he clearly wants to learn more about subjects he cares about. See full thoughts. And there's a link to some of those things. Nigel Farage is England's last hope. So this is Ian Miles Strong again, just flipping on narratives. Nigel Farage is England's last hope. Support this man. Ian Miles Strong. Nigel Farage should be in charge of the UK right now, to be honest. Elon Musk. The Reform Party needs a new leader. Farage doesn't have what it takes. Ian Miles Strong. Spineless and self-serving. Nigel Farage isn't the leader Britain needs. This fucking guy, dude, he is something else with the cuckery, bro. This is embarrassing levels of simping, dude. This is actually embarrassing levels of simping. Like, dude, if he was at least like a hot chick or something, like if he, or even, look, even if he wasn't a chick, but just had nice tits or something, dude. Give me something here, bro. Come on. But this level of simping, totally uncalled for. It's actually pornographic at this point. Yes, this is beautiful. Beautiful, massive veined potato in this person's mouth. A massive potato with a big vein sticking out on the side. That is a potato, YouTube. So then Elon also said, crap, I know I had another one. Here it is. Then Elon also said, he said, I mean, other Ace of Spades at Ace of Spades Hots. It's a person with 2,000 followers. And the only person that I follow that follows him is Adrian Dittman. Just saying. Do I follow Elon? No, I do not. Okay. Well, he might follow him. I don't know. So yeah, Zach replied and he said, leaking my DMs is one thing, but this is absolutely uncalled for. And it's the part where he says that Asmongold is only good at commentary, but not good at video games. So he's like, all right, look, leaking my DMs, like, all right, fine. But, motherfucker, don't say I'm bad at video games. That is uncalled for. Damn it. Elon follows you? Yeah. Yeah, I don't follow Elon. Elon follows me. This guy named Quinn said Asmon's verification is now gone. Elon unfollowed him and is now leaking DMs, attacking him for simply uttering the truth. Yo, Elon Musk, at least Asmongold can log into his PoE account without asking for permission from his booster. Ooh, hoo, 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 baby, baby.
Wow. Oh, what a day. What a day already, huh? All right, so we got to step back. I think it was on Thanksgiving. Elon hit me up. He was like, what's up? And, you know, we talked for a bit, and he was talking about, like, what I would want to do to, like, maybe upload content onto X, right? Onto Twitter. I told him, like, basically, this would be something I'd be down to do, but I wanted to check with my editors. I think that there was a communication breakdown here, because I think that Elon thought that what I meant by editors is like the New York Times editors. So then that happens, and we kind of like stopped talking, and it was like, all right, yeah, we'll see what happens.
The New York Times editors. Bro, that's not what he thought. He's just a liar, dude. He's just a liar, dude. He's just lying. He lies. He's a liar, dude. Come on. Bro.
Happens because another person from X reached out to me, and I think I was going to join like their Discord, and I told them like I could help consult with like, you know, doing video stuff too. I told a couple of people, but like I'm not going to go out and be like, yeah, this guy messaged me. To be honest with you guys, I've talked to a lot of well-known influential people. You know, like I don't think it's that.
He's also been to prison. What the fuck? That's good. That's good. Thank you.
Big of a deal? It's just a guy, right? I mean, like, what the fuck?
I sorry, I have been to prison. It's just that, yes, I don't, I don't know if it was like a shot at me that like I say it too much or something, that you just like threw it in there, or if he said something about me like not having life experience or some shit. I just saw that I'm helping. You are helping. You are helping. I just don't know if he said something about me not having let's see. Oh, does he have any real world experience? I don't. Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Okay. He did ask about experience. Okay. That's fair. It makes sense now. All I saw was him asking if I've ever had a job. And so then I thought that was like a job that I had was going to prison, or that it was like, or that it's like, oh, he's had a bunch of jobs. Also, he mentions this all the time, so he's been to prison. Like, just kind of, he's gonna tell you. So I'm gonna go ahead and give it to you. Where the ideas come from, man? I invented pizza. I think I invented Papa John's. I'm pretty sure is the thing. And I invented cars. Am I getting this right? I invented linguistics. That's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Wise Tom, you invented calzones. Yeah. Yeah, no, people take like a bunch of different jobs that I've had or different things that I've had and like mix them all into a bunch of like jumbled up things. I'm 36. I've had a lot of jobs. I've had a lot of life experience. I've done a lot of shit. But yeah, I don't know. I like when I was young, I was a drug addict, was like a criminal, did tons of shit, and went to prison at like an early age, and so I do mention it a lot because it's like it is a thing that like shaped like the early parts of my adulthood pretty heavily and like sent my entire life like in a different trajectory, pretty hardcore. So yeah, that's the thing. Girth potato. Damn, I think Michael Jones is pretty far behind. There's a girthy potato, dude.
And so, like, yeah, who else? I'm not going to make a bunch of lists, right? I mean, I don't go and do that stuff. 4chan is right. You are a Jew. Well, we'll get to that. I do want to make one thing abundantly clear. You will not find that on my.
Yeah, I guess for people who don't know, like the invented memes, like there was a stream where I said so I had a business that was like a mobile car detailing business a while back, and the that I do have, like, it has always been a meme that I do say that I invented a bunch of shit that like I didn't invent. It's just shit that that I would say like, yeah, it was like ideas that I came up with, but I'd never seen anybody do it before me. And so then later I'll say I invented this thing. Like with I say all the time, I invented this. This is tomfoolery lighting. Everybody else calls it bisexual lighting, but that's fucking stupid. I did it before everybody else. I did it first. It's tomfoolery lighting. And then I would tell people, like, go find, here's the first date that I had this lighting on my stream. Here's the date. Go find somebody who did it first. Go find anybody who had it before me. Go find any streamer, any podcaster. Go find one. And nobody can ever find one, and I've never found one. And so I would say that I invented it. It's a joke that I invented it. But then there's another time on stream that I say that I had a mobile detailing business. Again, didn't know anybody who did it before me. I'd never heard of mobile detailing at the time. It was just an idea that I came up with, that we would come to your house, come to your work, come to your business, come to, wherever you're at, and we would just wash your car there and like vacuum it out and everything. And then, yeah, like we had an app or a website where you could go and like place your order, like exactly what you wanted done and like all the different customizations of it, and then pay for it on the website, and then put in your address, and it had like the calendar there so you could put yourself on the schedule for the time and date, and then we would just come show up wherever you're at and clean it. And so one day I'm talking about this and I said, yeah, I invented mobile detailing. And then like immediately after I stop and I'm like, well, I don't know if I invented it. Just nobody, I'd never seen anybody else do it before me. So I have no idea like if I invented it, but I came up with the idea of mobile detailing and then started doing it. And then I just started talking about like starting that business and doing it. But there's a group of people who just love to like go grab everything I say and take it out of context into the worst context possible. And then they run with it as though I said something very different than what I actually said. And so, yes, they cut out the part where I'm like, yeah, I invented mobile detailing, this business where we come wash your car. And I'm like, well, I don't know if I invented it. I just like, I've never heard of it before I did it. So So yeah, I don't know if anybody did it before me, but yeah, I just came up with the idea. And then, yeah, they cut that part out where I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I invented it. They cut that out and they're like, dude, this guy thinks he invented mobile detailing. But then that changes to Tom thinks he invented car washes. And then, yeah, people start running around saying Tom says he invented car washes. And it just like, they play telephone with this shit where over and over. It starts like changing over and over. There was another time where, yes, there was like a type of business that I had started for, or not type of business, but a type of like doing, it's just like a I don't even want to get into it, but it's a sector of a business that I worked for, like a corporation, where we had an idea, we were working on it for years, and then eventually I went on to do it like full scale for bigger companies, and that it was called linguistic marketing. And it was like the idea is that like generally you're just doing like taking linguistics and then using like the study of language to come to some sort of prescriptions for different departments. So it's not just marketing, it is just in general for the company, all sorts of different departments and whatever it is that they're doing, whether it's training, whether it's marketing, there's scripts for different things. And so there was just a bunch of different areas where we're trying to like, yes, come to the best prescription for how to word things based on like different studies that we're using. And I said that I forget the wording, but it was basically just like, yes, just like a linguistics department for a company that had tons of other businesses that we were trying to work things out for. And I said that I pioneered linguistic marketing, which is not a big thing. This is not this big, like, this is not this common thing. It's not a big thing. Like, it's not something that tons of companies have. It's not a super big industry. It doesn't even have an industry standard name. It's literally just like a thing that we did that we didn't really find others doing. And so, yes, me saying that I pioneered linguistic marketing. Yes, everybody took off with this, saying that I pioneered linguistics, which we had another one in chat just the other day saying it again, that I said I pioneered linguistics as though I invented linguistics. And so, yeah, it's the kind of same things over and over where they take shit that I say, take it out of context and turn it into something totally different. And then eventually they also start like mixing up different context and changing things to be different things, where they'll take some experience that I had a long time ago and then something that I had 10 years later, and then they'll say the two things are the same thing and mix them. So yeah, it is that is why we keep saying that I invented shit or that I created stuff. And then I also ran Pizza Huts for a while. I managed restaurants and Pizza Huts and did shit like that. And so they'll mix that in there. I invented different things. I ran I did linguistics in a Pizza Hut is another one. I did linguistics in a Papa John's, in a Domino's is another one the other day. And it's just, yes, it's Pizza Hut University. Yes, Pizza Hut University is where I learned linguistics. Yes, this is the type of shit where, like, yes, they'll take just a ton of different experiences that I've had throughout my life, and then they mix them and just mix up the details of which one is which thing. And the other day we had somebody saying that I was trying to convince him on stream that I was a linguist and that I went to school for linguistics. But him and I did not have a conversation about me going to school for linguistics or anything like that. We had a conversation about how I got into about why I called myself a rhetoric coach for a while when I first started streaming. That's what we talked about. We didn't talk about fucking like, yes, like whether or not I went to school for linguistics, but again, they just change like all these different things, and you know, debate coaching, rhetoric coaching, linguistics, like they take them all, switch them. Yeah, the fact that I did when I went to a thing called Pizza Hut University, and when I did it, I talked about it on stream, and I learned how to juggle there, and it was a bunch of shit. But that was in like 2019, 2020. But then they take a thing from 2014 or 2013, might have even been 2012, where I went to a class to learn about like marketing and script building and just like learning like specifics of linguistics when it comes to marketing. And they say that those two things are the same thing, that what happened in 2020 at Pizza Hut University is where I went to learn linguistics, the marketing stuff and what they call linguistic class now, which is not really what it was, but yeah, that's what to juggle. Yeah, it's like team building exercises. That's what they call Pizza Hut University. Like they it's just like things that they do for people who are in like corporate positions to like work together and learn all these different things. And so one of the things was that they gave you 3 balls, and then they said, this week is 4 days long. At the end of this, you have to know how to juggle. And we want you to be able to juggle. I think they said something like 20 rotations or something like that, minimum. And so it's just like a motivation thing to see, I think, like whether or not you'll put the time and effort into it, because you don't really do it during the class. They don't teach you how to do it. They don't show you anything. They just give you these balls and say, here's juggling balls. Here's 3. You have to learn how to juggle by the end of the week. And and so, yes, it's just something to see, I guess, like how much effort you'll put into it. And I put a lot of effort into it. I brought the balls with me every day to class. And then like after our like projects and shit, whenever we'd have lunch or have like, breaks or whatever, I was in the hallway freaking practicing how to juggle. And then like when I would go back to my hotel rooms, I would practice how to juggle. And then at the end, yes, I had by far the longest juggle out of everybody, because it just went on for a very long time. Because yes, I made like a really big deal about making sure that if they were trying to like challenge us to see who was going to take the challenge, I wanted to take it way more seriously than everybody else. I'm like very competitive. And so I wanted to make sure that yes, if we were going to learn how to juggle and everybody was going to juggle at the end, they were going to see who could juggle the longest. I wanted to win. I didn't give a fuck. I wanted to win. That's all I knew. So yeah, so that's the day that I invented juggling. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Early life Wikipedia part, okay? I'm German. It's the opposite. So get that out of your fucking head. But anyway, so this happened on Thanksgiving. And obviously, like, I've been critical of some of the things that he's done, like with Twitter, etc. But overall, I've been pretty positive about it, and everything's been good, right? I didn't really talk to him at all about the H-1B visa thing and like the Sam Hyde video. Like, I wasn't really sure how he'd... I wonder... I never asked him if he watched the Sam Hyde video. I should probably ask him that. But anyway, we'll get to that too. I apologize that I was gonna write everything out on Twitter and explain it all, but I'm lazy, and so I just didn't. And you were just gonna go live and Al just explain it all. But I'm explaining this extemporaneously, right? So you've got to assume that there's gonna be some inconsistencies. I'm gonna be back and forth, etc. So anyway, so yeah, I had talked to him and we had interacted positively before, and this was good, not really a big deal, everything's fine. And so anyway, you admit the checkmark removed because the disagreement is fucked. We'll get to that. And so anyway, everything's been fine, everything's been good. And then basically I react to the POE video, and we have Elon and I have a disagreement in DMs, and a brief disagreement. And this, of course, was at, I don't know, like 2:30 in the morning, which is, that's pretty much usual, right? We had a disagreement about this. And then I was like, yeah, whatever. And I went to bed, right? Because I was tired. And I got up the next day, and that was yesterday. I guess it was yesterday. And so then he had unfollowed me. And who started the DMs? He did. He did, yeah. And so, yeah, he had messaged me. And so if you want to play WoW, we wouldn't have Ashes of Valar. Yeah, basically.
Bro, he needs to leak those fucking DMs. Dude, he needs to leak those DMs. Leak those fucking DMs, dude. You've got to leak those DMs, bro. You have got to leak those DMs, dude. Please, for the love of God, dude. I want to see Elon messaging him. I did play that game. How dare you say I didn't play that game? We need it, dude. We need to start a GoFundMe to get those fucking DMs, bro. We need to fill out, what is that thing where you fill out like a request for information from the government, where like you have to fill out this thing for like a report, or for like no, not a petition, no, where you like it's from the government, like where a request freedom of information request, I think is what it's called. Freedom of information, FOIA, yes, a FOIA request, yes, thank you. So yeah, we need to get a GoFundMe together for a FOIA request, because Elon Musk is now part of the government. He is now the president of the United States, and his DMs with Asmongold are of importance to national security. We need those DMs.
Show the DMs? Well, no,
yes.
I wouldn't show the
yes.
DMs.
Yes.
Like I thought leaking DMs was. I thought this was bad.
No.
This was bad etiquette, right? This is bad internet etiquette.
It's good
for me to do. He did.
We love it.
And also, like, you have to understand that it could also be against the terms of service. And one of us, the two of us, one of us owns the website, and the other one doesn't, right? So I'm not going to leak the DMs, okay? But basically, I said to him, one of the things I said to him is, I said, level 97, don't you think you're flying a little bit too close to the sun? Or something like that, LOL. And, it was, a conversation like that. And that's basically what it was. And what a crazy day. And so,
shit.
Which, I mean, I think that's true. And anyway, so this all happened, and I woke up, and I had.
Well, okay, so I guess he wasn't like as pussy whipped as he seemed. Damn. Yeah, if he's saying, oh, they were leaked, and they were underwhelming. Wait, he leaked them? I thought... Hold on. I know that Elon leaked the DMs with him, but those are totally different DMs from a while ago. Elon leaked DMs with him, trying to show that he had bosses, and that he tried calling his editors his boss. But I didn't see... him leaking the DMs with Elon.
Had like 3 of my like real life friends texting me. They were like, bro, like, so what the fuck is, like, what's going on? Like, did he really take your checkmark away? And so I didn't do, like, when I went to bed, I didn't have
nothing interesting. I'm sorry, but if he said to him, level 97, aren't you flying a little too close to the sun? while Elon is mad that he doesn't believe that he like actually played the game. Like, that just sounds like a huge, like, kind of fuck you in the moment. I don't know, dude. If that's what, like, if he actually said that, I don't know how these could be, like, underwhelming and, like, just nothing special. If that's real, like, that sounds insane.
I had the check mark and I had the gaming thing. When I woke up, I had neither. Then I had the check mark. Then I had the check mark and the gaming thing. And now I only have the check mark. So just so we are all clear on what happened. So go to bed, check mark, and gaming tag. Wake up, neither. Later, check mark, but no gaming tag. After that, check mark and gaming tag. Now, check mark.
It sounds like internal strife. Like, that's just like my assumption. Not internal strife with Elon. Like, it's not Elon like internally. No, I think Elon's like full on like fuck this guy. It sounds like, you know, internal strife within the company where they're like, wait, did you take this from Asmongold? Hold on, we got to give this back to Asmongold. You can't just take this from him, dude. He's one of the biggest gaming YouTubers on the planet. Like, you can't just, if anybody's gonna have this fucking I don't know what you call it, the symbol or the tag or whatever you want to call it. Like, if anyone's gonna have it, it should be him. And then yeah, Elon's like, oh nope, gotta take that back. Nope, can't have that. And then somebody's like, well, no, let's put that back. He's gotta have it. Like, come on, Elon's being crazy. Put that back. And then Elon sees it again. He's like, wait, nope, nope, gotta take it back. That's just what it sounds like. Tom, I sent you moist critical going over the DMs. Okay, cool. Thank you.
No gaming tag. This is what's happened. I'm not mad about this. I'm not angry. You know, to me, I think that he will get over it and he will see where I'm coming from. I think that in any sort of a group, if you don't call out bad actions by people, they multiply. And there's no need, and nobody he'll see my point of view, right? He'll see my point of view.
Oh my
and this is the way I see it, man.
Bro, what is this cope, dude? He'll come around, guys. He'll know that I'm right. It's gonna be like Donald Trump totally recognizing that he lost the election. You know how we all knew that he would eventually like realize how retarded he looked and how crazy this was, and that like this is not sustainable. And then he'll finally, like, you know, he'll back off in some way where he'll say like, oh, okay, like, you know, like one day he'll just start saying that he lost instead of even like acknowledging it. Like he won't say he was wrong, but he'll at least, like, you know, change his tune on it, you know, and make it to where like he doesn't sound like so stupid anymore once he like, you know, comes around and realizes he sounded like a fucking retard this whole time. He'll stop doing this stuff. It's the same thing. Totally gonna happen.
You can't go and you can't do this in front of everybody and expect for people to say that the emperor's got new clothes. You can't do it because it makes everybody complicit in a known lie. And you bought Twitter because the world was compelled into being complicit with so many.
Did you say the emperor's got new clothes?
Known lies. And so if I'm calling this out, don't view it as a virus or like anything negative. This is the inoculation. I'm saying this so we don't have the same type of fucking weird biases, double standards, and bullshit that he and I have complained about for years. For fucking years. And so the thing is, And I'm not saying, like, you're not the worst person, it's not the terrible guy or anything like that. But come on, man, you get 97's too high. And if you want to have somebody play your account, that's fine. But you can't go and act like you played it yourself. Like, it's not a big deal. So
97's too high, bro. If you're gonna fake it, you're maxing out at like 82, dude. If you're gonna fake it, like, do 82. That's respectable. The 82, like, that's a good like gamer, bro. You really worked hard for that 82. But 97, dude. You just can't. It's just too much. If you were gonna lie, I would be okay with you lying about that one. But 97? Can't do it.
So he's mad at you for defending Pirate? No, well, actually, maybe, I don't know. Maybe that is why. I have no idea. And so anyway, that's what it was. And so anyway, this is what happened. No gaming tag because I'm bad. So, okay, the reason why I don't have the gaming tag is because I'm bad at video games. That makes sense.
True.
Well, anyway, so Elon messaged me, and not messaged me, Elon tweeted about this earlier, and now the community, this is so funny, this community note tag has gone back and forth. Listen, guys, I don't need anybody defending my gaming abilities. So, now we have what happened today. Okay, so
the one on the gaming abilities is kind of like that's like a little over the top in like defense of him, but it also kind of makes it like super funny that it's like a super subjective thing on like whether or not Elon thinks he's good at video games, and they still put a community note on it just to like correct his very subjective opinion on Asmongold. Like, I don't know, it seems like over the top, like cringe defense of Asmongold, but then it seems like kind of funny trolling of Elon as well.
Now we have what's happened today. And Elon can also treat this as my formal application to the Trump administration's video game czar position that they can create for me. I think that if anything, this shows my my lack of bias and my ruthless pursuit of the truth. And so that's okay. Anyway, Maverick Independent. Yes, Asmon behaves like a Maverick Independent, but in reality has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He is not his own man. And
I think he should change his name from Asmongold to Maverick Independent. I think that would be a cooler name. Like a kind of like a Top Gun-esque sort of name.
And so anyway, what he's referring to is he's referring to a conversation we had. And I said, I'm going to see if my editors want to make a second account for it even. This was in response to uploading content onto Twitter, right? And so and he says, sure, who are these mysterious editors? And then these, I mean, you know, leaked. These are my two editors. They basically run the entire YouTube account. Absolutely true. And so basically any content I upload is edited or uploaded by them, and they get a cut of the ad rev. It's a super good system, to be honest. Almost everyone on YouTube does it. He says, of course, interesting. And so I think that he interpreted me saying that I had editors as like a formal publication saying that I have editors. Now, I'll tell you that I do deliberate with, you know, not only editors, but mods and friends of mine. And we talk about like content, like obviously like, hey, yeah, like for example, my editors were the ones who suggested that I played the 5 Hearts Under One Roof game, the Korean dating simulator game. They said, hey, this would probably be a good game. And so I said, okay, I'll try it out. But this is a collaborative relationship, right? I don't view myself, I don't like telling people what to do. I don't like having other people tell me what to do. I don't view anybody as working for me. Obviously, you know, there of course is going to be like some degree of hierarchy, but the reality is that these are people who've worked with me for years. And so collaborative, but I mean, you obviously have 100% veto power or the ability to do what you want, right? Well, yeah, of course I can upload what I want, but yeah, I mean, it's the same as anything. So in my opinion, I think that if you don't let people that you deal with, like I have the same thing, like my mods, like we have a mod channel, and some of my mods talk shit about what I'm doing or my content all the time. All the time. Like, this is fucking, how the fuck are you still talking about this? Bro, stop it, right? And that's not, we're honest, yes. And I told them I wanted that, like, that's good. I don't give a fuck. It's not a big deal to me at all. And so anyway, we got banned. Yeah, right. And so, well, that because you're not the mod. And, you know, I'm not, like, I don't really, like, I trust them. I don't trust randoms. And so, yeah, I'm your #1 hater. Yeah, Void is very critical of the way that I was handling the subreddit, and we had conversations about that. But like a lot of my mods, we've had a lot of conversations about this. And I think that that's a good thing, personally. And this is how I've always done stuff. And the reason why I do things this way is that...
Tom, you should do the Korean dating game. Would be funny, probably. What is that? I don't know what the Korean dating game is. I'm serious, dude. This game is getting so hard. This is so crowded. I don't know if they made it to where I don't know if there's too many people now, but it seems like they made it to where people are spawning closer to you now. It seems like before there was a gap from where you could you couldn't spawn within like a certain distance of somebody else. And now people are spawning so close to you that like it should be impossible. There's been a couple of times where people have spawned like right in front of me, and either I immediately die because they spawned right next to me, or they immediately die because they spawned right next to me. Like within seconds, they're just spawned right there, like and dead now. It's wild. They didn't used to be like this. It didn't used to be to where you could just spawn right next to someone and immediately die in that sort of way. But now it happens over and over and over every single game.
It's because of like the years that I spent doing like a video game like guild stuff. When you have people that are in your guild that they don't have a paycheck that they're relying on, that they have to listen to you for, they don't have to do anything. All they have to do is just play a video game. You have to convince people to let you lead them. And I think that if you grow up spending your entire life convincing people to allow you to lead them and at least help them, you create a better, I don't like to tell, as I said, I don't like to tell people what to do. You create a better relationship with employees, with people that you're working with, people in your guild, etc. And so like, that's just the way that I look at it, right? It's a better dynamic. Yes, it's a much healthier dynamic. And so it's a management style. Yes, and that's the way that I do things. And anyway, so that's basically the way that I see it. I'm sorry, but this is pathetic. Why tweet this high school drama shit? If you think this is problematic, I'm gonna need 4 more days. We have 4 more days. If you think this is crazy, I'm telling you guys, like y'all got no idea. But pretty much that's the way that we've been doing things, and we've been doing this for many years. Like I'm talking about like 5 years, and before.
Like when you say we've been doing things, you mean like MAGA, like Trump and like the Trump administration, just like taking things and lying about it and just running with it and just like blatantly lying to where it's easily disproven, yet they lie anyways? You mean like that? That's sort of like we've been doing this for years? Is that 4 more days until Trump gets into the White House and we remember, oh yeah, this is what it was like when he was president. We kind of forgot about this shit. This was insane. Like, I can't believe we just voted this guy back in again, sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Before then, they were just pretty much running the channels themselves. We had a consolidation, maybe in like, I think it was 2019, 2020, for a number of reasons. And then now everything's pretty much all on one channel. And so, yeah, that's basically it. And that's the way the content is. That's how, like, for example, this video right here, Trump just ended the war in Israel. And so anyway, this has 1.5 million views. Well, it was uploaded 22 hours ago, which means that it was uploaded at about 2 p.m. yesterday. Well, I was live at 2 p.m. yesterday. So how could this video have been uploaded if I had just reacted to it? Well, it's because I have my editors doing it as well. And so that's the way that I have it. And then I also have another editor that's doing my YouTube shorts as well. And then I had another guy that was doing TikTok, and then there was like an issue, like I got a new job, and then like now somebody else is doing it, and like I don't have any communication with the people that run like my TikTok stuff right now. They just do whatever they want. And so yeah, anyway, so this is just how it is. Secret army. Yes, clearly the editor I have for my shorts, I don't think this is a problem for me to say, it's the same editor. I got the editor from Imaru because I thought that he did a really good job you know, building up Imaru's presence on social media with shorts. And so I thought, okay, well, I mean, let's see if he can do that with me. It took a while for you know, it to catch on, but I really think he's been doing a great job. I can go ahead and just pull it up real quick. Social.
Yeah, this is generally like, especially when your channel is bigger, this is generally the way that like most people do things. Is eventually they want to be as hands off as possible. They want to be able to just delegate things and then just say, you just go do this. Like, you're in charge of this part of this. You're in charge of this part of my business. Like, you're the manager of this thing. Like, so just go do it and make sure that it gets done. Like, and then the better you do, the more you're going to get paid. Like, this is what I've done with my editors, where I've just said, yes, you're going to make like, this much of the ad revenue. The more you, the more videos you put out, the better things will be. Sometimes I'll message them and just say, hey, we did this last night. Make sure you put this into a video like as soon as possible. This is going to be like a bigger video. We need to make sure we get it out before everybody else. Other times, like for the most part, they're just making videos based on whatever it is that they want to do. Tom, how much staff do you think someone on his level has? I mean, it depends on what all he's doing. I don't know much about Asmongold or what all he does. I would assume he has a manager, probably a publicist, or at least like a publicist. He probably has at least like a publicist, company, that like where he's just like one of many people that like tons of people work on. He probably is a manager that like gets him like gigs with other streamers to like go hang out with them and to go over to their streamer house and do a thing, or to get other streamers over to his house and stream on his stream, and they'll hang out and watch a video or some shit together, or they'll plan some sort of like fun thing for him. And then he says he has a couple of YouTube editors, a couple of TikTok editors, a shorts editor. So then there's OTK, but he's not part of OTK anymore. He stepped down from OTK with the Palestine remarks. Shit, I don't know why I did that. That was dumb. So yeah, he what is OTK? OTK was like a group that was run by him and like 2 or 3 other streamers. I don't remember any of their names, but it was I believe it was like a gaming group. I don't know if it was gaming or streaming, but anyways, yeah, it was let's see. OTK streaming is the online content creation done on the American media organization One True King. OTK is based in Austin, Texas, and was founded in October of 2020. What does OTK do? Creates online content, partners with influencers to develop digital media, aims to create dynamic and versatile content, and provides a way for partners to connect. Who are some of the members of OTK? Asmongold, a co-owner of Starforge Systems, a computer company that sells pre-built gaming PCs. Okay, so he also founded Starforge Systems. Sire, a Twitch and YouTube creator who explores different games in his streams. Mizkif, a founding member and co-owner who was suspended from the board for lack of empathy. Soda Poppin, a television producer. Emiru, a member of OTK. Will Neff, a member of OTK. Nimplol, NMPLOL, Nimplol, I don't know, a member of OTK, SFand, a member of OTK, Tips Out, a member of OTK, Extra Emily, a member of OTK. So yeah, those are all streamers. If you don't know who any of them are, they're all Twitch streamers. So from what I understand, and I don't know if this is accurate, okay? He could be pulling a Trump on this, but from what I understand, I think either he sued that girl or she sued him. I forget her name, but the girl that whole controversy with Miskiff was over, and he won. So I from what I hear, he has been like completely what do you call it? I'm really like having trouble thinking tonight. I gotta get off soon. This is rough. Miskiff announces court threw out allegations against him that ruined his life. Miskiff has announced that the court has thrown out allegations against him made back in 2022 that claimed he covered up sexual assault. During an argument with Kickstar Trainwrecks back in 2022, it was alleged that Miskiff had helped cover up a sexual assault incident between fellow star streamers Crazy Slick and Adriana Lee. It led to the OTK co-founder getting removed from his leadership duties at the organization while they investigated the claims, but just weeks later found him not guilty of the cover-up. Adriana Lee filed a defamation lawsuit against Miskiff in April of 2023, but updates involving the story largely stopped due to it being an active legal case. On Tuesday, January 14th, Miskiff uploaded a video to his YouTube channel, revealing that the court had thrown out allegations against him that ruined his life. 2 years ago, most of the internet believed lies spread by a content creator of false narratives about me that completely had dishonest intentions that took over my entire internet and ruined my life, he said. The entire internet. Even top YouTubers that you guys even watchdog piled on a story that they had no idea of what happened and no intention of the truth, only further perpetuating the lies that were said about me. That's Destiny, mainly. Mainly Destiny, XQC, people like that. Apparently, XQC has taken back everything that he said about this and completely apologized for it, and said, yes, Miskiff was completely vindicated, and I fucked up, and I was wrong, and that was my bad. Miskiff didn't really tell his side during this whole thing, so I don't know if there is other information that came out that totally fucked up the whole narrative that we heard. Because yes, the "You Are Maya Higa" is the main thing that we all heard. And yes, there could have been many other things that came out. Because all of the other people who were there all said they didn't remember that being said. All of the other people who were there were saying that they didn't, that they weren't, that they didn't feel like anything like this really transpired. Maya Higa said that the story that was being told wasn't really what happened, but if she did something to pressure this girl, she was really sorry about it. And so yes, it was all kind of I said pretty clearly over and over, I don't feel like there's enough here to have this much heat on Miskiff. But then once OTK suspended him, I was kind of blown away. Because I was like, oh shit, I didn't feel like this was nearly enough. I felt like people were harshly overreacting to this. I'm I'm a bit amazed that they're actually suspending him right now. Maybe there is more to this that we just don't know about. And that was my assumption, is that, yeah, OTK probably had more information that we did not have, and that's why they suspended him. And now that this has happened, because, again, OTK came to the conclusion that he was innocent and that he didn't do anything wrong, and now the court case has also come to the conclusion that he was innocent and didn't do anything wrong. So why against Mizkif, though? That's fucking gross. So a guy apparently sexually assaulted Adriana Lee while she was in bed. She wasn't feeling well. She was sick. She drank too much. There was a guy that she was talking to earlier. I believe he came into her room while she was sick and was like, he like put his hand on her chest above her heart. I think I'm remembering the right case, because there were like 3 all around the same time that all happened. But I believe this one was where he put his hand above her heart and was like, you know, hey, let's check on her. Is she feeling okay? And everybody else in the room was like, bro, what are you doing? Get your hands off her chest. Like, get out of here. What the fuck? And he's like, all right, my bad. Like, chill. Like, I'm just checking on her. And then he walked out. And I think that was the sexual assault. And then later, she was going to go, like, she went home, and they were afraid that she was going to go, like, write a twit longer about it. This is the story that we were told, is that they were all freaking out the next morning, afraid that she was going to go write a twit longer about it and, like, out the guy who did it, Crazy Slick. And Crazy Slick was Mizkif's best friend at the time. And so the story was that Mizkif told Maya Higa, which was his girlfriend at the time, to go convince Adriana not to do it. He kept telling her, you have to stop her from doing this. You can't let her do this. Go and stop her from writing this twit longer. Do not let her out him. He's one of us. He's my best friend. Like, what am I supposed to do? We have to stop her. And that Maya went and just talked to her, and that Maya was supposed to help her write it, but that Maya supposedly changed a bunch of the language within the twit longer to make it, like, not nearly as bad. So then when the twit longer came out, it was just a big nothing burger, because all of the major things that happened were all edited out to be way duller and not nearly as provocative as what Adriana Lee wanted it to say initially. Maya says that that's what Adriana agreed to, and that she didn't tell her to do any of those things, that she was just asking her questions like, are you sure? If you're sure, then write it. But if you're not sure, you don't want to put something out there and get in trouble for like, for like overstating this later. Like, that would be really bad if you did that. So don't, like, if you're sure, that's fine. Just make sure you're sure. But Adriana says it as though she was like trying to like get her to change it and trying to get her to downplay everything. And so, yeah, everybody, Destiny was the one who investigated all of this shit. It was Destiny across the board. Like, everybody, it came out. XQC and Trainwrecks were 2 people who were like holding this secret for a long time. And then they went to Destiny and said, hey, we have this information. We hate fucking Mizkif. We think he's a piece of shit, so we can't come out with it. So we're telling you right now on live stream, this is what happened. You figure it out. We're out. And they just fucking dipped. And now Destiny's like, okay, well, what the fuck? And then more people just start coming onto stream. Well, actually, I was there, and this is what I saw, and this is what I remember. And then here comes Adriana Lee. Well, okay, so this is what happened. This is my perspective. This is this. And then everybody's like out of nowhere, out the woodwork, every person up on their fucking streams. So I was there that night, and I gotta say, like, it is just all of these people who wanted to be like part of the drama, and it was massive. I mean, this is the most viewers I've ever seen Destiny have. Like, he had 70,000 people watching him just like concurrently through the whole fucking day, nonstop, just and it went on for like 3 or 4 days, where it's just like nonstop investigating this shit and kind of getting like you know, testimonies from people. But there was one guy that was there that was just kind of he was kind of a fucking weasel the entire time. And he was kind of being a piece of shit the whole time and kind of being annoying. And I can't remember his name, but yes, he was obnoxious. Like the whole time, he was so fucking obnoxious. And he's the guy who gave us the line that he's like, no, Ms. Kiff said, he grabbed her on the shoulders and he said, "You are Maya Higa." I just remember that. That you are Maya Higa. You can do this. You are Maya Higa. You can do it. You are Maya Higa. And then she went and she did it. So then "you are Maya Higa" is the thing that came out of this, because that's what he kept repeating over and over. You are Maya Higa. But yeah, anyways.
Social Blade, and then
Mitch Jones, yeah.
Say it's the same editor. I got the editor from Imaru because I thought that he did a really good job, you know, building up Imaru's presence on social media with shorts. And so I thought, okay, well, I mean, let's see if he can do that with me. It took a while for you know, it to catch on, but I really think he's been doing a great job. I can go ahead and just pull it up real quick. Social Blade, and then so like right now, like we're at 23 million views. And so like this is going very, very well. Obviously, like graphs are going up, and we had a tough time for a while, right? Like first, you know, getting noticed and like having people pick up, but like, you know, you just keep working.
Anyone who is Maya Higa was at that fucking party. All right. If you weren't at that party, you're not even Maya Higa.
And you keep clocking in the hours. And then eventually things start working out. And so, and this is my third or like fourth YouTube. It's actually like my fourth or fifth YouTube channel, right? And so like this one, it's going to take a while for it to start growing, obviously. So yeah, anyway, that's pretty much it. And you ever think about having a third Twitch channel that runs VODs? I don't know. How much money do you make from YouTube per month? I'm going to give you an honest answer. I don't know. Some of the people that manage my money.
If I was his size, there's something that that I think Hassan does. I don't know if it's Hassan who does it, but there is a channel called Hassan's Waiting Room. And on that channel, they go live every time Hassan is offline, and they just play old Hassan VODs. So it'll just play the last stream over and over, or it plays like the last 2 or 3 streams. And yeah, it's just like, that is such a smart idea that if he's actually doing that, that's genius. That like you would just go and start another channel called the Hassan Waiting Room. And then it would be even better if at the end of stream every day, you just raid into your own waiting room. And then that way other people who want to watch the VOD, but they don't want to just watch it by themselves. They want to watch it with a chat, and they all want to sit and chat as though it's live. That, yes, they all just sit and chat with each other about what's going on and about the VOD, and that, yes, you're making all of this ad revenue while you're asleep. Like, that just sounds like such a good idea, dude. So yeah, if I was him, I would be doing that shit. That's because, like, you know, people like Amaranth, like half her streams aren't even live. Like the majority of her streams are not even live. They're old VODs that were pre-recorded, especially the ones where she's doing like the ASMR, like licking on the fucking earlobes and, you know, doing the horse head shit and crap like that. Like most of that stuff is just pre-recorded because she's not interacting with chat anyways. So
will just message me occasionally, and they'll say, hey, we're going to move over a large amount of money into these investments. You know, let's have a conversation about it. We do, and then the money's moved, right? That's about it. And so, like, I don't really think about it a whole lot. And so, yeah, it's that simple. Don't you think Elon is just joking, having fun? I think that... So he says, basically, this is what he says. No other way to say this. But while Asmon is good at caustic commentary and making fun of people, he is not good at video games. Shrug. And so I obviously retweet this, and I say, where did it come from? Leaking my DMs is one thing, but this is absolutely uncalled for. Which is like, again, we're just fucking around. Like, I don't take this serious. I don't give a fuck. It's not a big deal to me at all, right? It's whatever. And that's fine. Beats Elden Ring, not good at video games. Yes, exactly. And so that's really the way I see it. Should I have linked your rank 1 star auger parse? I mean, the thing is that I don't even... This is the way I look at it, right? It's easy to say that you don't care about being good at video games when you don't want to have to, when you're doing something bad. There are a lot of video game accomplishments that I could say, yeah, I have this or...
Well, no, so that's even better. That, like, Elon Musk is dying to be, like, known for being good at video games. But then somebody who's actually known for being good at video games doesn't care if you think he's good at video games. Like... That's just so much better. That's like a way better response. Like his entire ego and his like self-perception is dependent on people thinking that he's fucking good at video games right now. And then you get somebody like Asmongold who literally lives in a fucking like dumpster house and you know, has to dig through like 20 trash bags in order to find his toothbrush every morning. And he doesn't care if you think he's good at video games. Like, it's just such a better, it's just a way better response to, instead of being like, what the fuck, Elon? Why would you do this to me, dude? What do you mean I'm not good at video games? Everybody knows I'm good at video games. Yeah, instead just being like, whatever. Like, I don't care. It's just so much better, dude.
That or the other thing, but at the end of the day, I really meant what I said when I said that I don't really care about being good at video games. So it's not really relevant to me whether you know, somebody thinks I was good or not. It's just not a big deal. And anyway, that's really it. And so I am Quinn's reaction. Okay, let me see if I can find it. You used to, though? Oh, I used to way too much. What did Quinn say? What the hell? Bro, this thing is so laggy.
You know, maybe just go level 80 something, you know? Do, like, at least, you know, maybe just go level 80 something, you know?
Flying too close to the sun. I fucking said it. I said, see, the thing is that, and this is the thing, is like, if Elon wants to, we can figure out a way, because, like, I know the things that people can check if you're cheating. I'll help you cheat, and people won't know. But you can't do it like this. It's too fucking obvious. You can't. It's too fucking obvious.
Do some, you know, level 97, bro, top, but his ego's too big for that. It's too big. He's like, no, I want to be the highest rank possible so I can brag to Joe Rogan. And then Joe Rogan has no fucking clue what's going on, so he's going to be like, wow, holy, Elon, Elon, you're so good. I was like, I don't know how I do it. You know, I've got all these things in my head. I've got 12 things in my head right now. 12 things. There's 12 things in my head. And then I'm playing the game, and then I'm looking at my screen.
And you want to know the worst part about it? Is the fact that Quinn didn't even get his checkmark taken away. Wait, Quinn Rex? Yeah, there we go. Like, he didn't even get his check. Like, he didn't get in trouble. Like, Crip got in trouble. I got in trouble. Quinn didn't get in trouble. Quinn made the fucking video. That's not fucking fair. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Anyway, I'll watch the rest of it.
There's a dog on my laptop. And at the same time, I'm trying to read the chat and playing the game, and it's just, you know, there's just so much noise.
Yeah.
I need to quiet the demons that are within inside me, okay? So that's why I go big dick in games, and I become rank 1. It allows me to see the code. I can see the matrix, because I am Neo. I am literally him. I am half man, half god. I am Elon Musk.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, anyway, so Elon's all about free speech. When you talk about it removes your checkmark, this isn't believing consequences to speech. I think that he will see my point of view in time. And so I understand that he would he's probably annoyed by it, and he might feel a bit betrayed. But I feel like I'd be betraying him if I didn't talk about it. Because if you want me to be honest and you want me to have a platform that is
That's what he cares about.
I think that in general,
he cares about honesty.
like for a number of things, Elon and
He's
I
really
are very
big on
much
that.
aligned with like the viewpoints that we have, and people might not like that, but it is a fact. And so I can't use that and then be basically making stuff up and defending it. I can't do that because then it destroys the credibility. Does that make sense?
Elon really cares about
You
that
really
stuff,
don't? Yeah,
dude.
yeah, sure. Right?
It's really important to him.
And
that you
what is
do
this
that.
here? Elon wants yes men only?
Yep.
You were just glazing him now? You weren't thinking of any of this before? Of course I was. No, there have been a lot of people. No, see, you guys don't know this because most people don't make it public. There have been a lot of people who have been really upset and angry at me that I've covered topics that involve situations that they're involved with. And some of them are creators. Some of them are people in, the gaming industry. Some of these people are other just known people.
Yeah, I always had people who got mad at me for covering things. And to an extent, I can understand it. I think I would never tell people publicly when it happened, but there were a ton of times where people would like message me and be like, "You think it's okay to cover this? Really? Is that what you think? You think like people way bigger than me messaging me like, I never did anything to you. Why would you go and cover this while I'm like getting a ton of heat about this? Why would you think that this is a good idea to cover it?" And I'm like, wait, I like took your side though. Like, why are you acting like it was wrong of me to cover this thing when I was on your side? Oh shit. Like, yeah, it's just it's strange because I think lots of times, like, especially when I'm going through drama, like, it can be frustrating when there's a ton of people out there just, like, making shit up about you. And then you've got, like, all of your friends just dead silent. Like, they don't have shit to say. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, I know those other people are your friends too, but they're the ones lying right now. So what the fuck? Like, that shit pisses me off to where I'm like, I want people to cover that stuff and kind of like, yeah, make sure that the like truth is continuously being spread and that people aren't just like getting just the bullshit. And but then yeah, other people, when I think, yeah, I'm covering the truth, I'm taking their side, I'm showing that these people are lying about them and blah blah blah, they don't think about it that way. They're just mad that I covered it. So yeah, some people are more like upset about the information getting out at all, not about the truth getting out. They're more worried about the fact that like anybody is talking about it. They don't like that it's even being mentioned. And so if you're mentioning it, you're helping these other people like spread the narrative. So yeah. You had everyone covering it negatively? Wait, what?
Etc. That there has been a lot of people who have been unhappy about the way that I've covered things. Mr. Beast, to be honest, no, that's actually not
your drama. Well, I don't know if you're saying I had everybody covering it negatively, or if you're just saying that everyone wasn't. If you're saying that just everyone was covering it negatively, like, it's when you say I had everyone covering it negatively, it sounds like you're saying I was getting everyone to be negative about it or towards me or some shit. What drama? There's like there's like too many to even count, but there was like a period at the beginning of this year where there was like a bunch of people who were just non-stop making shit up, and they just like, they literally could not help themselves. They just had to fucking lie like every 2 minutes. And so earlier when I was talking about the fact that like people just keep taking things that I say and then like change the context over and over, and like change what was actually said, and like cut things out, and then you would have like 10 other content creators who were going to go and like play that out of context clip, and then just like act like you're so autistic sometimes. There's no way you never mind. There's no fucking way that what I just explained doesn't make sense. Yes, instead of having mates cover it truthfully, they were covering you in a negative way. Yeah. And so yeah, that is like, that's what I want when people, like when I'm going through shit and people are lying about me. I want people to like, yes, I want people to cover it, and I want people to cover it like truthfully. But I'll have people where, yes, even when I'm like taking their side, I'll wake up to like a flurry of fucking messages that of them being like, I can't believe you covered this. I thought we were cool. Why would you do this? I never said anything bad about you. And I'm like, what? I didn't say anything bad about you either. I took your side. And they're like, and I don't care. I don't want people talking about this. This is fucked up. This is messing with my life. And I'm like, I get it. That's why you want people like me who are going to be fair, who are going to talk about this thing like fairly. They're going to be correct. They're not going to just do it for some fucking drama. They're going to do it to get the truth. But yeah, they're oh, you inventing shit? It was like literally, it wasn't even that. Like that's, yes, that is one thing. But that's like one thing after they did like fucking like 30, 40 other things, like saying that I'm like lying about a ton of shit. Then each time I like come out with something like disproving that, they have like 5 more things the next day. And so then I'm like playing catch up, like trying to disprove like 5 fucking things and find like, where did they even get that from? That's like 3 years ago. I don't even know what VOD that came from. I got to find this now and find like, show the context. And then by the time I finally find all this shit, there's like, it's 3 days later and there's like 20 more things that they put out of context over and over and over and over. The erudite court sesh was so fucking funny. We were just talking about that yesterday, talking about the fact that like, it just wasn't even helpful. Like the way that shit went, it just was not even helpful. And there were a bunch of parts that like, she was like fishing for things and just reading what was said in chat. And it turned out that she was just reading from people who were confused or just trolling, and she was just reading their chats thinking that like shit was happening, where they're like, he's lying, why won't he just be honest, why won't he just tell you what's going on? And she kept like, Tom, I feel like you're just not being honest, I feel like you're just not telling me. And I'm like, what, why? And then days later I asked her, I'm like, why did you say that? Like now everybody thinks that I was lying, and they don't even know what I lied about. They don't even know what it is. They just feel like I'm lying. She's like, oh, I don't even remember. She's like, I think I was just reading a chat in your chat that was just saying shit. And she's like, it was your own chat. So I thought that they would know. I was like, that they had no idea what they were talking about. So I was like, I asked them later what they were talking about. And they said, and it was this. She's like, you did tell me that. And I'm like, I know I told you that, but they were going off saying I should have told you that when I did tell you that. So I was like, it was pointless. Bucky, 100 joules. Let's see. A Sunday for 100 joules, a floating heart for 10 joules, and a thumbs up for 10 joules. Thank you, Bucky. Appreciate it, homie. Tom, what are you hiding? Yeah. I remember that, but I mainly remember how hard it was for them to convince Erudite of certain things with no evidence or with evidence that contradicted their claims. Too good. It was, bro, but the problem again is that literally, again, all of these content creators all over the place the next day all ran around claiming victory, that I got destroyed and that they proved that I was lying. And I'm like, that they literally, I didn't even want to be there. I was sitting there fucking like silent the whole time. And they literally wrecked themselves over and over and over, just nonstop, over and over, just wrecking themselves, just fucking disproving themselves and showing that they were lying. And like the point where what's his name was saying, like, I forget, but he was like, yeah, I said that he was. And then later, I said that I think he was, but I thought he was the whole time. But I said he was at the beginning, but I was just joking. But then I found out that I was right all along when this evidence came out. She's like, wait, how were you right all along if you were just joking in the beginning? And he's like, what do you mean? She's like, well, you just said you were joking the whole time in the beginning. It was just a joke. You weren't serious. Nobody thought it was serious. But then later you found out that you were right the whole time. And he's like, yeah, I was. She's like, but you said it was a joke, so you weren't right. You weren't saying it seriously. Yeah, correct. Like, what is happening, dude? You can't keep doing this shit. Yeah, and then Dave, well, that was JCLK, and then Dave was doing the like, oh, and he admitted that he was a compulsive liar. I'm like, no, I did not. That's, again, out of fucking context. You guys keep clipping the shit out of context. And they're like, okay, pull it up then. I'm like, all right, let's go. Pull it up. They fucking play it. That's not how I remember that. Can we play that again? Like, let's play it again. Go through it again. Yeah, you see how he's kind of smiling there? I think he's being disingenuous. Like, he literally said he's embarrassed. He literally said, like Erudite said, she's like, he literally said he's embarrassed. That's why he's smiling. Like, it's blatantly obvious. But yes, I think he was smiling because he was lying. I think he was lying. It's just the lamest fucking shit, dude. It was nonstop with these motherfuckers for like months and months on end, just making shit up just every day, just piling more and more shit on to where, like, yes, I couldn't keep up with it. And so I think the last thing was Chud Logic put out a video that's like the biggest liar on the internet, and it's me, like my thumb, I'm on the thumbnail. And you go, I've only skipped through it, but literally, like, everything that I saw was shit that I had already proven wrong. It is all of the out of context clips. That's all it is. It's just the out of context clips over and over and over and over, and just nonstop, one after another, after another, after another. And that's all he did. He just played the fucking out of context clips that had been debunked like long ago, and then just like narrative spun with a bunch of other things, just like, oh, and then there's this and there's this, and I think that this happened, and they're dating, and he slept with her, and she wanted to be with him, and he didn't want to be with her, and like, it was just, it was like a whole fucking documentary on me being a liar. So, well, Chud and Queeman work together, so yeah, he's just gonna take McQuee's word on stuff he isn't involved with. Yeah. So yeah, it was obnoxious. What? Chud Logic narrative spin? No way. Yes. Which is why I, like, him and I ended up like a kind of not being cool after a while was I think because I was like saying more and more that it was kind of annoying how much he would narrative spin with shit and like hyperbolize things, and I would do the Asmongold thing where I'd be like, we're friends. I like him. He's cool. But yeah, it's kind of fucking annoying. I don't do that shit. I'm not doing that fucking shit. But yeah, we're fine. We're cool. I like him. We're friends. But yeah, it's fucked up. I don't do that shit. Like, we're just kind of doing, just hedging it over and over.
An example of it. Mr. Beast has never complained to me about the way that I cover content. He has never complained to me about it. And so I don't want to go, guys, let's stop. I just gave one example. I don't want to, play, like who's who, where it's like I'm disqualifying certain people, and then people are trying to like draw a connection. Okay, so he didn't say this person, he didn't say that person, right? And so that's it. Get the gist of it, right? And so anyway, that's just my first example. And but it was not Mr. Beast. And anyway, so that's basically the way that I look at it. And if you're honest, I feel like you always try to be fair when you talk about a topic and try to stay away from getting anything personal. I do. I really try to be. I really try to be fair. And I think that in some cases, people might think that my fairness is wrong. They might think that I have the wrong viewpoint. But I think that, for example, with like my takes on, I think TikTok is very split. There's a lot of people in the audience who are not fans of my viewpoint on TikTok.
He went too hard trying to define himself as not DGG. I think you were collateral damage. No, I don't think that was it. No, I don't think so. That's not in this case. No, definitely not. Yeah, I think that he did go too hard trying to prove that he wasn't DGG, but not in this case.
And then you have other people who...
He's not anti-DGG, right? No, he's very much anti-DGG. He's his whole audience is like hardcore Destiny hating incels that just, they don't like, which is why they all freak out about the shit that I did, is that they're all those types of people. So like, if you like girls or you think a girl is hot, like they all freak out about it, and they've always all freaked out about Destiny doing that shit and just kind of soyed out about everything.
Like, I think best example is Pirate Software thing. A lot of people didn't like that I initially defended like what Pirate Software did, like, and like how he played in Dire Maul, and people were really angry about that. But I came to that conclusion myself, and I just decided that because I thought that was what it looked like to me. Right now, it doesn't really matter to me whether other.
Well, yeah, they were the ones like kind of pushing the whole Warren Southern shit for a very long time. Like they were the ones like really forcing that shit for a while. So, So yeah, they didn't let it go early.
Whether people agree with it or not, the reality is that if I think that it makes sense, well, then I'm going to imagine that's what happened. And also, like another point with Quinn, you call him out with the PoE thing, then you call him out for wanting to stream on X, aka you guys are connected, so he felt betrayed. Yeah, no, I definitely, I could see that, and I don't really think that's the case at all. I mean, I don't look at it that way, but, sure. You were wrong initially, though. Do you have bias, though? I try to not cover topics that involve people that I'm close friends with, because I think that bias will leak into the coverage, and
Okay, yeah, I don't really care about any of this shit.
Elon Musk is a worm I like to shoot spitballs and throw tomatoes at from time to time, because he is a jaw-droppingly embarrassing specimen of pure cringe that it is impossible to fight the urge to clown on him. Yet, whenever I do, and whenever anyone mentions Elon in a less than flattering way, you will have the most unlovable Cro-Magnon swarm you, dogpiling like it's World War Z zombies, to try and defend Elon from whatever the...
Didn't you just find out who OTK is, or was that somebody else? What the fuck?
Slight criticism or jokes were about him. These gonad gobblers will always blow my mind because I don't understand this brain-off worship of Elon Musk. Everything they hype him up to be, he is the opposite. He is not cool. He generates AI images of himself where he's not like this meatball-shaped man. He is not for free speech like they like to hype him up as. He's not a champion of free speech by any means. In fact, I personally think he is someone that is firmly against it in almost every single instance. Like, he personally banned the word cis. He actively bans things that hurt his feelings.
Well, I knew you were memeing, but that would have been like a funnier joke. Is if you just found out who they were, but you're still saying like, yeah, their drama is easier for me to keep up with. Like, yeah, I thought that would have been hilarious. You fucked up. You should have not known who they were. That would have been much better.
Feelings, and today I think is a great example of that, and hopefully will be a mask-off moment for a lot of people, and open their eyes to the fact that this is not a guy who's for free speech and is not for you. Like,
yeah, you would have been a lot cooler if you didn't know who they were, bro. Try to be cooler next time.
not going to get into it, but do we even need to talk about the H-1B take? Like, come on. He's not looking to hire you. He doesn't want to know you. He doesn't want to employ you. He wants the cheapest labor, and he wants everyone to be constantly fondling his sack and being really, really nice to him.
Again, this isn't cheap labor. This is not cheap labor. This is annoying.
Because he's our special boy. It's so embarrassing. So, what I want to talk about today is what I think should be a very clear example of how Elon uses his power and where he actually stands on free speech. He is having a textbook crash out over gaming. Earlier this week, Quinn made a beautiful video that's breaking down the fact that Elon Musk is not the one who piloted his Path of Exile 2 account to the top of the leaderboard. It's not a conspiracy, it's not grasping at straws. When you finish that...
Tom, how would you know the workload is different? Wait, workload for what? Oh, for H1B? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, workload? Wait, what are you talking about? I'm lost. I don't think I said anything about workload.
That video, and I highly recommend you watch the whole video, it will be very clear, beyond a shadow of a doubt, Elon Musk was not the one who actually got the account to where it was.
Oh, is not different? I don't know why that would... Are you saying... We're talking about whether or not it's cheap labor. We went over the salaries yesterday. If you guys weren't here, we had somebody in chat where I was talking about the fact that, like, I think people, like, overly, like, soy out about identity politics these days, and that I don't even know what they're talking about anymore when they say something is identity politics. Like, I feel like they're just saying a brown person existed, and, like, and they're gonna call it identity politics now. And so somebody jumped on and they're like, no, there's all these problems. And they're like, yeah, well, just look at the stuff with the H-1B visas. And I was telling them, I was like, bro, the stuff with the H-1B visas is like pure bullshit. And then we went over it, and one of the things that they were claiming is that it, like, they were cheap labor. So we went over all of the salaries, and that it's like an average of like $200,000 plus for people on H-1B visas. And the lowest ones that we could find were like $70,000, and those were like very few and far between. So I don't care about the workload. I'm talking about the fact that their salaries, their yearly salaries, are like hundreds of thousands of dollars, like every fucking time, to where, yeah, it is, it's not about, it's just I don't think the workload makes much of a difference when if we're calling it cheap labor, like, that's, that nothing about that is cheap.
He instead gets permission from the boosters to play on it and flex it for his Twitter streams. He didn't know the very basic fundamentals of the game. However, I will say that his catastrophe of a stream, while trying to show how great he is at gaming, was enough to make me get back into grinding Path of Exile 2, because I've been slow rolling it for a while. I was still on cruel difficulty, but then watching Elon the bumbling buffoon try and play Path of Exile was like actual rage bait to get me to go back in and grind hard. So now I'm up to tier 3 waystones in the end game. It's so fucking fun. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, Elon Musk knew nothing about the game. It was very clear. And the big thing about it wasn't even that he had someone boosting his account for him. It's that he was just in this complete denial and trying to convince people that he is the best gamer alive. Like, this game's a little too easy. I'm on max difficulty, swagged out mode, and I'm just kind of breezing through it because I'm just that good at games, that kind of thing. It's his reluctance to just be honest about, like, hey guys, I like this game. I don't have time to grind it, so I paid these people to grind it for me so that way I can get to the end game and, play the content I want. It wouldn't have blown up to this degree. I still think that would have been a little silly, and people would have still absolutely made fun of him for it, but to a lesser degree. It just, what's the point? Why are you paying someone to boost your account? If you like the game, why not just play it on your own time? Even
yeah, like Kevin, there's a possibility that these people are working like 90-hour work weeks, but we wouldn't like assume that by default, right? Like, we would have to have some evidence for that. I think that by default we would assume these people are working like 50-hour work weeks. And so, yeah, without any evidence that they're working a fucking 90-hour work week, I think that that's like an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence, and yeah, currently I've seen zero evidence to that effect, but there might be hours in the salary area parts that we were looking at, so it's possible that we can actually like pull that up. Oh fuck. Yeah, it's possible that we can pull that up and see, but yeah.
Even if it's not that fast, and even if you're not top of the charts. But for Elon, the reason is because he wants everyone to view him as God's gift to humanity. So like, I'm one of the best gamers, check the stats. And he didn't achieve it, it wasn't him. And when Quinn made this video, it very much hurt Elon, because the gamers that he's trying to appeal to were privy to the fact that he's not the gaming god he claims to be. And that damaged him. So I knew he was going to have a comical response, but I didn't expect it would be this absurd. To set the stage for what happens next, Asmon and many others covered Quinn's video, as well as other people's content talking about how it was impossible that Elon was the one.
Tom Foolery also covered it. I'm sure he's going to get to that part in just a second.
That actually played on that account, because he is just dog shit and knows nothing about the game. Asmon covered this, he talked about it, reacted to the video, and today, Elon went on Twitter and had this to say. Asmon behaves like a maverick independent, but in reality has to ask his boss for permission before he can do anything. He is not his own man. He then leaked his DMs with Asmon, where he said, this is Asmon, I'm going to see if my editors might want...
Why would you get H-1B visa holders if it costs the same? I'm not sure what that means. I'm saying that it's like the reason that like H-1B stuff exists is because we want to take like top talent from other countries. And so anytime like there is like really like good talent, people getting like high degrees in STEM fields and shit like that, we want our companies to grab them, and so that they're doing that work for us instead of other countries. And so the fact that like, when people talk about like diversity like being beneficial to workplaces and crap like that, yeah, it seems to be like within Fortune 500 companies, they really believe that they are like, it is beneficial to have a bunch of different people from a bunch of different cultures and ethnicities and countries and all sorts of shit, and that it is like, yeah, very beneficial to your teams, especially when you have to have, yeah, like creative aspects to it, and people are working on teams, coming up with ideas and stuff that like, yes, it does really seem to be beneficial to have a bunch of people from other countries. And so yeah, there's a lot of reasons why the H-1B visas make sense, but our country, especially when it comes to like engineers and lots of STEM fields, we aren't getting the output of degrees that we need for the jobs. We don't have enough people doing these things. So we even have like incentives for people to go to school, and there's like tons of like scholarships and grants and stuff for people to go to school for these positions, because we need more of them. We don't have enough. And so we're trying to pull as many of them into our country as possible. So again, when we go look at like the unemployment rates of people in these fields, when it's somewhere between like 2 to 3% the entire time, this is something that like shows that there's nobody that's just out of a job looking. Like this shows that yes, this is just like a field where everybody who wants a job has one, and that they are always looking for more people. And so yeah, they seem to always have a shortage of people with degrees in the areas that they need them in, and so they're willing to try to get more from other countries, because we just don't have enough from our country alone.
Want to make a second account for it, and then Elon replies, sure, who are these mysterious editors? He actually sounds like that news anchor. Who is this 4chan? Like, how can someone be this fucking out of touch and stupid? I will never cease to be shocked by the absolute idiot potion this guy seems to be boofing on the daily. Like, how? What do you mean, who are these mysterious editors? Do you not know what editors are? Holy shit. So then, Asmon explains, 2 guys, links them, and then they basically run the entire YouTube account, lol. So basically, any content I post is edited or uploaded by them, and they can just get a cut of the ad rev. It's a super good system, to be honest. Almost everyone on YouTube does it. And then there's a community note there, which says what should be obvious to anyone with a functioning frontal lobe. Elon Musk seems to think Asmongold is an employee with editors overseeing him. That's incorrect. Asmongold's editors are actually his employees. They edit, upload his content for a revenue share. They don't control what he does. And then Elon Musk proceeds to take away Asmongold's checkmark on Twitter. You remember that thing Elon was like really adamant about, how check marks were kind of like weaponized? Hey, Elon, you're doing...
That's right, dude. He did. He kept saying that like it was like a social credit system, and he didn't like that they were like only giving them to people based on whether or not they had connections and whether or not they were cool, and that he wanted it to be like a thing that was open to everybody, to be verified. And yeah, now he's using it not just as like a social credit system or socially, but it's just his own personal social credit system where it's about how cool you are with him, not everybody, but whether or not you're cool with Elon. Like, you get a check mark and it's like Elon approved. It's kind of what it means.
Doing that. So, the free speech guy, you're taking away his checkmark because he hurt your feelings, fundamentally shadow banning him, because without a checkmark, his replies and his engagement go way down and you won't really see it anymore. You're shadow banning someone who hurt your feelings. Elon is just that fucking sensitive. In fact, sensitive doesn't even really cover it. Like, my cock gets sensitive when it gets sucked for too long. I'm like, ooh. But, like, that's sensitive. Elon has reached a new level of sensitivity I did not think was even achievable by a human being. It is just fucking flabbergasted by how soft he is. He has all the money in the world, but is beyond...
I heard that that's true. I've heard people say that I know people who have had their dick sucked before. I have friends who have had that happen to them, where they've had their dick sucked before. So I know people who can attest that that's a real thing. Yeah. Yep. I know.
Insecure to the point that I can't believe he's a real person. This has to be some kind of like Android protocol that's been sent from space, from like space redditors, in order to see like the limits of cringe that can be pushed. Come on. He's talking about editors and then saying Asmon needs his editor's permission to post things. He lacks the fundamental understanding not only of Path of Exile 2, but of life, like of living as a sentient being. How can...
String puller, perfect for H-1B conversation. H-1B allows you to import workers at less cost because you don't have to give them health insurance usually or other benefits. I mean, again, from everything that I've looked at, they're getting like the same as everybody else. From literally everything that I've looked at, going over all of the shit, it doesn't look like they're getting treated any differently. It looks like they are, it looks like they are, in large part. I'm not saying that doesn't happen at all. It's it's plausible that that's a thing that happens here and there. Like, there's, of course, everything can happen anywhere all the time, but yeah, from everything that I've looked at, it looks like they are not being treated any differently than anybody else.
Can you even reach that conclusion? I mean, I know how he reached that conclusion because he is a turbo moron who can't like activate neurons and think. So he saw the word editor and made the assumption that it's like the editors that will oversee someone's work in the journalism sector. And he gets these dots, these breadcrumbs that he starts connecting from out of fucking nowhere about how...
Again, I don't think that's what he thought by editor. I think that they're being overly charitable to this. I do not think that he thought it was like a paper editor, like, you know, lead editor of the New York Times. Like, I don't think that he thought that. I do not believe that. I think that he thought of like a video editor. Oh, wait. No. Okay. No. Okay. No, maybe he did. Because actually, I was going to say, I think he's just lying. But the fact that he actually put out the DMs as though he thought that was evidence of something. Yeah, maybe he did. Damn. I guess he did. Yeah, because there's no, like, that made no sense for him to put those DMs out like he was proving some shit. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, it does seem like he actually did think that. Fuck. Oh my goodness. That is wild, bro.
Well, Asmon is actually just a pawn of his editors. That's not just wrong, that is just blatant misinformation. He is actively engaging in misinformation, making it seem like Asmon has a puppet master above him, these editors, that he has to answer to. And then he abuses his power to take away his checkmark. He is actively doing all of the things he says he is super against, and all of the people say that he hates and will never do. He does it. I don't see how a single Elon Musk nipple-suckling leech could see this and conjure up some kind of excuse for it. There's no mental gymnastics that could possibly exist to justify this behavior. It's the epitome of everything people hate. It's cringe. It's sensitive. It's an abuse of power. His feelings got hurt, so he used his power as the fucking chief general of Twitter to take away his checkmark because he hurt his feelings. And then he goes on to leak DMs. How could you possibly look at that and be like, no, that makes sense. Elon was in the right here. Like, let's say you just love Elon. You know what? I'm not your dad. You can like whoever you want, like whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me. But why do you have to like something and then love everything they ever do? Why can't you be more receptive to, like, you know, I really like Elon, but this was a bad look. I didn't like what he did here. I think this was pretty embarrassing. That's called being normal. For some reason, people just can't be normal anymore. If you like something, you have to be obsessed with it. You have to fucking love it. You have to be, like, snorting that drug constantly and shut out and hate everyone who pokes holes in it. It's so weird. I don't know why people want to live their life this way. They just want, like, the black and white. Elon good. Anyone who said Elon not good, they're bad. Elon good. I don't know why people want that. No one likes to think anymore, and with the way the internet's gone, you don't...
Well, and this is the thing as well, is like when we're talking about the fact that, like, yeah, there's like lots of different like types of dramas that were going on where people would like get upset that I was covering shit with them in it. I commonly had my own friends covering like drama that I was in where they did not agree with me, or I would cover things with my friends where I didn't agree with them. Like that is a thing that happened many times. But yeah, like we didn't really care. Like we cared if they were like being honest and that they weren't like, you know, like going for dunks. They weren't trying to like own you. They weren't trying to like be overly harsh or some shit like that. Like that's the shit where like it goes too far. But the idea that like Asmon was like very tame in his criticisms of Elon, and so that is not generally something that, yes, like people, that's not generally something that you would get upset about or get offended by or anything like that. That is a very tame criticism that's just overly nice.
Don't have to think anymore. You can just wait for tweets to tell you what to think, or even chat GPT to tell you what to think. I guess it's just easier to live your life on like drooling autopilot mode. But I would argue that you are doing yourself a huge disservice in life if you just live this way, where even if you really like Elon, whatever, why not just be receptive to the idea that he's not infallible? Maybe he does make mistakes. Maybe he is cringe sometimes, and you can acknowledge that.
Yeah, true, Freddie. Like I could tell somebody, like, you know, they're like, hey, can you tell me what your stats are on this? And I'm like, yeah, let me check with my head moderator. And they're like, what? You allow someone to moderate your opinions? Oh my goodness. So he's He doesn't even have his, like, he's not even putting out his own opinions. He has somebody who moderates them for him. Oh my goodness. He's just not even, it's not even really his channel. Like, damn. That's fucking wild, dude. You let them moderate your shit for you? Whoa.
Recognize that, and then at the end of the day, still like him if you want. It just doesn't compute with me, and of course it's not exclusive to Elon. It's a very normal thing now all of a sudden where if you like something or like someone, anything that is brought up that's negative about it is like the end of the world to you, and then you spend hours a day arguing with bots on Twitter about it and defending the thing you like. I just don't get it. Elon Musk, I think, is just the best example of this phenomenon because his fan base does PR for him as if it's their actual job. Like, they are professional PR drones for Elon that he doesn't even have to pay because they are in the trenches every single minute of every single day, suckling on him, arguing on his behalf, shutting down any...
Yeah, if you guys missed it, yesterday we went over some stuff with Elon Musk where he, like, totally, like, fucked with Sam Harris and did some really, like, gay shit and then even, like, made a bet with him about stuff and then totally, like, backed out of it. And because he lost the bet, he turned around and just started talking tons of shit about Sam Harris. And Sam even, like messaged him and was like, hey, dude, you're retweeting, like, people who are purposely taking clips out of context of me. Like, this is the full context. Like, this is what I said, not what you guys are, like, implying. And after Elon gets the full context, replies, fuck you. Like, so he just lost the bet and then starts spreading misinformation about Sam Harris as the most, like, viewed Twitter, account, and then immediately, like, when he finds out that he's spreading lies, yes, he says, go fuck yourself. Like, wow, dude, that is, like, pure malice, dude. Like, he knows. This is why I was saying earlier that, like, he knows that he's lying, is that there's been tons of times that I've, like, gone over tweets where I really felt like there's no way that he could have tweeted that out without knowing that he was lying. There's been tons of times where we've covered tweets from him where I felt like he has to know he was lying. But that, like, editor thing makes me question it a lot more now and makes me think, like, wait, he could be, like, way more retarded than I've given him credit for. Like, I wonder, like, I don't know, because, like, now there's, like, too many things going on. Now we have, like, the video game thing where it's like, okay, so he's obviously willing to lie about people. But then there's the editor thing where it's like, well, he's also just fucking retarded. Like, he also could be trolling. Yeah, but, like, when we're talking about, like, his own friends and shit and, like, people that he had, like, some semblance of a relationship with, like, I don't know, man. It's, that's not really trolling at that point. That's just fucked up. So, yeah, I don't know.
Criticisms against him, it's just so embarrassing. Almost as embarrassing as Elon himself. So, yeah, anyway, I had to talk about this. Because what an incredible response from Elon to just take away Asmon's check mark and then leak his DMs where he completely misunderstands that editors aren't like his overseers. It's so, oh my god. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah.
Oh, that's right. He did. Yeah, that's right. He lied about his own kid as well. That's right. Because, yeah, she also had to, like, come out with information to, like, prove that he was lying about a bunch of stuff. So, yeah, he is, I don't know, man. He's too confusing. It sounds like it is just a mixture of, like, pure stupidity and, like, a very, like, a lot of, I don't know why I can never remember this phrase. It's I'm actually like blanking on everything today. But yeah, it's where you're low self-esteem. So yeah, pure stupidity, low self-esteem, and just pure maliciousness. Like the when you have like that combination, and then you become the richest man in the world, and you buy your way in to the orbit of the most powerful man in the world, like, and that the most powerful man in the world's orbit that you bought your way into is exactly like you. This is a horrible combination for our country, guys. We are... Wait, is this about like me forgetting stuff? The inability to remember a particular word or name. Okay, well, I'm sorry, but there's no way that I'm ever going to remember that fucking word. So, I appreciate it, but so yeah, this is just a horrific combination, and our country is totally fucked. Like, we are in idiocracy. This is it. This is idiocracy. We are here. This is idiocracy. I have been kind of in denial about this because people keep saying it. I keep that, like, come on, that's an over exaggeration. Like, come on. Yeah, dude, it's not an over exaggeration. When somebody like Elon Musk can become the richest man in the world, and somebody like Donald Trump can become the president, we are just so totally fucked. Wait until Trump gives Elon access to Medicare and Social Security funds for investing. Yeah, didn't Donald Trump say he's getting rid of the IRS? Donald Trump said he's getting rid of the IRS, right? Trump says he will create an external revenue service agency to collect tariff income. President-elect Donald Trump on Tuesday announced plans to create a new agency called the External Revenue Service to collect tariffs and other revenues from foreign nations. So, okay, that's right. So I don't know if he says he's going to get rid of the IRS, but he's creating the ERS, which is the External Revenue Service, where he's collecting tariffs from other nations. But that just proves that he still doesn't understand that the tariffs don't come from the other nations. He still doesn't get it. He still thinks the tariffs are external. How has no one told him this? How has nobody explained this to him? How has he gone this long? How has he gone this long? How is this possible? He thinks the tariffs are external. He thinks that that's external revenue. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a way that tariffs could be external. I'm trying to think of a way that that's even possible. Like, how do you, as a third party, charge someone who's not in your country? How do you do that? I don't get it. Let's see. Maya blog, the Adrian Dittman story, evidence A to Z. Here's the deal. Adrian Dittman is not Elon Musk, and we have concrete evidence. This began as a story with Jackie Sweet, a freelance journalist with a history of writing Intercept, Mother Jones, and so on. We found the initial lead and presented it to Jackie, but she was ultimately agreed to be our byliner. The actual writer for the story, the sole contributor being credited in the space under the title, and the one being paid for the piece. As such, Jackie got... Is this mouse chasing... Or this cat's chasing my mouse, isn't it? It is. What the fuck? Why... I kept wondering, why is this thing right in the way of everything that I'm reading? Okay. Here's the evidence in full, including significant amount that the Spectator article missed and how things fell apart from our point of view, the lead. It starts on December 29th when Adrian Dittman was making a resurgence on X, formerly Twitter, after joining a space sounding like Elon Musk. He had long been accused of being Musk alt by folks on all sides of the political spectrum, including by the journalists at InfoWars who called him not Elon Musk in headlines and interviewed him multiple times. On the 29th, Mejia searched his name in a tool that scans through public data breaches, mass releases of hacked information, often including emails, phone numbers, and names, and discovered an Adrian Dittman in a breach for AI photo editing platform Cutout.pro, connecting to an email and IP address. The IP address was roughly geolocated to Fiji, and the email gave us more to work with. Its Google profile picture appears to show the account's owner, who appears young, and his partner on Google Maps. He had once reviewed a restaurant at Dinarau Island in Western Fiji. Wait, why are they fucking face doxing this guy? When was this posted? January 5th. I think they did. I think they just face doxed this guy. Crap, I don't know his... It doesn't look like he's mentioned it, which is not good. Yeah, that makes me think that they just fucking doxed this guy. This came out on the 5th.
Insinuate that I'm
Okay, this is a good response. This is a good response. That's a fucking based response. This is a good response to.
Yeah.
That's a fucking based response, bro. Yeah, and they even. It looks like Elon Musk replied to the thing where it looks like, yes, this person is probably the one who doxed them. Elon Musk replied, said, "I am Adrian Dittman. It's time the world knew." And the post was removed for violating X rules. No way this is true, because Adrian Dittman is a literal moron compared to Elon Musk. Their intelligence levels are totally different. I've yet to hear Adrian say one intelligent thing on his spaces. I'm pretty sure Elon just loves trolling people by saying he's Adrian. Oh, this is, wait. Oh, this is from the 4th. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I know that they said that somebody doxed him. I didn't think that they were going to send me the dox. But yeah. Okay. Well, that's sad. I don't think that they needed to do that. I think that they could have just said, we went through it. We did confirm that is not him. And so, yeah, I think that would have been good enough. Fuck. All right. Yeah, like if the guy wanted to prove badly enough that he wasn't Elon, he could have easily just come out and done videos and done live streams and shit and face doxed himself. That's fucked up. That's really sad. Like, there's a lot of pressure and a lot of incentive for him to do that, for him to come out and say that that's not him. Like, to have his own identity, to be the, especially after like getting all of the popularity off of looking like he's Elon for a long time. Now to show that he's not him and really like be able to, yes, have his own notoriety. There was so much incentive for him to do that, and for him to still continue to choose not to do it, not to show his face, not to do a face reveal. And then for somebody to go do it for him, like, yeah, that's kind of sad, dude. People on the internet are fucked up, bro. That's so fucked up. But all right, everybody, go like my very long rambling tweet on Twitter. And I am not rating out. So when the stream is over, comment on the stream. You can timestamp your favorite part. You can, give a comment on how you feel about the Elon Asmongold stuff. You can just say algo, whatever is better. But yeah, commenting on the streams, regardless of which one you're on, is very helpful to get the videos in the algorithm. So take a second and leave a comment if you would. And before you go, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. I should be back on tomorrow, most likely. Till then, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.
Freddie Drongo says.
07.
MW says. Later, Tom.
Later, Tom.
Lobster 2.0 says. Later, fool.
Later, fool.
Spartacus says. L8ER Trump 1. Mantis says. Adios. Floofy Nug says. Orange Jesus will save us. Cesius says. Imagine Dragon. MW says. Okay Google play Pound Cake by Thoughts. Thetrib1 says. Beluga well. Spartacus says.